I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, watch it off.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, jurors. Hello. Say hello to Lucy, my favorite little co-pilot. Hello. Come in and take your seats. Today is going to be a good day. It is Tuesday. Only three treatments left. 3 treatments left. Today was my last Tuesday. Yesterday was my last Monday. Tomorrow will be my last Wednesday. 3 more left. It feels like I'm counting down the days to Christmas, because that's what it feels like. So excited. So excited. Speaking of which, a little housekeeping thing before we get too far into this. This is my last week of treatment, which is great. However, Monday, I am not sure what time we're going to start. It will be late. I have a PET scan. We got to check and see if this, why isn't it coming up on here? I'll have to pull up and see what time it is. I think it's early, but I'm not sure what time we're going to get started. I have a PET scan to see if all this treatment did what it's supposed to do. So I have a PET scan Monday, so I won't be able to start the stream until I get back, and I don't really know what time that's going to be. I have to go to Pensacola, so it's a couple hours away. And then I think I scheduled it for early in the morning, but for some reason it's not pulling up. So I'll double check, but I don't know exactly what time we're going to start Monday. So just FYI. And then we'll kind of play it by ear. We may be later than normal that day, but that's okay. We will, if we get started late, we can still speed trial and then try to get through what we can. Welcome. Okay, so couple things before we get started on the day. I know that yesterday was kind of tough, right? Like yesterday was a little bit emotional. All cases with the babies are going to be emotional. All of them are going to be, hard to deal with. So I get that. I tell you what really affected me was the officer who testified when he kind of like lost it. Oh, broke my heart. So I had an idea. True Crime Ranch, thank you so much. Prayers the treatment worked. Here's a little gas money to go get your PET scan. Much love. Thank you so much, True Crime Ranch. Thank you so much. I have a good feeling. I haven't been super sick lately. I've had a little bit more energy. So I have a good feeling. I'm manifesting it. Everything's going to be good. I do look tan. It's my red, where I was bright red yesterday, it's kind of turning a little bit tan today. So that's good. At least my sunburn's healing fast. I think the oxygen treatments actually help everything heal faster too. So it turned my sunburn into tan a little bit faster. So that's good. Chunk of Bacon. Happy anniversary. 9 months with the best mods, friends, and hosts. Chunk of Bacon, Bacon Bit, love y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I appreciate it. You live here now. Going on 10 months. You live here now. So yesterday, the officer who was testifying, I think kind of broke all of our hearts. And I want to do something. I want to like send him a card or something, you know, like just give him like you can just send it to the police station or whatever. Just something to be like, hey, you know, like, thank you for what you did. You did an awesome job. Like, you have a bunch of prayers coming your way, you know, from the 13th jurors. Because, oh, gosh, bless his heart. I felt so bad. Erica843, member for 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. 7 whole months. 7 whole months. Julie F., member for 8 months. Brandi, you are amazing. Julie F., you are amazing. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Happy anniversary to both of y'all. Happy anniversary. I think, Cajun, can we, if we, what if we make a link or a page on the website where everybody can go in and like put a comment and like maybe like leave him like a little, you know, kind word or thought or prayer or, you know, good vibes or whatever. And then I can send him a card and we can just give him the web address so he can go like read all of our happy thoughts. Can we do something like that? We can make it happen. We can figure it out. Let's do that. I want to spread some kindness in the world because he sure did. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Or super sticker. I always call it the wrong thing, and sometimes people correct me, which is annoying because thank you is a thank you, even if I call it the wrong name. Thank you, and you the best. Thank you. All right, so we'll do that. I will talk to Cajun and get that, figure out how to get that done, and we'll send him a thing. We'll send it next week or something, and that way we'll once we get the website thing up, we'll give everybody time to where you can go in and write something nice. I just seeing the love that he had for the kids and like how he, you know, gave, and hearing that he gave the football to Gavin and he, you know, broke down and he, you know, rushed out there wanting to save Destiny, like that just broke my heart. And I think that he, you know, that's a really tough job, and I think he deserves, you know, some love in return for the love that he gave. So we'll do that. Pilola's mom, add to gas and lunch Monday, sending prayers for scans. Thank you so much. Thank you for super chat. Thank you. Love Lucy sleeping with her pink bacon ball. Yeah, she loves it. She knocks it around all the time. It's really funny. Gina Farley, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Or super sticker. Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all are very generous. Very, very generous. I appreciate it. And Sandra Oliver, thank you. Gas and prayers. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's going to be good. I do my PET scan Monday, and then I'll get the results on the 19th, I think. I have to be there at 2:30, so it'll be good. Good vibes. Candace, 9 whole months. I would like my child support now, please. Okay. I'll get back to you on that. Could you imagine if I had paid child support for all y'all 9-monthers? Woo! Happy juror baby anniversary. Happy. Melissa Ann, love being here, praying for you. Thank you so much, Melissa Ann. Happy 8-month anniversary. Happy 8-month anniversary. Lynn in South Carolina, add into the gas money fund, covering you in prayer. You got this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, Candace, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. Can't donate from one account and not the other. That's very sweet. Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all are funny. All right. So for those who, one more housekeeping thing. Okay. You know, we always talk about what I'm reading. And I told y'all what book I just finished. Great. Somebody said it's pronounced, it's spelled Greenwich Village. It's the one in London. And somebody told me yesterday it's pronounced Greenwich, like the one in New York. But so but it's spelled Greenwich. I don't. Anyway, that's the one that I finished. I showed y'all yesterday. This is the one I was going to show you. This is the one I started yesterday. The Alice Network. So far, it's really good. Everybody says y'all like to share book recommendations, so this is the one I'm reading right now. The Alice Network. It's really good. It's about the two world wars, basically. There's a girl, it kind of like, it's two intertwining stories, one from like 1915 and one from 1945. So one is going on during the First World War and one is directly after the Second World War, and it's these two really strong, amazing girls, and it kind of, the two stories weave back and forth, but it's really good so far. So far so good, but that's the one I'm reading right now. I told y'all yesterday I would keep you updated on those. All right, so yesterday, let's do a quick catch up for those who may have missed what we saw yesterday. The mess that we witnessed yesterday. I will tell you that, normally if you miss the first day of trial, I'm like, oh, you go back and watch the openings. You don't have to in this case. It wasn't even, you ain't missing nothing. The openings were not great or effective or impactful, in my opinion, my own personal opinion. But the main information that we got between the openings and the witnesses yesterday, they gave us a little bit of a timeline. On the timeline, they said they had been to the park and played, and they got home at 8:42, so it was dark when they got home. So I'm not sure where else they went other than the park, or if they just played until after it was dark. I mean, this is September, so it's not like exactly like the long June days, so I'm not really sure. But anyway, they got home at like 8:42. There's movement. The defense attorney kind of hinted at the fact that we're not seeing the what we think we're seeing when we see two adults and two children in those videos. He kind of made it sound like, he's going to reveal something else that apparently nobody else saw. So I don't know. I guess we'll see what he says about that. But there's movement. You can see from the neighbor's camera when they get home. It looks like, according to the state, that you see Destiny walk inside, and then Robin. Destiny's the victim, of course, and then Robin, the mom who's on trial, the defendant, walks in behind her carrying Gavin, which is Destiny's 2-year-old little brother. And then there's another car that pulls up, and the state says that you can see, that person walk inside and then walk back out, leave in that car, and then we see Robin come out and get in the car, her car, and pull her car up to where that car was, and then go back in the house. And it's about 3 minutes later when she calls 911. During the 911 call, she tells the 911 operator, that it was a random black guy who, those were her exact words, random black guy who did it, that came in and shot her daughter and then left in a black Chrysler 300 with dark tinted windows. But also during the 911 call, we know because of the timestamps, during the 911 call, she walked outside and put her gun, because it was her gun that was used, that was what was used that killed sweet little Destiny. And she walks outside and puts her gun in the bushes off to the side of the house while she's on the phone with 911. So 911 gets there, and the sweet officer that we watched yesterday said that he walked in and he just couldn't get over how quiet it was. Like, that's something that stuck with him, is how quiet it was, because she wasn't panicking. She wasn't, trying to do CPR. She wasn't. And 911 had asked her, about doing CPR. And then all of a sudden after that, she's like, oh yeah, no, she's breathing. It's almost like she didn't want to do CPR, so she was like changed her story. That's how it sounded. That's pure speculation. pure speculation, but that's how it sounded to me. And but she changed her story so many times, who knows. But he walked in and he said, is somebody hurt? And he said that Robin just kind of, like, she was on the phone and she just kind of like pointed behind her, like, yeah, back there. And then that's when he said he looked and he saw a child's foot. So he went and scooped her up, took her outside to try to assess her injuries, and he called for help, etc. So where we left off was a proffer outside the presence of the jury. So we were hearing from the officer who took Robin to the hospital, and we heard that outside the presence of the jury, we heard that there was a woman who Robin saw in the bathroom, and she was trying to get her to take her phone, and the officer kind of gave the information that he's going to give on the stand to make sure that they were going to do that. Now, I believe when they started this morning, they are still going to be outside the presence of the jury. That's what I understood, that they were going to possibly do a proffer with the other, with the actual lady from the bathroom, and then see what else they say from that. So that's kind of, I know that there were some people on social media yesterday when I was posting about this saying that they were going to come watch today. They didn't watch yesterday. So if you are one of the new ones, welcome. And that's pretty much what you missed. I am going to pull this up. We're going to have to use a different feed. I think the feed I was using didn't start on time today, and I don't want to miss the presence of the outside of the jury. So we're going to have to use a different feed for like the first hour, but here we go. So
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sands. You may step down. Have you
this one didn't start on time.
convinced your son that he shouldn't get on the back of any more bulls?
Yes, he's not gone anymore.
Okay.
Oh,
Congratulations.
that's why she was in the hospital, because her son was injured from bull riding. So we didn't get to see what she said. They cut it off.
All right. If you would ask Ms. Sands to step out, please. You'll probably be called back in here in just a few minutes, Ms. Sands, once the jury comes in.
I was trying to find a feed where we actually got to see some of it, but
All right. Let me hear your argument.
they all cut it off.
General, why do you believe that the evidence, obviously there's no question about the fact that this defendant attempted to solicit someone to take her phone. That's clearly admissible proof. The argument, as I understand it, is that there should be no mention of the fact that she suggested that the cops might find something to do with drug transactions on the phone. Am I correct in that assumption?
That is correct, Your Honor, because the motion that they filed on 404B was specifically about the other talk about drug transaction that we dealt with last Friday.
Let me hear your argument, General.
Your Honor, I think as we heard in the prior hearing on Friday, that there in fact are text messages that evening involving drug transactions, specifically with Mr. Key. And this is the defendant's statement. She's telling this individual to get rid of the phone, and that is one of the reasons she is saying she wants this phone disposed of. So I think it certainly goes to her motive and the state's theory about this case. The text messages, I think the court's already ruled that involving Joe Key are coming in. So I think her testimony is consistent with the introduction of that text message. Again, that's what she's telling this individual, why she wants to get rid of that phone. So I think that is relevant to this case. Specifically, I mean, she's given multiple false reports, and here, again, she's saying someone shot her daughter, and maybe something to do with drugs, and that's why she wants to get rid of the phone. So I think it is relevant, and I think it should be admissible.
Mr. Whalen, anything else?
Judge, I fail to see how the talk of wanting to get rid of the phone because there may be something about drugs on it fits into their theory of the case, when the theory of the case is that she left the firearm where the child could get a hold of it, and the child did get a hold of it and shot his sister.
So that's the story they're sticking with, is that
So I don't know
the
how
baby did it.
This has any probative value and makes any element of the charge of first-degree murder, or even but clearly wanting to get rid of it, it goes to the tampering, but it doesn't, the fact that there may be some drug talk going on there doesn't make that more or less likely. I mean, she's bent it and put it in the sink.
Well, the damning evidence, for lack of a better way of putting it, is the effort to discard the phone and her desperate attempts to have someone else take the phone and do something with it. Why does the concern that she has over the police finding something about drugs on her phone when her daughter's body is not yet cold, why doesn't that go directly to her state of mind and consciousness of guilt?
Because, Judge, for one, this little procedural issue is that they did not file a notice of 404B to introduce that.
Show me where in the rule they have to do that.
Why did we have an argument last Friday, Judge, about the other drug incident? I mean, we can't say that yeah, they have to put us on. This is a prior bad act, right?
Well, it's an admission by your client.
But it's also a prior bad act. So under 404B, they got to give me notice. They knew that. That's why they gave me notice on the other incident. So we can't have trial by ambush by giving notice on one incident and not on the other one, and then just throw it up here and say, well, it kind of, it helps our theory. No, it prejudices the jury beyond its probative value, and for that reason, it's inadmissible.
I think in the grand scheme of things, General, what you're eliciting from this witness, the fact that she says something about drugs on her phone is not very significant. I'll allow you to put it in if you want to, but the devastating proof from this witness is about the fact that this defendant, while her daughter is in another part of that hospital, is desperately trying to discard her phone because she doesn't want the police looking at it. So, but it's in this court's judgment, the fact that she's doing that is highly probative. The fact that she makes a statement about her reason for doing so, when you consider it in conjunction with the fact that we're going to hear from another witness who I've already heard from, that she had been texting on that very phone on the way to the hospital about getting rid of that gun, that's very incriminating proof. So it's highly probative, it's highly relevant, it's coming in. I will allow the state to elicit the testimony, the admission she makes about drug dealing, because I think it goes directly to her state of mind, and what, which, I mean, the whole central issue here, folks, is was she negligent in how that gun was handled and allowing the one child to get the gun and potentially and actually fatally harm the other. So it's relevant, it's coming in. The court clearly finds that whatever unfair prejudicial effect is greatly outweighed by the probative value. But I'll leave it to your sound discretion on whether or not you want to put that part of the testimony in, because to me that's, in the grand scheme of things of what this witness will testify, it's rather insignificant. All right.
That makes sense.
Anything else we need to take up pre-trial before we bring the jury back in? I don't know. We got all of them here? Okay. You got all your exhibits, Lisa?
Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear on the issue of the photographs that were coming in. It's not because the computer was up. It was because they were using them with the witness without laying a basis for entering them. I thought they were going to do that, but we had several of these photographs published during direct examination without the photo being introduced.
I don't recall that, but obviously authenticate the photograph before you introduce it. All right, we ready to bring the jury in?
Okay, so I want to play devil's advocate for a minute. Let's see what y'all think about this. Okay, so the story that they're sticking with is the baby did it. The 2-year-old did it. Now, there ain't no chance on God's green earth that little baby drug a stool from the kitchen to the bedroom. We saw that picture of how high the closet was and used a pair of her high heels, according to her, to get up high enough to pull himself up on the stool and then stretch up to get the gun and then go in there and do it. That's fairy tale BS. No doubt about that. So if they're sticking with, thank you, Donna Turner, for gifted membership. Thank you. Melanie, you were gifted membership by Donna Turner. Thank you so much. Okay, let's say if he did it, it would have had to have been because she had the gun out, like right there. So regardless, all of the negligence charges would stick anyway. You can't have a gun out there. Do you think it's possible? I think it's going to be really telling when they try to tell us what actually happened. Because if they try to stick to the baby drugged the stool in the bedroom, and if they try to stick to that nonsense, then if they give us a more plausible explanation, kids have been known to, like mess with firearms that accidentally go off. It is known to happen, but in order for that to happen, the gun would not have been up in the top of the closet. She would have had to have had it laid out, loaded, no safety on, which is completely negligent, and she would still be, charged with all the other stuff. But what do y'all think? Do you think it's possible? It ain't possible that baby got it out of the top of the closet, but
Get them lined up.
yeah, she probably thought that she would get just a neglect charge and not a murder charge if she blamed the 2-year-old. But see, my thing is what reason would she have? I don't know. I'm so mad at her. It's hard to I don't know. Yeah, there's no way he could have reached that. I mean, that whole thing is just stupid. I don't know that. I don't know. ML, get to the membership. Thank you so much. ML, thank you for getting to the membership. Simon, you were gifted a membership by ML.
Let's the jury.
Let's do a poll. Do you think it's possible? If she had said, I left the gun on the table loaded, it would have been her negligence, obviously, but it would have been more believable. But that baby ain't gonna go get it out of the top of the closet. And the fact that her story changed so many times.
All right, everyone may have a seat. Waive the call for the state. For the defense. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good evening. We are still in the state's case in chief. General, you may call your next witness. Recall Trooper Tucker.
All right, Trooper Tucker, back on stand.
And have a seat, please. You're still under oath. Yeah, nothing about that story made sense. Not a thing.
Not a thing.
Good morning, Trooper Tucker. Kind of pick up where we left off. So you transported Ms. Howington from Balsam to UT Medical Center.
That's correct.
Okay. And is UT Medical Center in Knox County?
It is.
Okay. Once you transported her to UT Medical Center, what do you do?
I get out of my vehicle. Ms. Howington gets out of the vehicle, and we proceed into the ER lobby waiting area.
Okay. So are you describe the lobby waiting area to the jury?
There's multiple different check-in areas. It's pretty hectic. It's always usually crowded. And off of that, there's various hallways where you go for the different rooms. Then there's like a family crisis room, kind of where you get updates about family members that are needing intense care.
Were you waiting with Ms. Howington during this period?
Yes, we're kind of in the middle of the middle of everything, middle of all the traffic.
Okay. Did at some point she go use the restroom?
She did.
Okay. Then at some point after that, were you approached with information about Ms. Howington's behavior in the bathroom?
Yes, I was alerted to her action, by a male citizen.
We're going to put it 1.25. Let me know if it's...
Concerning her actions in the restroom regarding her cellular device.
And what did you do from there with that information?
With that information, I attempted to make contact with her.
How did you do that? How do you attempt to make contact with her?
My first instinct was to get a female nurse to try to go into the restroom for me to try to obtain this cellular device.
21st.
As cell phones are critical pieces of virtually any investigation in law enforcement, so I wanted to obtain it quickly. Eventually, I just kind of, like a better term, just shinny my way into the women's restroom.
When you did that,
hey, expert.
Was there anyone else in the restroom?
I don't recall. I know Ms. Howington was in the restroom.
Could you see her?
I did.
And what did you do from there?
I demanded her cell phone from her, and I obtained it.
When you obtained that cell phone, can you describe the script or describe the condition it was in?
I know it was in the off setting, and it was not on. It was not powered on.
What did you do with that cell phone from there?
I alerted the detectives, talked to Detective Riddle or Wardlaw over the radio, and just let them know that I had the phone, that I believed that the defendant had attempted to get rid of the phone, and then they advised me to preserve it, and they quickly came to my location in the hospital.
Okay. So let's circle back. At this point in 2019, you had a cruiser camera and not a body camera?
Correct. We had the old L3 system. Again, by today's standards, it's extremely archaic, low tech in today's time.
And was that in-cruiser camera system operating that evening?
It was.
Have you had an opportunity to review that your in-cruiser camera footage?
I have.
Is it fair and accurate?
It is.
I want to circle back to the time period when you're driving Ms. Howington to UT Medical Center. Do you recall that time period?
I do.
Have you reviewed that period of your cruiser camera?
I have.
Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
Y'all think she'll take the stand? Let's do a poll on that.
Trooper Tucker, starting here at 21.
Is this been introduced?
I'm about to.
Okay.
21.
Introduced, Judge, it shouldn't be shown.
Well, he's showing it to him for authentication purposes. Is this your cruiser video?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this beginning at 21, this period going forward?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate?
It is accurate, yes, sir.
We'll move this in as the next exhibit.
All right, mark and file it's number 6.
May we publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Wait, that's 1034, check to see 132.
That's just standard radio traffic for the Knoxville Police Department radio channel.
Peter, one second. Ma'am, I'm going to be transporting one of the female family members to UT Medical Hospital. My starting knowledge is 7.
Someone calls here, we're at 21, 22, 28. That male voice, who's that?
Over the radio, sir?
Right there.
Oh, that was my voice, sir. Yes.
No, 6. 21, 22. Ma'am, from what I can hear on the radio, there was a somewhat vehicle description, but I'm not exactly sure what it was. Did you see anything, or
Yes.
what did you see?
It was a Chrysler.
Okay.
So as she said, it was a Chrysler.
That female voice, who's that?
That's Miss Howington.
Same as Howington, that you identified earlier?
Yes, sir.
Just in the vehicle, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Like I said, I was on Callahan, and I came here as soon as I could.
Hold on real quick. Let me swap feeds.
So what we're going to have happen here is you can check on your child and everything, and they'll keep you updated, okay? And then we're going to stand by for the investigator to come to the hospital, okay? So I guess what I'm saying is, no matter what, we're going to stand by until he gets there. Does that sound okay to you? Okay. Well, maybe we can work on that for you in the hospital.
She's so calm. Like, I'm not even that calm when my dog throws up, so I don't know how.
Very nice.
Biggest thing for her to get over with the jury is how many lies she tells. This is okay. Sorry, this is the dash cam. So in that, they explained this yesterday that they didn't have like the body cams or any of that stuff. They had dash cams that faced forward, and the mic for those was attached, like the microphone for those was attached to his belt. So this is as they're driving, he's driving her from the house to the hospital to go to UT Medical Center where they've taken Destiny. So it's her voice and his voice as they're driving in his cruiser.
Thank you.
So calm. CC is turned on, but it's not always going to pick it up. It's turned on. Now, this is the time when they said that, according to her phone data, she's in the back texting that guy to go get the gun out of the bushes. Because that's what she's thinking about.
Troop talkers, we're stopping at 21, 27, 26. Were you able to hear what she was saying there?
Like in that moment in time, or just now?
Just now.
Yeah. She said something to the effect of, "Hey, can you do that for me?" It sounded like to me.
And that's her voice.
That's her voice, yes, sir.
We can continue to play on.
I don't know. Did they say what kind of gun it is? Because that will make a difference on whether or not he can pull the trigger. I don't know that I've heard them say what caliber gun it was yet. In order for him to do it, she would have had to leave it out, within reach, loaded, with safety off. Hard to hear her.
It's not what we're saying.
Didn't boyfriend say that she had... Right, maybe it hadn't come out in this yet, but... Yeah, because we still don't know who it was that showed up right beforehand. They haven't talked about that, about who it was that showed up right beforehand, came inside and then left almost right away, right before this happened. Yeah. Yeah. I hate that. She's telling somebody to come to UT.
My phone's about to die.
My phone's about to die.
Thank you.
course, they'll include the lessers. Yes, she's in the back seat of the cruiser in this talk. She's crying. I don't know that they were suspecting her at this time, because remember, she said that somebody came in. So he asked her if she got a look at the car, and she said that it was a Chrysler 300. Of course, we know that that was one of her big fat lies.
She was. Ma'am, I have not heard a thing about that.
Did they say anything about how she was? I'm kind of mad that of all the stories, that's the one they stuck to.
Trooper Tucker. So once you arrive at UT Hospital, you and Ms. Howington enter UT Hospital.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do you recognize this?
That's the public entrance to the emergency room.
Okay. So is that, again, your cruiser camera?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are you inside UT Hospital at this point?
Yeah, this started the second video, yes, sir.
Okay. So how does audio pick up if the cruiser's outside a building and you're inside a building? Can you explain how that works?
That technology at the time, it was kind of like a range for the signal. So our belt mic, what gives us audio is a microphone on our belt. Gives you visual as the camera and the dash. They were separate entities. As long as the mic were on our belt was in range per se of our vehicle, you'd be able to pick up audio. We're able to hear it because I can park so close to that front door, and we're kind of just inside that wall that we're within that range.
And again, you've reviewed your cruiser footage?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair and accurate?
Yes, sir, it is.
So this is a separate CD, or is it still part of the same CD?
It's on the same CD, but it's separate clip color.
It's all the same exhibit. Exhibit 6.
So if it picks up other people Does that mean they're close in proximity to you to pick up on that belt mic?
Absolutely. The technology at the time, it was not stellar technology. So if you were hearing somebody else on my mic, they were, I'd say, somewhat close, within a conversational distance.
Request permission to hold, Your Honor. Again, for the record, we're beginning at 21:48:09.
All right, you want to talk to the doctor? Okay.
So that, we're stopping at 21:48:34. So that sound, that creak, and then you're asking for the phone, explain what's going on right there.
That was after I was alerted to Ms. Howington's actions, and that was me, I believe that was me exiting the restroom was the creak. I was already, had already entered and was talking to her face to face and obtaining possession of the phone.
We'll continue playing. Stopping at 21:48:46. Whose female voice is that?
It's Ms. Howington's.
Continue to play, Ron. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Oh, Lord.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
You doing okay up there?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So, when they played that video, Mr. Hammond stopped it a few times and asked you about who the voice was and what they were saying.
Yes, sir.
He did not stop you at 21:34:29, and when you can clearly hear Miss Howington praying that her baby's okay, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard that clearly.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear her at around 21:31 saying, "Please come to UT. I'm in a police cruiser. They're taking me to the hospital. Please come to UT."
Yes, sir.
And when she was praying that to let her baby be okay, did you hear her crying at that point?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then she asked you if you'd heard anything about the condition of her baby.
Yes, sir.
And you told her you didn't know.
Correct, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Trooper.
You may step down. Thank you, Trooper. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Okay, so here's my problem. You don't get to have it both ways. You don't get up there and point out to one witness, well, there was no point in her doing CPR on the baby because the baby wasn't breathing and didn't have a pulse. You don't get to say that and then say that she was in there worrying and asking about the condition of her baby. It's one or the other. She either believed that she was already dead, or she believed that she was going to be able to, that there was a chance that she could make it. You don't get to get up there and have it both ways depending on which witness you're cross-examining.
Marty Sands.
But what do I know? She's crying again. She's going to be crying this whole trial.
And if you would come around and have a seat in the witness chair, raise your right hand and be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a seat, please. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Would you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marty Sands, Martysands.
And where do you live?
In Maryville, Tennessee.
Okay. Are you married?
Yes, I've been married 32 years.
You have any children, grandchildren?
3 kids and 6 grandkids.
What are the ages of your children?
31, 28, and 26.
Okay. Are you employed?
Yes.
Where are you?
At Walter State Community College.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to September the 14th, 2019. Did you have an occasion to be at UT Medical Center?
Yes, my son was hurt.
Okay. Can you tell me how your son got hurt?
He was at the fair riding a bull, and he got kicked in the head and had a broken collarbone.
So you went to UT Medical Center so he could get treatment for those injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived there that evening?
I don't remember.
Okay. Can you tell me where you were once you arrived at UT Hospital, where you were staying?
In the emergency room department.
Okay. Was it just you in there, or were there other people?
It was me and my husband, and some of our friends had come.
Were there other people there waiting for their family or friends, or was it just you and your family in that emergency room?
Yes, it was a little busy.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to go use the restroom that evening?
Yes.
Can you just tell me about going into the restroom and describe its layout?
I went in to use the restroom. There was probably maybe 3 stalls, and it was empty. There was no one in there, and I went into the last one. And then I had heard somebody coming in, and they come and stood at my door, and I just thought that was a little weird.
Okay. What happened next?
I opened the door to come out, and she's standing there, has the phone in her hand, and tries to get me to take it. She's like, "Please take my phone." And I questioned it, and she said a man had come into her house and shot her daughter, and the cops are going to take her phone, and she needed me to just throw it away somewhere for her.
Did she give you any other reasons why she wanted to get rid of that phone?
She had said something that she sold drugs, and just that the cops were going to take her phone.
Okay. That female that you encountered in the bathroom that evening, you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, over there in the black shirt.
Can you describe her physical appearance?
Like today, or?
Do you recognize the person that was in the bathroom that evening?
Yeah, she's sitting right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's attending.
It shall.
So she asked you to take her phone. Do you do it?
No, I didn't.
Okay. What do you do from there?
She was just constantly begging me, and I had told her what happened to my son. I told her I was sorry about her daughter, and I just went on to wash my hands, and she just kept following me and like begging, and I was like, "I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it."
Okay. Did you ultimately exit that restroom?
Yes.
Did she exit with you?
No.
Okay. So she stayed in the restroom when you exited?
Yes.
Okay. Once you exit the restroom, what happens next?
I just walked over there and sat down by my husband, and I told him what happened in the bathroom.
Okay. That individual you encountered, Miss Howington, in the bathroom, do you recall anything about her demeanor?
She was just nervous and like fidgety. She wasn't crying or anything.
Okay. So once you're out, you told your husband what had happened?
Yes.
And do you know what he did with that information?
He went and got one of the cops that was standing around there and talked to them, and they come over and was questioning me.
Okay. That's the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Sands.
Good morning.
My name is Mike Whalen, and I represent Ms. Howington. I just got a couple of questions for you, okay?
Okay.
So weird.
Before you ran into Ms. Howington in that bathroom that night, did you know her at all?
No.
Did you know anything about her?
No.
So you don't know how she is normally or anything else, right?
No.
And you were there because your son had been Kicked by a bull.
Yeah, at the fair and the rodeo.
That's got to hurt.
Yes.
Hopefully wasn't seriously injured.
He had a broken collarbone, but he's healed.
At the time you encountered Miss Howington, did you know yet what the condition of your son was?
No, I did not.
What was your state of mind at that point?
I was upset, and
when you're upset like that in that kind of situation, you don't know what happens. You know your son's been injured, but you don't know yet how seriously.
Yeah.
What's your thinking like at that point? Clear? Confused?
I was just, wanting to go back and see him so I could see for myself that he was all right.
Right. You were concerned?
Yes.
Because you're a mother, right?
Yes.
Or just a human being, you'd be concerned about a young man getting hurt,
Yes.
right?
Not in the bathroom trying to get rid of your phone.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Anything further, General? You may step down, Ms. Sands. Thank you for being here. Call your next witness.
How weird would that be to just have some lady outside your door like, somebody shot my child. Here, take my phone and get rid of it. Excuse me? I'll be like, okay. Hand it over. Take it right there to that officer. So weird. Yeah, she said she was selling drugs. That's what she told the lady. Next up, I wonder if this is the husband. I got in a paper towel and be like, put it right here. Let me not get my DNA and fingerprints on it. But you go ahead and hand it over. Crazy lady in stall number 3.
Let me know when that witness gets here.
Oh. Witness wasn't there. Skip forward. That's why I love speed trialing. Get to skip forward through all this stuff. Why would you tell some random lady you were selling drugs? Yeah. I mean, that wouldn't be the weirdest thing that's happened to me in a public bathroom, but it would be right up there in like the top 5. Another story for another day. I like this judge.
Everyone may have a seat. Waive the call for the state. For the defense. All right, General, you are recognized to call your next witness.
The state calls Joe Key.
Joe Key.
Come forward and have a seat in the witness stand. And before you do so, if you would raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat. Adjust the microphone so that you can speak directly into it. Go ahead.
Mr. Key, if you will introduce yourself to the jury, please.
I'm Joseph Key. And can you spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Josephkey.
Mr. Key, are you someone that lives here in Knox County?
Yes.
Do you know an individual that's name is Robin Howington?
Yes.
Do you see that person here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you point her out, please?
Right over there in the black shirt.
Your Honor, could the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell the jury, how do you know Miss Howington?
I bought pills from her.
I want to take you back to September of 2019. Okay. In September of 2019, was Miss Howington somebody that you were familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you bought pills from her?
Correct.
All right. And explain to the jury what that means.
I bought pills from her for my grandmother, and that's that.
Okay. And do you know what kind of pills it was that you were purchasing from Miss Howington?
Yeah, it was Roxy's.
Okay. And is Roxy's Roxycodone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if on September 14th of 2019, if you had a text interaction with the defendant, Miss Howington?
Yes.
May I approach?
I've never even heard of that.
Let me hand you this packet and ask, do you recognize this text exchange? You can flip through and make sure.
Why you gotta bring
something
Granny
you
in it?
recognize.
Granny's sitting at home going, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And can you tell the jury, is that text messages that you have in front of you communications between yourself and Ms. Howington?
Yes.
On September 14th of 2019?
Yeah.
Our permission to make this a next exhibit and publish it to the jury.
Is that number 7, Lisa?
Yes, sir.
All right, mark and file it as number 7.
If we can have the projector.
That's what everybody says when they get caught buying pills. It's for my granny.
This packet that we have that's Exhibit 7, and then I'm going to also put up on the screen what you have right in front of you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then that way the jury can see what you're looking at. So, this text exchange, this is, are you the person that's in gray or the person that's in purple?
It's blue.
Or blue?
The gray.
Okay, and so it looks like that it starts with there's some kind of phone call that's made to you. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall anything specifically, Mr. Key, about that phone call that day?
No, not really.
Okay. Next, and I'm just going to read through. Your phone is cutting out. What did you say? And then it indicates that you respond, I had to get Grayson. I was supposed to put something in your mailbox from Shane. Who is Grayson?
That's my son.
Okay, and so you were indicating to Miss Howington that you had to go get your son?
Correct.
All right, she replies back, can I meet you? Or can I meet you?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next text exchange starts at the top of this page and goes to the next page. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
The next thing that you say starts at this page and then goes to the next page. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and go to the next page. It says, I ain't left the crib yet if you're over this way. Is that what you're saying to Miss Howington?
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of you trying to meet up with Miss Howington on this particular occasion?
To buy pills.
Okay. She responds back, OTW. What does OTW stand for?
On the way.
All right, and then you say, okay. And then she says, here. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Then it looks like there's a missed call where you attempted to call Miss Howington. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's some more communication from you that starts with, hey, what's up? Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. If we could flip to the next page. And then you also say, yo, what up? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then she responds back, what's up? And then this next portion, I want you to explain to me what you all are talking about. I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to ask you to explain what it means, okay? So it looks like it says, not shit, you good. How many was you wanting? My bad, wrong person. On the how many you want part, I need 6 of them. Can you explain to the jury what was happening during that portion of the conversation?
I was buying pills. and I was texting her, my bad, wrong person, that I was talking to my grandmother.
Okay. And so when you said how many was you wanting, you meant to send that to your grandma?
Yes.
And so then you said that, my bad, wrong person, on the how many you want part?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you meant to text Miss Howington, I need 6 of them?
Yeah.
When you said I need 6 of them, what were you talking about?
Roxy's.
Okay. If you could go to the next page. Then it says, do you got any grays or whites? Is that right?
Yes.
What are grays or whites?
Roxy's.
Okay. And then there's a missed call. Do you remember calling Miss Howington at that point in time?
Not really.
Okay. Then there's a question mark, and then it looks like the next portion says, I need 10 of them, you good? Was that you? Okay.
Yeah.
So at this point, have you changed your request from 6 to 10?
Yes.
Do you remember why that was?
Because she wanted a little more.
And then this next text message is from Miss Howington, is that correct?
Yes.
And she says, go to my house the back way and get my gun out of the bush under the air conditioner. Gavin shot Destiny, then come to UT, and I got you for free. Do you recall receiving that text message from Miss Howington at around 9:26 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. When she indicated to go to her house the back way, did you know what that meant?
I assume like in the alleyway.
Okay. Wow. And are you familiar with where her air conditioning is and where her bush is that she was referencing?
Not really.
Okay. When you received this text message asking you to go get her gun out of the bush, what was going through your mind?
I didn't want no part in it.
And then the next text message says the police are there, but if you park in the alley and walk up, you're good because they're in the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, again, when you receive this second text message, what's going through your mind, Mr. Key?
I'm not doing none of this.
Okay. Did you, in fact, ever go to Miss Howington's house and try to retrieve a gun or anything of that nature?
Nope.
Okay. Then, following that, it looks like Miss Howington again attempted to call you at 9:26 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this one is black in color. So do you recall the phone call actually coming through?
Not really.
Okay. Do you remember receiving a phone? You might not recall what she said or anything like that, but do you remember receiving a phone call from Ms. Howington after she sent you those text messages at 9:26?
Seems like I do, but
okay.
I mean, it's been so long ago.
Okay. Wow. Do you recall being in the courtroom a few days ago when we played an audio of a cruiser where Ms. Howington was talking to somebody on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying that was a phone call that you received?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what Ms. Howington said to you?
Can you do what I asked or something like that?
Okay.
I just remember that from the video.
Okay. Now, when she actually said that, could you hear what she was saying?
No.
Okay. You do recall Ms. Howington calling you, though, and you not understanding what she was saying. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you one more picture. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
What is that a picture of, Mr. Key?
The front of her house.
Okay. If we could make this exhibit number 8.
Marking file is 8.
We can publish such picture in a projector. All right, Mr. Key, how many occasions did you purchase pills from Ms. Howington?
A couple.
When you did that, tell me what the routine was.
I would hit her up, go to her house, walk in, hand her the money, and leave.
Okay. And whenever you would go to her house, are you walking or driving?
Driving.
And when you drove, where did you put your car?
Normally in the front right here.
Okay. If you on exhibit number 8 will circle where you put your car.
But are we talking about on a particular day?
I'm asking him about what happened in general.
Are you requesting instruction to the jury about this evidence?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're hearing evidence which the court is allowing to give proper context to this witness's testimony. regarding the text exchange between he and Ms. Howington, the fact that there is an allegation that there may have been some other form of illegal activity, specifically the sale or purchase of narcotics, does not in any way impair Ms. Howington's presumption of innocence in this case. You may not consider it as some form of propensity on her part, that if she's done something like this, that therefore she's committed the crimes for which she's presently accused, but is solely being admitted for the limited purpose of providing proper context for the text messages and the exchange between this witness and Ms. Howington. Does everybody understand that? All right, go ahead.
Okay, so on Exhibit 8, where you've circled in red, that's where you would typically park.
Yeah.
Now, on September 14th of 2019,
Crazy.
did you go to Ms. Howington's house and park outside her residence and walk in and purchase drugs on that particular day?
I don't believe so, no.
Thank you for the super chat. This is in
That's
Knoxville.
Cross-examination. Thank you.
Lord, here we go.
Morning, Mr. Key.
Morning.
Sir, you did testify before in this matter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you were asked how you knew Miss Howington.
Yeah.
And you didn't say, I bought pills from her, did you?
No.
No. What did you say?
What do you mean?
When you were asked last Friday, how did you know Miss Howington? What was your answer?
I met her through a friend.
And what was that friend doing?
I assume buying pills from her.
Now, Mr. Key, you don't recall coming in here on Friday of last week and saying you met her through a friend who lived in the neighborhood and you were going to get a job cutting her grass because the friend said she paid well. You don't remember saying that?
I said I cut her grass and painted her house.
Right. And
I did odd jobs.
And you met her to do those jobs through a friend.
Yeah.
So you said all that on Friday at the very beginning of your testimony. How'd you know Miss Howington? That was your response, right?
Yep.
And today you walk in and they say, how'd you know Miss Howington? I bought pills from her, right? Why'd you change your story about how you met Miss Howington?
I didn't change my story.
So when you first met Miss Howington, it was just about buying pills.
Yeah, at the beginning, yes. And then as it went on, I did odd jobs.
And did you tell us any of that on Friday?
Yes.
I know it's been a long time ago, 3 days ago. You're saying that your testimony on Friday was that when you first met her, it was about buying pills. You know it was recorded,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You know that was recorded.
Yeah.
And that's your testimony.
Yeah, I bought pills from her and I did odd jobs for her.
And are you still using pills?
Nope.
Were you using Friday?
Nope.
Were you using today?
Nope.
So it's your testimony that when you said, no shit, you're good, you were talking to your grandma.
Yes.
And then when you say, how many of them you want, oh, sorry, wrong person, you were still confused. You thought you were talking with your grandma.
No, I wasn't confused. I knew I was talking to my grandma, but I sent her the wrong message. I meant to send it to my grandma.
Because your grandma had changed her mind about how many pills she wanted at that moment?
Yeah.
From 6 to 10.
Yeah.
Grandma wanted those.
Yep.
Leave Grandma alone. Yeah, that's disgusting, isn't it?
And you realize it is a felony crime for you to deliver drugs to your grandmother, don't you?
I assume so. I don't know. I don't know what the crime is.
Or to be selling them to anybody else.
Yeah.
Is your testimony here, your sworn testimony under oath, that you were getting pills for your grandmother and no one else?
Yep.
I could have one more.
Green's got arthritis.
You just said when the state asked you about the conversation that you saw the video of from the police car. Remember that? And you started talking about what she said, right?
Yeah.
And what you said on Friday was you couldn't hear when you were receiving that phone call on September 14th. You couldn't hear anything about the cop. You didn't know what was said, right?
Yeah.
You had to answer out loud. So
yeah.
So, have you seen that video again since last Friday?
No.
So that's the only way you knew anything about what that conversation was by watching that video on Friday.
Yeah.
No further questions. Anything further, General?
Just briefly, Mr. Key, on Friday you did talk about the exact same drug transactions that we talked about today. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's all.
You just changed your story about how you met her, right?
I didn't change my story.
So it didn't go from painting her house and cutting her grass to today being buying pills.
I bought pills from her, and I cut her grass and painted her house.
And on the text message that she sent you, she said she asked you to go by there and get that gun because Gavin shot Destiny, and that was 9-something in the evening.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, you may step down, Mr. Key. Thanks for being here. Call your next witness.
Mike Rooney.
Mike who?
Rooney.
I hope Grady's all right. Joe Key, star witness.
Come around here, please, sir. Raise your right hand and be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, please.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the court record?
It's Michael Rooney, Rooney.
And where do you live?
508 Balsam Drive, Knoxville.
Okay. Where are you employed currently?
Currently at the detention facility for the sheriff's office.
Okay. And what do you do there?
Property clerk.
How long have you been employed there?
2 years.
Okay. So in September 2019, were you employed with the Knox County Sheriff's Office?
I was not, no.
Okay. Circle back. So you reside at 508 Balsam?
Correct.
How long have you lived at that address?
Neighbor.
I think it's about 12 years now.
Okay. Is it in Knox County?
It is.
Okay. Do you know a Robin Howington?
I do.
How do you know her?
She moved in, I want to say about 8-9 years ago.
Where did she move into?
To the house next door.
Okay. Directly next door?
Yeah, it's a large lot, but yeah, I think 502 address.
Do you see Robin Howington in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Yeah, she's right there in the black shirt.
You got to make the record reflect? I want to draw your attention to September the 14th, 2019. Were you living at 508 Balsam?
I was.
Were you home that evening?
I was.
Can you tell me about being home that evening?
I was just home watching a ball game. My daughter alerted me to some ambulance and fire truck outside, police cars. But prior to that, I had no indication there's anything going on.
Okay. Mr. Rooney, see if he can move a little closer to that microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Or you can scoot that.
Thank you, Mr. Rooney.
So you said your daughter heard some commotion outside and alerted you?
She'd seen the lights from either the ambulance or the fire truck.
Did you go outside or did anyone come to your door?
Not initially, no. Then after a little bit, the police came to the door asking if we'd seen or heard anything.
Did you hear anything that evening?
No, nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. So you didn't hear a gunshot or gunshots?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have a home camera system?
We do.
What type of system is it? Or was it at that time?
It was brand name of Zmodo, Z-M-O-D-O. I don't know the model number and stuff like that, but it was in the corner of the porch.
Okay, so was it facing in the direction of Ms. Howington's residence?
Yeah, so it caught our front door where we park our cars and then on beyond. So it would have got the front of that house and into that intersection.
Do you know if it was working that night?
It was.
Have you reviewed it?
I reviewed it that night with the officers.
Okay. Is it fair and accurate?
Yeah.
And are the timestamps on the video fair and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, if you need to approach the witness, just approach. You don't have to ask permission.
Take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what I've just handed to you.
Yeah, that's the disc that has the video on it. I just signed it.
Did you have an opportunity to review that?
I did.
And everything's fair and accurate?
Correct.
We marked it up.
Mark the file, that is number 9.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah, I got burnt yesterday, or Sunday. Mark? This is the owner of the spider web.
Can we give the table on the light, Your Honor?
Lights, please.
So this is your front porch?
Correct.
Okay, so the camera's situated up in the corner?
Correct, yeah.
And it's facing towards Ms. Howington's residence?
That's right.
Okay. And for the record, we're at 828, 38, 829, I'm sorry. Can we get all the lights on? It's a little...
All right, got some more.
Call the spider as a witness. So we see the headlights pulling up. This house had a big old fire and then they tore the rest of it down. It's gone now. So this is the video that they used in the openings, which I think was a huge mistake because it messed with the momentum, but what do I know? But this is the video from right before it happened, when they return home at 8:42, and then the porch light comes on. You can see them go inside, and somebody else, like there's 2 cars there. and then somebody else comes in from the other car and then leaves, and then you can see her go and move her car to where the other car had been parked before, and all that. So all that video is from this fella. I can't believe she was telling him, hey, go get that gun. The police are in the house, but if you park in the alley and just walk up the side and get that gun, you'll be fine. And then come to the hospital and I'll give you the pills for free. What? Are you kidding? Nuts. Nuts. Disgusting, really. Yeah, they said that's a spider web. They came home at 8:42. The 911 call was 8:53. So there was only like 11 minutes of happenings between the time they got home and the time she called 911. Call Grandma to the stand. Leave Grandma alone. She's at home with her Roxy's, watching Let's Make a Deal.
No, I think it goes to the vehicle that does approach Riddle.
I would object to this point. I don't know that this witness, if he can authenticate the video in the system, I don't have a problem with that. If he's going to talk about what's happening on the video.
I haven't heard anything objectionable yet. The video from this time was authenticated.
Good point. She moved her car I think it was like 8:48 or something, 8:49 or something, and then she walked back into the house at 8:50. And then 3 minutes later made the 911 call. I've never even heard of Roxy. I didn't even know. All right, hold on. We're at 8:37. We still got, hold on. This is 8:37. We still got a minute to go. I ain't waiting this whole time. Hold on. 8:40. 8:42. All right, I'm skipping forward. I ain't sitting here during all this. Hallelujah for speed trialing. Okay, so you see the car pull up with the headlights. Here's the other car pulling up. Or maybe that's not the headlights. Maybe that's the first car that pulls up. Because that's still there. Still watching, still waiting. Okay, there it is. All right, so at 8:43:24, you can see the porch lights come on. See where it lit up right there? So that was the first, the car pulling up was the first thing. Then there's a second car, but this light coming on is the first thing that they pointed out. Okay, then you can see right here, they said that, you can see just barely right there, they said that that's Destiny walking in. And then right here, behind, you can see this is... they said this is Robin walking in behind her carrying Gavin. I think they said nothing happens again until like 8:46. Hold on, let me skip forward to 8:45 so we don't have to sit here the whole time. So the state said that there's no movement from that time when Robin walks in at 8:43 and 45 seconds. And then it's like 2 minutes later, 2.5 minutes later, something like that, that there's movement at the door. All right, so you see... Hold on. You can barely see that. See, you could barely, that stupid spider web. Somebody get the spider web out of the way. You could barely see. Hold on, let me go back one more time. Watch. I'm going to slow it down. All right, right there, right before the spider web goes over in front of the front door, you can see somebody start to walk out. And you can see that there's movement right here, but you can't really see, I mean, you can't make out who it is or anything, obviously. All right, I'm going back to regular speed. Okay, there's somebody walking right there too. Look. Watch. Let me slow it down again because I know it's so hard to see this. Watch right here. There's somebody. It looks like movement right there. right here. There's some kind of movement right there. Walking in the front door at 8:46:37. So somebody walks inside that house. You can still see movement on the porch. There's a couple crucial times where, like right now, there's nothing happening and the spider web's out of the way. But then when somebody walks, the spider web gets in the way. So right now, there's her, the 2 kids, and somebody else in that house. Okay, look right here. You can see now somebody's walking out. 8:47, like 46. You can see that now there's a person right here walking out the front door. You can see them walking right here. See? Going back out to a car. You can see him right here. I don't want to see her. Put it back. Bro, thank you. All right, and now the car's pulling away. So whoever came inside, now they're leaving. All right, now look, there's another, this is where they said that Robin came out of the house. The spiderweb moved right in front of her, but every time I pause, stupid spiderweb. Okay, so now you can see right there. You can see this is where they say that she came out and moved her car to where the other car had been parked before. So the headlights are moving. I'm trying to pause it on the moments because a lot of y'all say you can't see anything. So I'm trying to help. I would assume this is somebody she's selling pills to. For them to meet her there, come in, and leave. But that's pure speculation. Okay, see, here she is. This is her walking back into the house. This is at 8:50 and 11 seconds. Right here on the porch. She goes back into the house at 8:50 and 16 seconds. It looks like her and the other person pulled up kind of back to back. Like not, ow, my leg, not far off from each other. So she's in the house for about 2.5 minutes before she calls 911. Yeah, there's been no testimony about anybody hearing a gunshot. All right, so now 8:53 and 10 seconds. So this is the time that she's on the phone now with 911. So sometime in this 2 minutes, presumably, is when the gun went off. Okay, see right here you can see this is at 8:53 and 53 seconds. Right here you can see her coming out on the porch again. So this is when she comes out and comes around the house and puts the gun over by the bushes. See her? Bro, she's on the phone with 911 and she's out there hiding a gun. That's disgusting. There's no audio of the shot that I've heard them mention, because there's no audio on this video.
through about 8:58, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
About 4 minutes.
Skip forward a little. So police arrive. You can see the flashing lights. You see that door. Oh, I'm not happy about what comes next. My heart is... Walking inside. You can see him running out there.
You may take a break. All right. We'll take about 5 minutes. Don't discuss the case. We'll get you back in here in just a moment. I'll rise for the jury.
Yeah, they're showing it without narration, and they introduced this through the neighbor because it's his camera. So, which may be part of the reason that he went over that in the openings to kind of tell people what to look for, because it is so hard to see. She looks a lot different. All right. Yeah, her lies make her look terrible. I don't know how you come back from that. I don't know how you come back from all of the lies, plus offering to give dude pills for free if he'll go scoop up the gun that just killed her daughter.
And have a seat in the witness chair, please. I understand you're probably going to be coming right down in a moment, but I need to recognize Mr. Whalen for cross-examination.
Mr. Amos just has one question.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Amos just has one question.
Okay.
You want to see it again? No.
Jim, text Tim and tell him to get the jury lined up, please. I don't know how old.
That's going to be real hard for them to.
Of the videos that we're playing with Detective Riddle, where there are redactions, and so I wanted to ask the court to give an instruction about that to the jury. Most of it is just when they leave the room and then come back in.
I mean, are they going to hear any of that before lunch? Or is there enough that you can ask him to?
If we go for 30 minutes, no. If we go for an hour, potentially.
I mean, the food's supposed to be here at 12:30, so, and that clock's a little bit fast. Yes.
That's what I am ready to see. We need to keep up with how many different stories she tells. Right now, we're still on. Well, we just got to the second story because she said random black guy was the first story.
Everyone may have a seat. Wave the call.
Wave the call.
All right, General Ammons, you are recognized for further questioning of this witness.
And then she told
Mr.
Joe
Rooney,
Key.
The video footage
Gavin
we've
did
just reviewed, did you provide that to law enforcement that evening, September 14th, 2019?
I did.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Rooney.
You are free to go, Mr. Rooney. Thanks for being here. Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Riddle.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
Have a seat. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Tim Riddle. Spelling on my last name's Riddle.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Knoxville Police Department.
And what's your current assignment?
I have been a police officer for just over 20 years, and I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit of the Knoxville Police Department, where I've been for the last almost 14 years.
Okay, and can you describe for the jury, you said you've been in the homicide unit for the past 14 years. What types of crimes does that cover?
We work every serious case, a crime against a person. That would include rapes, robberies, aggravated assaults, homicides, things of that nature, any serious crime against a person.
And how many detectives are there currently in that unit?
Currently in our unit, we have remodified in the last year or so to split up homicide from violent crimes. In our unit right now, we've got 8 detectives, 2-man teams, and we've got 3 violent crime investigators.
Okay, so back in September of 2019, were you guys considered violent crimes?
We, at that particular time, major crimes or violent crimes, and that usually consist of about 12 investigators, 3-man teams.
Okay. Now, when a violent crime comes for you all to begin investigating, does one detective go out and do every single thing on the case, or is it something that there's a teamwork approach?
My experience, it's more beneficial for us on a team approach. Generally, we want as many investigators as possible out investigating crimes of a serious nature.
And so in this particular case, whenever you all received information that there had been a shooting on Balsam Drive, are you the lead detective on the case?
Yeah, generally what we do is we try to not overwhelm one detective. We try to split these big cases up so we can focus. It's a lot of paperwork, it's a lot of time. So on this particular day, I was the next person up for a murder.
Okay, and so when you're the next person up, does that mean that you are the lead investigator or the lead detective?
I am the lead.
And
correct.
then do you kind of direct the other people involved?
Yeah, it's we kind of piggyback off each other. I may give things to do, they may give me their ideas. It's more of a team approach.
Do you recall if there were any other investigators or detectives who played a crucial role in this case?
At that particular time, we had one detective that was off. His name was Investigator Jeff Day. On that night, it was myself and Detective Brandon Wardlaw.
Okay, and does yourself and Detective Brandon Wardlaw, do y'all do the bulk of the investigation on this case?
That night I responded to the scene. I believe I sent Detective Wardlaw to UT Hospital to follow up there.
Okay, and so let's talk about that. When did you first become involved in this case? How did you get information that anything was going on?
I received the call via police radio. Generally, a crime of this nature, a shooting, they would alert us by a tone on the radio. On this particular day, the 14th of September of 2019, we got that tone you don't want to hear. We got a 5-year-old shot. We don't know the prognosis. That's, in my experience, I don't know that I've ever had a 5-year-old shot.
And so what did you do when you received that information?
When I received that information, without giving complete details, I live in the Fountain City area. I was probably 15 minutes away from this Fountain City location.
And so did you go to Balsam Drive?
I did.
Do you recall what the exact address was that you went to?
It was 502 Balsam Drive, which is kind of very close to the Duck Pond if you're familiar with Fountain City.
Okay, is that here in Knox County?
It is here in Knoxville, Knox County, Tennessee.
Describe for the jury, please, what the scene looked like when you arrived at Balsam Drive.
When I arrived at the scene, I like to get, I speak with some of the officers, responding officers, because they may notice things that I may not have noticed. They give me what some of the encounters they encounter when they first arrive upon the scene. In this particular case, I carry a pocket recorder, so I'm going to record the conversations. Contrary to what you've heard initially, my main concern is this five-year-old little girl and Robin, because I felt in my heart that we had a killer of a 5-year-old little girl running around, and it freaked me out. Okay. So we're trying to focus to get as much information out there via police radio of this suspect, a general description, a car information, so we can possibly apprehend this killer of a little girl.
And so the information that you had that there was this killer of this little girl, was that based on the 911 call that the defendant had made earlier that day?
Yes. Dispatch, they relay all that information over to us via the police radio. We knew we were looking for a black male suspect. There was a clothing description, I believe, given, and I believe a black Chrysler 300 that fled the scene. Okay,
and so you got the information about a black individual shooting this child, and the clothing description and the description of the car, that all came from the defendant in this case, is that correct?
Come through initially via the defendant and 911. Okay. Upon arrival, I spoke with her briefly. My concern was to get her to the hospital as soon as possible, but I wanted a quick, brief statement from her so I could get some understanding and get my bearings together. So I did take a brief statement from her at the residence.
Okay, and so you said that you did have a recording device on you.
I did.
All right, so let's start, if we could. I'm going to show you some pictures so we can get the jury oriented to what's going on. Let me hand you these set of pictures and ask you, do you recognize what's in these pictures?
Collectively or individually?
No, I'm going to do them individually.
First one, 10.
Yes, sir.
How pissed would you be if you were him?
It is, but someone marked
Well, she can introduce it again.
To be lied to
Yes,
like
these
that.
are actual photos of the residence when you go in and the inside of the residence.
10, 11.
Wild goose chase for a child murderer.
Let those be marked and filed.
And if we could publish them to the jury.
You may.
I'm going to start with Exhibit 10, and I'm going to put the first photograph up. All right, describe for the jury, please, what you are being shown, what you're looking at.
Charmaine Wilson.
The first photo is of the front of the residence. I believe you'll see a police officer at the front door. That glass door is the front of the home.
Okay, and so this is the home that we've been talking about that is the home of the defendant.
This is 502 Balsam, the residence of Robin Howington.
Okay. If we could go to Exhibit 11, can you describe what this is?
This is that mid-room that you were talking, that Officer Cummings had explained. There was a kind of a living room as you go into the home. This is kind of the mid-room. I guess you could consider it den area. This was where little Destiny was laying on the couch.
Okay. Now, to orient us to this picture, if you were standing in the front door of the house, is this looking straight back into the house?
This is looking in the southern direction, going back toward the back door of the home.
Okay. If we could go to the next picture. Okay, and can you orient us to this picture?
This picture is focused more toward the north, focusing toward the north of the home. You can kind of see the front door there through that room, and this is going facing north.
Okay, now if you touch that screen right in front of you, it's going to make a mark so the jury can see. Can you circle the front door in this picture?
It's not working. I need
Well,
to get this
you
little
just point to it
icon.
with the arrow, then that's fine. Is that the front door that you're placing?
Yes, you can clearly see the front door of the home.
Okay, and then is there a room right there whenever you first come into the home?
Yes, that is that first living room where Officer Cummings had described as he entered.
Okay, and then the room that we're looking at, that's the most of the picture, is that the second living room that we've been hearing about?
This is the second living room. I would consider it a den area. This kind of looked where, to me, is where the family mainly hung out. That's the couch where Destiny was discovered.
Okay, and if we could go to the next picture, and is that where Destiny's? Is this what the couch looked like when you went there that day?
That is correct.
Okay, and this is where you were told that Destiny was found. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, we can have the lights. All right, now you indicated that one of the first things that you did after you talked to the other officers and kind of got some information about what had happened is that you spoke to Ms. Howington. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury kind of what was going on when you went to speak to Ms. Howington?
Basically, I'm going back over what she's already relayed to 911. Again, I'm kind of amazed by the situation. We're dealing with a 5-year-old that's been shot, and that's just not normal for me. And I've done it for a long time. So I'm just trying to get, again, as much information as possible from her. But I'm also trying to be sympathetic because I know she wants, I'm a parent. I know she wants to go to the hospital, check on her daughter. I understand that. I knew the prognosis was not good, but to my knowledge at that particular time, she was still alive.
So did you speak to Ms. Howington?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what her demeanor was while you spoke to her?
Again, we've heard a lot about PTSD. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to describe that. I thought she was rather quiet. She was not very anxious to me about finding out who this was. Is that normal? I don't know, because I have worked many scenes over 20 years, and people have different emotions. I do understand that.
And so you said that you had a recording device.
I did.
And the recording device that you had, was it video and audio, or was it just audio?
It's only audio. It's a little pocket recorder I stick in my pocket.
Okay, and you've provided a copy of that to the district attorney's office?
I did.
Okay. If we could play a clip of that and have you identify it.
Put the recordings in there.
Today's date is the 14th of September 20.
Do you recognize that voice?
I do.
Whose voice is that?
Myself.
And can you explain to the jury what you do when you make a recording?
Generally, I like to dictate the date and time. It doesn't always happen that way, but in this case, I wanted to give the date and the time of where I was and what I was on.
Okay. And so is this the audio recording that you did of the defendant initially there at the scene?
Yes.
I don't know if we could make this the next exhibit.
It'll be marked in file as 14. Is that on a disc?
It is.
You may.
Timber Metro Crime Sergeant Police Department here at the corner of Balsam and Kingwood on 81, where a 5-year-old has been shot in the chest. Going to be entering the residence. Just because it's a crime scene, we're still going to get permission. Yes, if not, we'll have to advise her. Please explain the process for me. Yes, sir. Okay, what happened right now? How old is she in date of birth?
5, 10, 7, 13.
10, 7, 13, and what's her middle age?
Jay.
Correct, right, sir. This is your house?
Yes, sir.
And we understand this is about 5 years later?
Yes, sir.
Your baby was shot?
Yes.
Okay. Just I need to get your permission so we can come in and process the scene and things like that, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're giving us consent.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you'll walk me through this and just tell me where you were at the time of the shooting.
I was in there.
Okay.
They were all in there. We just started home and get ready to feel
When you say you all, it's you and your dog?
Yes.
Okay, you're in here.
And the door was open like it is now.
Okay. And what happened?
And he just came in here, and we were all sitting right there.
Who's he?
I don't know who he is.
You don't know who this
I don't
guy
have
is?
a clue. I've never seen him in my life.
And he walks in here. Will you show me just so I can know?
Yes.
Is
She was
there a
laying on the couch. I was sitting right beside her. He was sitting right here. I was sitting right here. She was laying right here. And he just shot. And then it was like he was surprised. I don't know if he was trying to shoot me or what, but he shot her.
Where were you sitting?
I was right here.
And she's right here?
Right here.
Right here.
She was laying down right here.
And you were sitting down the whole time he comes in close to you?
Yes. I didn't even realize he was in here until it was already too late.
And what happened? How many times did you hear him shoot?
Just one time.
One time. And when he shot, what happened? Did he say anything?
Nothing. He looked like he was surprised because she just went limp.
Who do you live here with?
It was just me and my kids.
You and your kids are
Yes, but I have post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Okay. Well, we're going to get you to the hospital. You probably don't need to drive on the police team.
Okay, that's fine.
And we're going to keep a child for you just so he's safe, okay?
Well, he's supposed to neighbor, I think.
Okay, but you're right now, just because I told you the other agencies are going to be involved, because we've got small kids involved.
Right.
So when we got to stay above the radar, we're going to help you all we can, but we don't want to leave that child not knowing where he's at. see what I'm saying? That's why once you kind of drive all the way to the, start there. When the suspect leaves, do you follow him out?
No.
You don't find
No, I was here with my daughter.
There was some information on the radio saying he was driving a black Chrysler.
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because I've seen it.
From here?
You can sit right here and see the door was wide open.
Okay. The crime scene's right here. As long as you turn on the lights, or light here.
You gotta plug it in.
Right. Thank you, sitting right here. Laying on the couch where she sits. And I'm going to measure it from here to there. I didn't see the chill cases. But it's hard to see. Okay. You're something to get you to the hospital. We're going to put the plan in here. We're going to be sure that's the process.
Yes, sir.
So when we leave, we'll lock this door back.
Okay, let me make sure I get my keys. Get my phone.
Hey, here's what we'll do. Let's go ahead. I've got a brief little statement from her. And let's go ahead.
Real quick, she said that she didn't get up and follow the guy, because she was worried about her daughter, but she was able to see outside in the dark exactly what kind of car he drove, what color it was, and that it had dark tinted windows. But she didn't follow him. She was just able to see that from those pictures we just saw from that second living room looking out at night. Got it.
Get her over to the hospital, check on the status of the daughter. The little boy, we're just keeping him with us until we get special crimes. You want us to want to all well, unless you can, somebody here close, where we know the kid's at. Okay. Take this neighbor. This concludes my brief interview of the victim, or the victim's mother.
Detective Riddle, the male voice that we heard, is that your voice?
It is.
Okay, and the female voice that we heard, who was that?
That was Robin Howington.
Okay. Was there also somebody that was grunting or kind of crying or something like that you could hear?
Yeah, I believe that was little Gavin, the 2-year-old.
All right. And then were there other officers that you were speaking to kind of intermittently?
When I believe you'll hear initially I spoke with officers, and then inside the home I'm probably speaking with officers again, and I'm also speaking with forensic technicians. When you hear a measurement, I wanted a measurement from that den area all the way out that front door, because I thought it was an extreme distance to get a depiction of a car and to be accurate. I mean, it was a pretty good long ways, especially in the dark.
Okay, and so that's what I was going to ask you about next. So you can hear in this recording that the defendant is describing for you things that are happening within that house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to pull up this exhibit right here that we had up just a moment ago. It's going to be exhibit... You can go ahead and put it up. Exhibit 12. Okay, is that the same as what's on the screen?
That is correct.
All right, and can you describe what Ms. Howington was saying to you?
She was describing to me that she's in this living room and she can see out that open door all the way to the street where you saw the lights come in. That's a significant distance to me. That's the first clue. I don't know how you can recognize a Chrysler 300 from the distance from in that den area all the way to a street, and considering in the darkness.
I should have been a detective.
And so was there anything else that Ms. Howington said to you initially there in that first interview that caused you concern or gave you pause in any way?
I don't think anything other than how she could get, and she, sometimes witnesses are wrong. I just was curious as to how she could have got a good picture of that, sight picture of that car. So nothing really generally took place there until we got her over to the hospital. Then the red flags started showing up.
Okay. So let me ask you about a couple other things that you all discussed in that initial interview. She indicated that Destiny's date of birth is October 7th of 2013.
Yes, and I believe she might have been giving that to another officer.
Okay. Were you able to confirm Destiny's date of birth?
I believe so.
And was that her date of birth?
Yes.
So that would have made her 5 years old at this time?
Correct.
All right. Do you also recall there was some discussion about shell casings?
Yes, and what I'm doing, again, I'm going in to look this scene over. I did not see a shell casing, and it's not uncommon not to find a shell casing. Those suckers will bounce around and do everything. So I just didn't see one.
Okay, and so in this case, ultimately, what do you find out about the shell casing?
Ultimately, you're talking about
in the course of the investigation?
In the course of the investigation, the shell casing was located in the chamber of the firearm.
Okay, and so you didn't see it there at the scene, and ultimately, later on in your investigation, that's where it was determined to be.
It was not located. The firearm was located.
Okay. After you spoke to the defendant in this case briefly, did you all, I believe you had some discussion about how she was going to get to the hospital?
I did. And in a homicide investigation, phones are important. At this particular time, Robin was not a suspect in this crime. She was a mother upset over the shooting of her daughter. I wouldn't think she would do this to her child. So I wanted to get her to the hospital. I didn't take her phone. She's not a suspect. But later on, when I developed reasonable suspicion, probable cause that something is not right, that's when I said, we got to get that phone.
Okay, so whenever she went to the hospital, do you recall how she was transported to the hospital?
She was transported to the hospital in the back of a police cruiser, and we just didn't want her driving. I mean, we didn't want her doing 100 miles down the road, an hour down the road. We wanted to get her there safe, so we put her with a police officer.
Okay, and then again, you didn't take her phone at that time because you had no reason to.
No, personally, I felt like she probably needed to reach out to people, family members.
So, Detective Riddle, what happened next as far as your investigation? She goes to the hospital, and what's the next thing that you...
I'm still at the original scene, 502 Balsam. I think I'm waiting on investigator Phyllis Tonkin. She is a special crimes investigator. A crime of this nature, you have to get... you've got a 5-year-old that's been shot. You've got a 2-year-old still in the home. You have to get the Department of Child Services involved. They have to send out their investigative team. So it's a culmination of people looking into this crime. So I'm actually at the scene waiting on Investigator Tonkin to come in and get her team together.
Okay, and so just so it's clear to the jury, Investigator Tonkin is with family crimes, so she's going to be working with DCS as part of their investigation. Is that correct?
Special crimes deals strictly with DCS. We have no encounter with that. So what we do is we lean on them to run that end of the investigation to deal with DCS.
Okay. At some point in time, did you receive any information from anybody at the hospital?
I believe it was either through Wardlaw or definitely no. Trooper Tucker called me from the hospital.
Tell the jury about that, please.
Via police radio. I generally, a bad habit of, I do not carry a phone with me. So I had only access I had to my person was my police radio. We're on a special sides channel. He calls me and says, hey, Robin is trying to destroy her phone or give it away. So I immediately said, take her phone. This is not normal behavior.
Okay, and so obviously you can't go out and get the phone, so you've instructed Officer Tucker to take the phone.
I instructed him to take the phone and I believe relay that to Investigator Wardlaw, who's still at the hospital getting a prognosis of Destiny.
What happens next?
I believe I clear that scene because we want to get in. Now I'm curious as to what's going on. Why would someone want to destroy their phone? So I want to get her down and get an interview. I mean, I know we've heard that she got PTSD and things of this nature. We're dealing with a homicide of a 5-year-old little girl. It's sad. So we need to get this information. We need to learn from someone that would want to give us that information. A parent. They would want to get that information to the Knoxville Police Department.
I'm going to object to the continued editorializing of what he thinks people should do and what they shouldn't do.
Well, explain what you did, not why somebody else would think what they should do.
I got her down to interview her about the death of her child.
Okay. And so do you recall what time it was when you started the interview with the defendant?
I believe it was probably shortly after 11 p.m., maybe 11:14 p.m. that evening.
Did you think it would have been better to wait till the next day to interview her?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Just because we've got to get that information out there. We've got to figure out what's going on.
Okay. And so did Ms. Howington agree to come and give an interview to you?
I believe she was, after she had spoke to the doctors, she was transported back to the Knoxville Police Department for an interview.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach?
Is this a good time to break for lunch? It is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the food, if it's not here already, will be here in the next few minutes. I'm assuming the next thing that will take place is you're going to hear the interview of Ms. Howington at the Knoxville Police Department. That's much more lengthy than what we've heard up to this point, certainly much more lengthy than the brief interview you heard at her home. So this is probably a good time to break for lunch. Remember the court's admonitions from yesterday. Do not discuss the case with one another or with any other person, and do not attempt to learn anything at all about the case from any independent source. We're going to take about an hour, maybe a few minutes longer, give you plenty of time to eat. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back in about an hour. All right.
Okay, so one of the things that they said, if you'll remember in was it the openings that he said it? I think it was, where the defense attorney was saying something about, they interviewed a grieving mother, and, they made her talk to them that night and all that. Okay, yeah. They're trying to find like he just said, they're trying to find somebody at this point, because like he said, at this point, Robin's not a suspect. So right now, they're being told that somebody came into this house, shot this sweet little girl, and hightailed it out of there. So right now, their priority is get all of the information that you can from her so that you can get people out there and find this dude. That's what their priority is. So him saying, I can't, she's a grieving mother, and they, had to talk to her that night. Yeah, they did. If it was somebody who did this to my son, oh, God forbid. Oh, the fire inside of me, I would be trying to give every single piece of information that I could as soon as I could, because those first moments are so crucial. So I'm glad that he brought that up, that, we had to talk to her. We didn't want to wait until tomorrow, because right now we're trying to find the guy that did this, because at this point, that's the story. So they didn't wait.
Detective Riddle, you would come back up and have a seat in the witness chair. All right, we're ready to bring the jury back?
State's ready.
Yes.
Get them lined up.
Your Honor, we would ask for you the redaction instruction.
My concern is I've been seeing the redacted version of this video.
Well, is it the redactions that you all discussed?
It's the spaces that we took out, and then it's the redactions that we discussed in court the other day. The defendant's...
All right, now all the commentary about Mr. Oliver stayed in, correct? Okay. All rise for the jury.
All rise. Oh, that poor child. How old is Robin? Did they say like 40?
Have a seat, waive the call for the state, for the defense.
I think she's about my
All right,
age.
ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed your lunch. We are still in Detective Riddle's direct examination. General, you are recognized for further questions.
Okay, Detective Riddle, I believe that we've talked now about the initial statement that the defendant made to you at the scene before she went to the hospital. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then you've also indicated that there was a point in time when you received information about what had happened at the hospital regarding her trying to give her phone to a stranger. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so at this point in time, I believe that the last thing that you testified was that yourself and Detective Wardlaw were then going to interview Ms. Howington. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see what we have displayed up here on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that look like something that you recognize?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the third floor interview room. You'll see on the top of the picture it says room 302. That was the old police department. We had 3 interview rooms up there.
Okay. And so up at the top it says room 302, like you just indicated, and then it also says 9/14/2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm assuming that's the date of this interview.
That is correct.
And then it also lists the time as 22:58:35. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what time is that, like we would normally say?
That is 10:58.
Okay. Is that accurate time and date as to when these things happen in the interview?
Yes.
All right. This time we would like to make this the next exhibit and publish this to the jury.
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, the court is informed that there are certain places within this video the parties have agreed to redact. For instance, if there's a long gap where nothing's happening, they've redacted that out so that you don't have to sit there and watch that. So if the video jumps from one place to the next, it's nothing to concern yourself about. By agreement, they've redacted those parts out. All right, you may play the video.
We could get one set of lights.
Sherry, welcome to the family. You live here now. You live here.
Hey, I just want to let you know what we're doing, okay? When I was there earlier, I want to let you know the process of crime scene. So what we want to do is we want to go in and we want to process everything, okay? So when I say process everything, that means we're going to take photos.
Real quick, first thing that I noticed is that there's no blood on her clothes. They didn't say anything about her changing or anything. They took her right to the hospital after they talked to her, right? But there's no blood on her clothes.
There's blood on your sofa. So we're going to take the sofa, okay? And I just want to let you know all that stuff.
Thank you, sir.
They're looking for projectiles, okay? Your house is a crime scene. Now, just make sure you're aware of that. You don't have any problems with that, do you? Okay. Listen, and some food for thought. We're not the drug police. I don't give a fuck if you're selling 10 pounds of weed a week. I don't care. You're not going to get in trouble from me. Your daughter's dead. And I just want you to be honest with us, okay? So just be honest. We know some things now. We're getting our P's and Q's together, so we're going to come back and don't lie to us. This is a homicide investigation, and all we would ask you to do is to be truthful with us. You've got many more kids. You've got DCS. I told you before, DCS is going to have to get involved in this show. Different agencies looking at it. When a 5-year-old dies, it's a big deal. Okay, it is in my eyes. I got time. Sure, you're a mama. I believe you. Okay, so we're still processing your house. We're not going to tear it apart, but there's a likelihood we're going to take that couch. Okay, and we're looking for bullet holes underneath, things like that. Okay, just let you know. We'll be here to talk to you.
So he says, I don't care if you're selling 10 pounds of weed a week. You're not going to be in trouble because your daughter's dead. We're trying to find out what happened.
Okay, so this initial part where you go up and you talk to the defendant in this case and you tell her about what you all were doing, what was the purpose of you explaining that to Ms. Howington?
I just wanted her to get another understanding of what we're doing, why we're there. I want to make sure she's okay with us being in her home. I mean, she has an expectation of privacy in that home, but I want to make sure we're looking for anything related to the homicide of her daughter.
Okay, and at this point in time, had anybody found the gun or the projectile that was in the gun or anything like that?
No, that comes later on. I didn't have this on me when I was out there talking to you earlier at your house. You can read, right? Okay. This right here is basically what I told you. We're processing your house. I need your consent. We're out there right now taking pictures. It was recorded when I talked to you earlier. But this is the actual form that we need to get signed, okay? This is just where we're wanting to process your house. Is that good to go? Okay, I'm going to read this to you. It's wrong, right? Is it? Spell your last name. Howington? Yes. What's your address up there?
502 BALSAM Drive.
BAL?
SAM Drive.
I'll read it to you. I, Robin Howington, having been informed of my constitutional right not to have a search made of my premises hereinafter mentioned without a search warrant, and of my right to refuse to consent to search, hereby authorize crime lab technicians, who the people are out there, and officers, that's me or anybody else out there, of the Knoxville Police Department to conduct a complete search of my premises at 502 Boston Drive. These officers are authorized by me to take from my premises any letters, papers, materials, or other properties that they may desire. This written permission is being given by me to the above named officers voluntarily and without threats or promises or any coercion. Now, when I'm saying that, I told you what I was looking for. I have no reason to lie to you. We want the couch. We're looking for any projectiles, any weapons, bullets, anything that was used to shoot your dog. You know, a projectile that goes through something, it may be in the wall, it could be in the floor, it could be in the couch. These are things we need, okay? We're going to take pictures. I'm not going to go in there and look in your sock drawer. I'm not looking for anything. I'm not, like I told you, I'm not the drug police. Trust me on that. I'm looking for anything relative to the homicide of your daughter. Okay? Give it a sign right here for me. And this is in conjunction with what we talked about earlier, when I was recording earlier. Just want to make sure we got the form signed. Investigator Wardlaw, and I don't think I've introduced myself. I'm Tim Riddle. I briefly spoke to you at your house. He spoke to you at the hospital and spoken with you here as well. Normally, in any circumstance that we're dealing with a mama that's lost a child, that's kind of a witness situation with us. But only because we think there's some dishonesty going on, only because of that, we're going to read you your rights, okay? All we're wanting you to do is tell us the truth. And don't leave anything out. Remember, this is a homicide investigation. Our job is to get justice for you, especially for your daughter. Okay? I don't know what you're feeling right now. You're a mama. I'm sure you feel hurt. I'm sure you feel anger. But all I want you to do is to be straight up with me. Don't bullshit me. Okay? He's the same way. We've got kids. We understand to a certain extent. Okay?
You know that your rights before? Yeah.
And all I'm going to do is read to you. I'm not going to ask you to sign anything, but I'm going to read you your rights.
Okay, so at this point,
Louisiana rats.
You've had her sign a document. Is that correct?
I had her to sign the consent form on the home search, or to process her home.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the Knoxville Police Department's residential consent form. That's to, she gave us consent to process and do what we needed to do in her home.
Okay, and this here is her signature?
That is her signature.
And this is where you signed as well?
That is.
I wonder if we could move this in as the next exhibit?
Will it be marked and filed as number 15?
16, Judge.
Is it 16? What was 15?
The CD, the video.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Thank you, Mildred. Yeah, I agree.
And so, when you read this to her word for word, that you all were going to go look at her house. Is that correct?
Correct.
She gave you permission to do that,
Correct.
Okay. Now, I've heard that there's been several times where you told her, we're not the dope police, we don't care if you're... Tell the jury why it was that you were telling that to the defendant in this case.
My concern is I'm not concerned with drugs. I'm investigating a death of her 5-year-old daughter. That's all I'm concerned about. She would never be charged with anything in relation to that drug, anything we found that drugs. I would not take care of that. I'm just looking into the death of her daughter.
Okay, now you told Ms. Howington that because you think there's some dishonesty going on, you're going to read her Miranda rights. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the dishonesty that you were referencing, what was that?
Well, the home, or actually some things didn't add up to me at the home, and the cell phone, and they kind of seemed to be spiraling.
I'm going to read your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to consult with a lawyer and to have a lawyer present while you're being questioned. If you want a lawyer but you're unable to pay for one, a lawyer will be appointed to represent you for any cost to you. Do you understand that? Basically what we're doing is we're wanting to hear your side of the story, minus the bullshit. That's all we want. Don't lie to us. Okay?
Hey, Gavin's with the neighbor. I told you I checked and said he's with the neighbor, he's fine. That phone ain't coming on, so I can't get nobody's number for him. So you can't let them.
YouTube is giving me errors. Yeah, YouTube keeps giving me errors. Hold on, let me see if I can figure out why. Oh, YouTube. Yeah, it just kicked off a bunch of people. You know what? We made it further into it this time before it kicked everybody off. It's been doing it sooner the other times. Okay.
I never want to them about her, but I don't want to call her because she's probably going to have to die of a heart attack. That's the last thing I need.
Where's mama live?
All right, hold on. I'm going to rewind it a little bit because it kicked everybody off like all at once. Let me go back about 30 seconds. Let's see.
Side of the story, minus the bullshit. That's all we want. Don't lie to us. Okay?
Hey, Gavin's with the neighbor. I told you I checked and said he's with the neighbor, he's fine. That phone ain't coming on, so I can't get nobody's number for him. So you can't let them know. Is there any other way you can find somebody's number so you can let people know?
I mean, my mind never wants to them about her, but I don't want to call her because she's probably going to have to die of a heart attack. That's the last thing I need.
Where's mama live?
In Bristol, Tennessee.
You're going to have to let some family know because, you don't need to be by yourself. You tell me you don't know her dad's number, so you can't call him.
Right, I just figured about that.
Is there anybody else any other family?
I really don't talk to nobody. I told you, ever since I got married by a police officer, I really just distanced myself from everybody and made my life just about my kids because I got diagnosed with post-traumatic stress syndrome.
I know it's going to be difficult. You might have to call on. You never know.
Okay, so this is the first time that it just kicked off a bunch of people again. Oh, YouTube. We went from 700 people to 512. I don't know why it does that. So this is the first time that she brings up the sexual assault that she said she experienced from a police officer. And tells them, they're telling her to call somebody, and she said she doesn't want to call her mom because her mom would have a heart attack, and that's the last thing she needs. And so this is the first time, she's only a few minutes into this interview, and this is the first time that she mentions it. She says ever since she got sexually assaulted by a police officer, she was diagnosed with PTSD. If y'all are getting kicked off, sorry. YouTube be YouTubing. We just lost almost 200 people all at once.
I guess my first question is, and I'm going to start kind of at the back end of the situation here, okay? What happened to your phone? Why is it dead?
Because there was like people asking for weed from my baby daddy because they couldn't get in contact with her.
You called somebody from that house when I was there to try to take your baby boy over across the street.
Right.
Okay. You were using that phone then. What happened to that phone in a 30-minute time frame from the time you got or left that house till you got to UT Hospital? That phone. Okay. That phone has been thrown somewhere wet. We do this for a living. We're not dumb. This is your chance to tell the truth.
Let's try it, because I know at the hospital you said you had to go to the bathroom, right? And you tried to give your phone to some lady, correct? And she wouldn't take it. So after she didn't take the phone, what'd you do with it?
I'm like, you're gonna charge me with something.
What'd you do with the phone?
I don't want to talk, man, because I'm afraid.
She doesn't want to talk because she's
So
afraid.
your child is dead, and you don't want to talk.
But it's because.
So what? No. So what you're telling us is you don't care.
It's not that
You
I
don't care.
I got raped by a police officer. So please.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? Your daughter is dead?
I know that.
And you don't want to tell us who killed your child?
No.
Lord have mercy. Do you have a heart? Do you have a soul?
No worries about being charged for throwing that phone in the toilet.
You're fucking right. No, she will be charged. You're going to be charged with tampering. That's tampering with evidence. I'm serious to God. You're going to go to jail for that tonight. You can lawyer up, do what you want to. We want the truth from you. If you tell us the truth, then by George, I'll call the damn DA's office and tell them, hey, we'll slow a roll here. But if you're going to sit here and bullshit us on this, then we're not going to help you. We can help you when you help us, because right now you've committed a crime. I don't give a shit about tampering crime, but I care about that little kid of yours.
No, it's my daughter.
Okay?
Listen, it's like I told you earlier. Your action before, the way you started with trying to get rid of the phone and throw it away and all that stuff, that doesn't look good for you, right?
I know, but I don't want to get in trouble for
Listen,
weed either.
listen.
My
What did I
son,
tell you?
where's my
What
son
did
gonna go?
I tell you about that weed? What did I tell you about the weed?
That you didn't care.
I don't care about weed. You don't care about weed.
Yeah, I told that. Oh, I promise.
There's a.
I promise we don't give a shit.
Your child is deceased. That's what we care about, okay? And a lot of the things so far have not been matching up. They're not making sense. And the fact you try to get rid of your phone doesn't help all that stuff out, okay? And I told you earlier, I said, you got to tell us the truth if you want this done. When the doctor told you, what did you say? I want them motherfuckers in jail.
No, stop
The only way we can get that done is if you tell us the truth and be helpful with us, right?
I told you. We just came home from the park, and I thought somebody was following me. And so I went down the alley. There's an alley between the neighbors where you took Calvin, or where whoever took Calvin, and nobody followed me. And then I didn't think nothing about it. She was laying on the couch. I turned Netflix on for her, and Calvin was sitting right beside me. I have a roast still cooking right now in the crock pot. I was getting ready to make the plates, and somebody came in the door, and I was sitting on the, whatever you want to call it, footrest, and she was like this far away from me, laying there, because I was asking her, what else do you want? Because the only thing I had in the crock pot was the roast and carrots. And I let them choose what they want to eat because her dad is a vegan, and so she's somewhat picky about what she eats. And didn't even hear the door open because it was just a screen door. I had the other door still open because my purse was in the car still because I had to carry Gavin in because he didn't have shoes on. So whoever, only thing I seen was a black dude come in and I heard a gunshot and then I looked at my baby and then I looked at him and his eyes got big as I don't know what. Like I feel like it was meant for me.
What kind of car did it in?
It was a black Chrysler. I'm almost sure it was. I'm not 100% sure, but I can see like out the door from where the foot thing was.
So you never went outside to see the car?
No, I got a towel and put it on her. I didn't know what else to do with Clayton. I had to run to the other couch in the other living room and get my phone and call 911. And then I came back and held the towel on her, and then my baby was flipping out, so I had to hold him too.
Well, let's try something else. You said that y'all were at the park. The park is where?
In Corns, by Corns Pool.
And who was at the park?
Me, Calvin, and Destiny.
Nobody else?
No.
Just you three?
I mean, there was other people there, but as far as people I know, no.
Just okay. So you and your 2 kids?
Yes.
Did y'all leave the park?
Well, actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. These 3 boys, there's like this may be something, I don't know, but these 3 Mexican boys, there's like a fence or whatever, and there's like a bench right beside the fence, and they kept on crawling over it, going to this building that's right beside of the park. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. So the boys were making comments about my breast. So I said, you guys are old enough to be talking to me like this, especially in front of my kids. I was like, you're already teaching my son bad things because he's trying to crawl over the fence too. So I went and pulled away because when I walked back up to them, they ran in and crossed the fence again. And when they crossed the fence, I drove up there to see if their parents were there. Well, their parents was there, and it was 2 Mexican men. And I said, you need to teach your sons to be more respectful because they were being very disrespectful and talking to me in ways that I didn't appreciate, especially in front of my daughter.
And so did you drove off after that?
Yes, sir.
Headed back to your place?
Yes, sir. I went down Oak Ridge Highway and then turned left on Shaw Road and then went the back way by the Waggles on Callahan and through the back road.
And so...
Okay, so if you can't hear her, or if you're one of the ones that got kicked off and you're just coming back, we went from random black guy that came in and shot to now she's talking about being at the park and there are 3 Mexican boys who kept crawling over the fence going into the building right by the park, and they were making comments to her about her breasts. She addressed them about these comments and then went to go talk to their parents and told their parents that they needed to teach their sons to be more respectful, and then she left, so maybe she got followed. So now this is overall this is story number 3.
When you get back to your place, you said you pulled in through the alley?
Yeah, because I felt somebody was following me.
So you thought somebody was following you from the park?
No, I don't know from the park. I wasn't paying that much attention because they were always complaining that they were thirsty and they were hungry and all this. So I was just consoling them, telling them we're going to be home, you know, the roast is done. Basically, Destiny was the one that was talking.
So when did you first think that somebody was following you?
When I turned left off Oak Ridge Highway onto Shaw Road.
Okay. And so what kind of vehicle was that?
I'm not sure. It was a dark colored car. I'm not sure.
So you think a dark colored car was following at that time?
Yes, sir.
But you go straight on home.
Yeah, but I went through the alley, and when I went through the alley, nobody was behind me, so I didn't think nothing of it.
So when did you, so this dark colored car that you thought was following you, when did you not see it following you?
When we stopped at the red light on Callahan, they went behind me.
Callahan, like Callahan Clinic?
Central.
It's Central?
Callahan and Central by the Waggles.
So right there by the Waggles and I guess a couple of restaurants and stuff that you didn't see it anymore at that point.
Where Asian Cafe used to be, correct.
So you didn't see the car anymore at that point?
Correct.
And then you go into your house.
Correct.
You say you go through an alley. So you park.
There's an alley in between the neighbor's house where you took gathering and the other house.
So do you park behind the house?
No, I can't park behind my house.
So you go through the alley.
And then I just pulled into my driveway where my car is
And then
now.
you just come on and pull into your driveway.
Correct.
Right.
And then Destiny went in, and then, like I said, first I had to unlock the door, so me and Destiny went to the door, and I unlocked the door, and then I came back out, and I got Gavin, because he didn't have no shoes on, and then I came back out, and I got my purse, and turned on Netflix for her, and Gavin was sitting right beside me, and I was asking him, what else do you want me to fix? Because the roast and the carrots are done. And the next thing I know, the screen door was closed, but the, whatever you want to call it, the big door was open. And I didn't even hear it open because the TV in the living room was on also, in the other living room.
And so when you get home, you said nobody else lives with you.
No, sir. No.
Nobody, you don't have either of the kids' dad or male friend that spends the night somewhere. So
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
His name is Daniel.
Daniel
Hensley.
Okay. You didn't tell me about him earlier when I asked you.
No, we just started talking, like he may have spent the night like 3 times in like a month.
Okay. So,
and then he didn't stay there last night, he didn't stay there the night before, none of that.
All right, so you get home with you 3 there. You got Netflix on, you're sitting there talking to them about what they want to eat, and you say,
the rest of the vegetables, yes.
Somebody just comes through the door.
Right.
Doesn't say anything?
Nothing.
And just shoots.
Yes, one time.
And so you said she's laying on the couch.
Correct.
So would Gavin be sitting like at her head or at her feet?
He was like beside me.
Where were you
there was like a footstool thing, and I was sitting right.
So maybe she's
laying right here,
mm-hmm.
The footstool's right here,
okay.
I'm right here, he's right here.
So Gavin's kind of more at her feet, I would say?
Correct.
Her head's this way, her feet would be...
No, her head was this way. Her head was this way, towards the door.
But Gavin wasn't at the end towards her head, is what you're telling me?
Gavin was at the end
so he's over here.
He was on this side of me, she was laying towards... Her head was laying towards the front door.
So she's laying this way, kind of her body's facing north.
It was facing towards the door.
Front door.
Correct. If she had her head on the floor.
And this person comes in, don't say anything.
Don't say anything, and it was like me and her was just far apart, and shot, and then when he shot, it was like his eyes got big, because she instantly started bleeding, and like she just went out of it, and I just don't feel like it was meant for her.
Where was he standing when he shot?
He was probably about a foot away from the footstool thing, whatever.
So he's close to you?
Yes.
Well, then there's no way that he could have hit from you. He's a foot away from you.
I'm not going to say a foot. He was like, will you see where the door was?
Yes, ma'am.
I would say probably from here to you.
There's still no way.
There's no way.
Yeah. They're calling her on it.
If you're there and she's there.
I shoot my baby.
Well, that's what we're trying to piece this thing together to figure out.
Okay, so this is important. So she's sitting here describing where they're sitting and how they're arranged in there. And this is the second time now that she said, I think that bullet was meant for me. And so the way that she's describing everything happened, and then she's like, yeah, and he was right here when he shot. And they're like, okay, so he was a foot away from you. Like if he was going to shoot you, that's not possible. He would have shot you. You're a foot away from him. He wouldn't have, like if she's around, like laying on the couch, you're on the footstool. We saw the picture. So like that would be impossible. So they're calling her on yet another part of her story that doesn't make sense.
You said that once he shot, he just turned around and went out the door?
His eyes got big, like he paused for a second. Like, yeah, he didn't walk out the door, he ran.
So you saw this guy?
Yes.
You probably got a good look at him, right?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Riddle, at this point in time, obviously you've not seen and reviewed, at this point in time when this interview is going on, the recording from the neighbor. Is that correct?
No officers are stood out doing the neighborhood canvas.
Okay, and so now that you have reviewed
Try it
that,
again.
is this story that she's told about her coming in with Destiny and then going back out and getting Gavin and then come back in and then going back out and getting her purse, this person coming in and the person running out, is that consistent with what you see in that video?
No.
Black shirt, and I think he had on blue jean shorts, but I'm not sure. He didn't have no hat on, no nothing. He was dark skinned.
When you say dark, do you mean like
Darker than me.
Darker than me, okay. So darker than me, but how tall was he?
About my height.
How tall are you?
5'5".
What kind of, how was his hair?
It was short, like it was
Short
short.
like mine?
He didn't have a hat on, anything.
Yeah, anything that like stood out, like you have tattoos?
I wasn't paying attention. I'm like, why am I see my baby in?
And so after he runs out the door, you say you think you see a black car
Correct.
drive by. And what do you do at this point?
I got the towel and I put it on her, and then I was looking for my phone and I remembered it was on the first living room couch.
Mm-hmm.
And I went in there and I got it and I called 911. And I just kept pushing the towel on her.
Was she talking to you or anything?
And I kept on trying to talk to her. She wouldn't say nothing.
Do you remember how many shots you heard?
Just one.
Just one shot. Do you think she saw the guy? Maybe she tried to put her hands up or something? Anything you remember?
I don't know. It was so fast. Like it happened like 10 seconds. So
Right. Well, let's split some things up. So first you said that you left the door open. Is that something you do all the time?
no.
So you usually don't leave the door open.
I mean, I do, but like I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about him eating.
Because you said first that the door was left open because your purse was still in there.
Right, it was. Yeah. I had
But
it in
then
my
when you
purse.
just started telling me, you said that.
I had already went and got my purse though.
And you still left the door open after you already went and got
Right,
the purse.
right.
Why was that?
Just trying to get them to eat. She kept on saying she was hungry.
Were you or maybe waiting for somebody to come see
No.
his husband showing up?
No.
Well, so what's the deal with her dad? If you're not with her and some other guy's coming over, what's the deal with Destiny's dad?
He got an aggravated assault charge. He's the reason why I don't have my son, because he beat me to the point where I was unconscious, and the house that we lived in, he strangled me, and the door was open where it was a glass door, and he was paying $1,600 a month where we lived, and I guess the neighbors started arguing because the police showed up, and I was unconscious, and he was pouring water on my face. So we really don't get along at all. He just don't want to pay child support, so therefore he gives me money, basically. So, but people, like, he don't know a lot of people around here, so like I turn him on to people or let him meet people.
You middleman for him, because you said people text you trying to get weed.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have some contact with him.
Yes. Oh yeah. So, but I mean, we just, and that's the thing, we just got an argument 2 days ago because I was supposed to be getting a settlement from before I got raped. Mm-hmm. And he's been trying to get back with me, but he's a narcissist big time. Like, he wants to control me. He shows up at my house unannounced. And he had called me a bitch for some reason. And I got mad at him, and I was like, you're not going to call me a bitch to my face, because I'm just tired. I mean, I miss my son. Like, is that what you're like?
That's so much.
Just so that we're clear, the son that she's talking about now is not Gavin. Is that correct?
No, it's not.
She's talking about an additional child that she doesn't have custody
I believe it was an older child.
So they bring up, Wow. So much. So they ask about Destiny's dad. In case you can't hear it, she's talking about how she blames him. You know, Destiny's dad is the reason that she doesn't have her other son, because he had an aggravated assault charge. She said he strangled her, beat her unconscious. The neighbor saw them arguing. Police showed up. He doesn't want to pay child support, so he just gives her money. But he doesn't know a lot of people around here, so she acts as his middleman for weed. Because why not, right? So she said she's supposed to get a money settlement from where she was allegedly sexually assaulted by a police officer. So because of this big money settlement that she's wanting to get, he wants to get back with her. And so now he just shows up unannounced, but he called her a bitch and she got mad, and she's like this.
Yes. And so, I mean, we've always had a lot of animosity, but because of the rain, I don't really let my kids out of my sight, so I don't want to put Gavin in daycare, so I just basically, and then his dad just is out of the picture completely.
So you stay at home, so when Destiny's dad's name is Antoine, right?
Yes.
When he gets to see her, does he come around there?
He comes to the house sometimes, or last weekend he took her. That was the first time he took her in a long time, but normally he comes to the house and just sits and tries to play family.
How often does he come see her?
Well, they work on the National Fitness. If she, they have this point system on at the school, and if she gets 80%, then he'll take her to National Fitness, and they have these classes that she can do, like karate and ballet and gymnastics. And so he would take her to that and then bring her back to his house. And he tried to get me to go, but I wouldn't let her go.
Because I saw some reports you and him have had a free.
Yes, he's very violent, yes. Extremely violent.
And you hadn't seen him today?
No. I seen him. I talked to him today, and actually Destiny had called him, but she had a bad day at school. Guess what is today?
Saturday.
Yeah, she had a bad day at school on Friday. She was in the principal's office for 2 hours because she had poked some little girl or something, and she was walking slowly and holding up the class line, or they were late to lunch, and she's scared of him, so she didn't want to talk to him, but he had called.
So her dad?
Yes, and she didn't want to talk to him today, and he asked her what she did at school, and she said she was bad, and she ran off, and when she ran off, I was like, she don't want to talk to you. I was like, she's scared of you, and he was like, fuck you, I don't want to talk to you because of what had happened yesterday. I told you, he came to my house, and dropped her off because he...
Wow.
Okay, so to be clear, in this initial relaying of events, she says that Antoine was not at the house on September 14th of 2019. Is that correct?
Those are her words.
Because on Thursday she had a good day. But the guy Kelly that I told you, me and him went out to eat with Gavin at the food truck place on Central Avenue, and it was like he was watching.
Can we pause that for a second? I don't want to have the jury misled. She didn't say in this video that he was there on the 14th. She says he called on the 14th and talked to Destiny on the phone. And I just don't want the jury to be confused and call this a lie. That's not what
Ladies and gentlemen, the beauty of your role in this function is you are the ultimate judges of facts, and you judge what the facts are, not what either one of the lawyers tell you they are. Keep playing the video.
Just to make sure it's clear, she told you that Antoine was not there on the day that her child was killed, correct?
Those were her words.
All right, keep playing the video.
Right when we pulled up.
And Antoine pulled up.
Yes, and he came beating on the door like he was the damn Pauline.
Okay, I'm going to back this up so it doesn't get confusing.
But he had called.
Her dad?
Yes. And she didn't want to talk to him today. And he asked her what she did at school. And she said she was bad. And she ran off. And when she ran off, he was like, I was like, she don't want to talk to you. I was like, she's scared of you. And he was like, fuck you, I don't want to talk to you because of what had happened yesterday. I told you came to my house and dropped her off because he had her, because it was National Fitness, because on Thursday she had a good day. But the guy, Callie, that I told you, me and him had went out to eat with Gavin at the food truck place on Central Avenue, and it was like he was watching, I feel like, because he pulled up right when we pulled up.
And Antoine pulled up.
Yes, and he came beating on the door like he was the damn police.
So why is she afraid of him though?
I really don't know, because I mean, he's seen her be very cruel to me and talk back to me.
So
and then today when he was on the phone with her, like, she was like, I don't want to talk to him. And I was like, Antoine, she's scared of you. And I told her, I said, baby, you don't have to be scared of your daddy. You don't have to be scared because you had a bad day at school. Because at the end of the day, that's your daddy and he still loves you and he's not going to do anything to you. And she still refused to talk to him. So then he was like, started making it about me. He was like, you're nothing but a whore. I can't believe you had Callie over there. But, because, I mean, I've known Callie for like 10 years, longer than I've known Antoine.
This is the Daniel Hensley guy?
Yes.
Callie?
Yes, he's from California. And so, and I was like, what's the problem? And so him and Callie got into it because he was like, she's nothing but a whore. I got pictures of her sucking my dick, blah, blah, blah. This, Jesus. It could have been true, but it's like years ago, like 4 years ago, I'd say. She was about to be 6. So, like, he was like, she's a whore, blah, 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 this. And, like, they got to tussling.
Just yesterday?
Yes, they got to tussling.
At the food truck?
No, at my house. And he brought her home. And Callie had took her and put her in her bedroom. And whenever that happened, he came back outside because Antoine was like, fuck you, bitch, you ain't nothing but a whore, blah, 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 like I said. And they got to tussle because he's like, you're not going to be disrespectful like that. You shouldn't be saying this in front of her daughter or her son. You know, that's not right. She has to live here. Would you do this at your house? And like Antoine kind of put his hands on him. They didn't really hit each other, but they kind of put their hands on each other and I pulled him back. And then Callie made the statement. He was like, well, if she's a hoe, I guess she's my hoe now, or something to that effect. And Antoine went and got in the car, and he tried to back up and get me. That's why my phone was messed up.
What was he driving yesterday?
His GMC, I guess it's a Yukon. It's black.
How do you think he's going to respond to this?
Okay. She's making my head hurt. Okay, so now, oh my God. You know what this reminds me of? When I had to try to break down the Letitia videos, and she's going on and on and on and on and on, and I literally would have to like pause it every few minutes so I could take notes, and then I had to look at my notes and try to piece them together to figure out what the hell she was talking about. That's where we're at right now. So she has now moved on to talking about from her relationship with Antoine, who is Destiny's dad, to now we're getting more into the Antoine stuff. Okay, so she says, she goes back and forth about, well, I talked to him today. Now, this is on a Saturday, so that all this is happening. So she says, I talked to him today, and Destiny talked to him about having she had a bad day at school the day before. But that doesn't make sense either, because didn't she say, because she also said that he dropped her off yesterday. So why would she be, if he dropped her off yesterday, why would she be talking to him today about her day at school yesterday when he dropped her off yesterday because he had her after school? But okay, here we go. All right, so she said that originally Antoine was not there that day. the day that they're at right now, Saturday. She said yesterday he came to the house and dropped her off after fitness class. So this would be Friday. She said the guy that I guess she's dating, I can't hear the name, the guy that she's dating, and her and Gavin went to the food truck place to get food. She thinks that Antoine was watching them because he got there about the same time that they got back, and he came knocking on the door like the police. That's what she says. So she thinks that he was watching her. But then she goes back to today on the phone. She said that Destiny didn't want to talk to him because she was scared of him to tell him about yesterday at school, even though she was apparently with him. Anyway, so and she's sitting there telling him, you don't have to be scared of your daddy. Now, I'm sorry, but if you just went into all this stuff about how he knocked you unconscious and did all these things, baby, you don't have to be scared of your daddy. Or not the words that would be coming out of my mouth, but what do I know? So she's telling him you don't have to be scared of your daddy because he loves you, and he's there's nothing to be scared of. And so then she goes back to them all being there at the same time, and she said that they started to fuss because he started saying to her that you're nothing but a whore, and that there are pictures, I ain't saying what she said, too much of a lady, but there were pictures. And so Antoine and whoever, it sounds like she said Angelo, but that's not the boyfriend's name, right? So it sounded like she said Angelo. I don't know. But anyway, Antoine and the guy got to tussling, and then she said, I don't know. Then he made the statement, well, if she's a hoe, she's my hoe now. Proud moment. So they got to tussling or whatever. They're fussing and fighting. Antoine gets ready to leave. He goes out there to leave, and then now apparently she's outside, and so he tries to back up his car and hit her when she left. I need a drink. Okay, here we go.
Just to find out about this.
I mean, I'm sure it's going to be hard because it's his daughter. He's only got 2 kids, and his son's 12, so.
Do you think he'd ever do anything to try to hurt Destiny?
I can't really answer that because I'm not around. I mean, he won't even let me know where he lives. And she's scared of him.
So tell me this. So this situation that you saying happened yesterday, could that possibly happen today?
What do you mean?
Them getting into it. Could that possibly took place today?
I don't know.
Yesterday. Them getting into it at your house. Could that possibly happen today? No, it was Friday. You're positive it was yesterday? Yes. They didn't get into it today?
No. Callie hadn't even been there. I didn't see him all last night after he left. When Antoine left, he left right after him.
Was he supposed to be coming over there today? See or anything?
Who? Antoine? No.
Well, Antoine just show up at your house.
Yes, he does.
Well, you think he would just show up mad at you?
Oh, he has, definitely.
And maybe try to do something to you and just so happen that it was Destiny? And could that possibly be what might have happened tonight?
I know it wasn't Antoine. I can promise you it wasn't Antoine, but I mean, he's selling drugs. People are going to do whatever for him. That's one thing I can't say.
So you think that maybe he could have got somebody to come over there and do that? But you don't think it would have been him?
Right. I know it wasn't him. I've seen this man face to face. I know it wasn't him.
Okay, so again, at this point in her relaying information to you, she's adamant that Antoine was not at the house when Destiny was killed. Is that correct?
That's what she spoke to me about. He was not there.
What is the line on the I think it's right there on his screen.
The screen is malfunctioning.
And I'm not touching it. I don't know what's going on with it.
I suspect if you shake
You
it.
hit the back button, it should. Not leaning for you, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm clutching my pearls all right. Sorry. Nurse for God gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nurse for God.
There's still some more stuff that we gotta, that's not making sense, right? Because you're saying you know it wasn't him, you don't know who this guy, but you don't know who the guy was.
Right.
Okay? And you're saying that it was one shot, and that could be possible, I don't know. But it's still not explaining why we're not finding any bullets there at the house, right?
Were they inside of her?
No. There were no bullets inside of her, right? So
Well,
that,
they have to be there.
that would mean that it would have to be somewhere at the house, in the couch. If she's laying on the couch, and
Right.
shot on the couch, it would be, and we didn't find them. There's not any bullet holes in that couch, right?
All right, now, Detective Riddle, at this point in time, nobody's recovered bullets from the home. Is that correct?
No, I believe we're getting relayed information from forensics.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you receive information that there was, in fact, a bullet in maybe the pillow or the couch or something of that nature?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but you've not received that information at this point in the interview, is that
As of
correct?
this point, no.
So that's not adding up. This is 1 + 1 = 2, right? So you tell her she's on the couch, she got shot.
Right.
It don't add up to that. Is this, and I don't know if maybe you're scared, so maybe you're forgetting something or you're changing a little bit, but did this happen at the house?
Oh yeah,
It happened at the house.
yes, it was right there. We were sitting right there. She was laying there watching Netflix. Gavin was right beside me. We were talking about what she was going to eat. The dude came in the door and shot, and that was it.
He's been to the hospital, and what he's trying to tell you is he saw the trajectory of her wound through her person. And it would indicate to him that she's been shot through and through, right? It looked pretty straight. And on the autopsy, they'll stick the rod in her and let her know. They'll tell us the trajectory. Would it indicate to you that she was shot at he was over? Okay. If that's the scenario, then there would be a bullet or a hole in that couch going into your floor. And we're telling you it's not. We're not making it up. We're telling you that we cannot find a hole in that couch. She doesn't have a bullet in her, and it just don't disappear.
Right. I mean, I understand that completely.
And we don't think she shot. We think she shot more than once.
I only heard one gunshot.
Well, I mean, that could be. I mean, we're not saying
It could
it could be.
But that's why I was asking if maybe she put her hands up or something.
That's why I come back here and ask you about the couch.
Right. Oh yeah, you can take the
But this is, and nobody's saying you're lying. This ain't adding up. It's not
I
making
understand.
sense.
I understand.
Thank you, Sam.
And you're sure it's a black car?
I'm almost. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but yes.
Because there's a big difference between black and other colors.
Right. I mean, I didn't get up and just go out and look like I told you.
No, because I think I question you because it's a pretty long distance. I don't know how you could assume it's a black car
Right.
when you're at least 25 to 30 yards away from that, and
Right.
that small little front door. So I mean, were you assuming?
No, I wasn't assuming, but that's what I thought that I seen.
And usually in our job, in our profession, there's usually a motive. Like if someone comes in your house and there's a problem with you, bad guys are bad guys. They can be shitheads, but most bad guys have a heart. They're not going to shoot a little kid. They're going to shoot you if you're the target. Or if they're going to rob you, they're going to say, I want your shit. He didn't say nothing. Just shoot your little girl.
That's why I'm thinking that there's something you may tell
No,
us.
I swear to God.
You've already told us you're scared. You mentioned it right off the bat.
Yeah,
You're
I
scared.
mean, I got raped by a police officer.
Honey, we're not.
Listen, That ain't us, right?
So they're talking to her now about some of the things that aren't making sense, and her first go-to again is, you heard her just say, I got raped by a police officer. So they're talking to her again about, like, you know, are you sure the car was black? Well, I don't know, I didn't go look. Well, what about the trajectory? You know, this doesn't add up. You know, if it was a robbery, they would have come in and taken stuff. If it was, you know, somebody coming in, most people wouldn't have just shot a child and then left the other two and left. And so they're calling her out on all these things that don't make sense. And she says, again, she brings up the sexual assault, alleged sexual assault.
Right? I hate that happens. We're here trying to help you. We want to help you out in this situation.
Yes, I want you to come in jail.
And we need you to help us because, like I said, it's not enough. People don't shoot kids.
Well,
they don't do that. That's a different kind of evil if somebody just blatantly
that's not like it was meant for me.
But
There's no way.
you're telling us there's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way somebody's that close and misses you and hits her like that.
I mean, it's almost like it's been vindictive, which could be a domestic violence issue. I can't have you, so I'm going to take somebody else close.
She was straight up with you. I feel like it's her dad. And I feel like you don't want to tell us that. I feel like he's pissed off about all this stuff that's going on. You won't let him see her. She's scared of him. I feel like he came in there, pissed off, and he did, and you scared to say something because you know it's going to be the same thing that's been going down in the past. I feel like this.
Okay, now this is the part that defense says that they started. The way defense said it, we'll see how it actually goes down. But the way the defense said it, he said that that they start like hammering her about, you know, I think it was the dad, and you're not telling us. So he just said, I'll be honest, it feels like domestic violence thing. It feels like, you know, it's Destiny's dad, and because keep in mind, she's just told them about like this horrible, you know, violent past that they have, and you know how dangerous he is. So he says, okay, I feel like, you know, maybe it's a domestic violence thing and it's the dad and you don't want to tell us.
That's exactly what it. You don't want to say it because you're scared.
You don't want to say it because you're scared.
I think he said no, man. I don't think he intended to kill the little girl. I think he was going to shoot and scare the hell out of you. And that's why you said, he said, oh shit, I've shot my baby.
I'm telling you, I'm not.
You're right, okay, you're right, okay, all right.
See, you got serious.
Okay. So she says, okay, you're right. So it's like, she's like, oh, that story makes more sense than mine. So let me roll with that one. She says, all right. Now, the way the defense made it sound in the openings is that they kept telling her, this is what happened, until she finally says, okay, fine, that's what happened. That ain't what we just saw, but that's a whole nother story.
Listen.
Never mind.
You're right, okay, all right.
See, you got serious.
You gotta tell me,
Listen
to me, listen. She is your baby. She is your baby. We don't, if he's evil enough to do something like this, we don't care about him right now. If he didn't care about his daughter to do other stuff, why are you caring about him? You need to be trying to make sure we get her justice, and like you said, put this motherfucker in jail. He's pissed at you over this whole Kelly situation.
Right.
He's pissed that she's mad at him. He comes in there and he shoots his back.
That's on me.
You're right, okay, I've done it, I can't do it.
No, you've done the right thing.
We need to get you two families so we can get you to the junior somewhere, okay?
I just want my baby.
I told you about the hospital, but we can't do that right now.
That's what I'm doing.
That's what we'll do that, okay?
Jesse, that's another thing.
Well,
He got mad because I had Gavin, because the guy that I had Gavin with, I was with before him, and then I got with him after him, and he made me put my hand on the Bible and promise him that I would never mess with him no more. I mean, this dude used to nail the window shut on me and Destiny and had locks on his house, and we lived together to where we couldn't get out without a key.
This guy's fixing to
So tell me the truth. So he blamed the candidate did that tonight, didn't you? It wasn't meant for you. It was meant for Destiny.
I think like you said, he was going to be
I
scared.
think he wasn't scared and he shot her and it fucked him up. And he don't drive a black. He drives a white one.
He drives a white 300.
I don't know. He goes to the Powell auction behind Walmart, Clinton Highway, and buys cars.
We're pretty certain it's white.
But you know,
and he had them.
I don't know.
Because we've got witness.
What was he wearing?
He had on a black shirt. Do you have a black hat on?
Did he say anything to you? Did you ever see him when you first got home?
No.
Do you think he might have been? You think he really was following you?
I think that he was just watching.
I think you're right. I think the video is going to tell us that he was probably sitting, watching, and waiting for you to come home. We knew this is domestic. And we figured the whole time that you're scared. We understand it. We just don't want you to lie to us. You know, it's more than, you're okay. You're okay.
You lost today.
Okay, Detective Riddle, can you kind of explain to the jury a little bit about the emotions that are going on with you and the officers and Miss Howington in the room?
I'm going to speak for myself. I'm frustrated just by the numerous untruths that are being told. We go in the direction because we felt like a motive. This is just not a normal shooting. So we have a database at the Knoxville Police Department. We just pull Antoine Oliver's name out of a database. There's the database that has Antoine abusing Miss Howington. So that's why we're assuming there's more to this story than just some random black guy coming in and shooting this 5-year-old little girl. So we're trying to get this. You see how hard it is for us to get the truth out of her. We're trying to get more out of her.
Okay, so at this point in time, whenever she says that it's Anton that came in and shot the little girl, do you believe that to be a true story as you're sitting there?
As I'm sitting there, yes. I'm kind of excited, but we got some steps. We're going to go through the process of getting a warrant.
Okay, and so just so the jury's clear where we're headed, this is not the story that she's going to stick to, though, is it?
Oh, heavens, no.
Oh, heavens, no.
This is all you need right now, okay? We're trying to help you. We ain't the bad guys, right? We want to help you. Thank you for finally coming and telling us the truth, okay?
Yes, sir.
Did you, after this whole thing happened, did you call him? Did you contact him?
No.
You didn't call him? Did you call anybody?
I called Kelly.
You called Kelly. Did you tell him what just happened? You think he'll talk to us?
It'd be good.
He will. He sounds me too. And he's on probation.
What did we just tell you? What did we just tell you?
We know you tried to destroy your phone. We don't give a
You
shit.
don't care about waiting? How many times have I tell you that? I don't care about that.
I mean, he might come and talk to you and tell you that him and Antoine got into it.
That's all, yeah. If he can tell us that, he can tell us that, yeah, you called and told me whatever. Afterwards, that's wonderful. We'll do this for probation. I'll tell the probation officer, hey, he's helping us from being in no trouble. We're not in here trying to just hem folks up. But if folks do bad stuff like shoot their own child, that's the people we trying to hem up. They're the people we trying to put in jail for the rest of their life.
I can't believe the baby is gone, John.
I can't imagine how I feel at this point. But I'm telling you, you need some family or somebody right now. You don't need to be by yourself.
I really personally think we probably need to put you in a room somewhere. We'll try to get somebody from special crimes to get you some help, get you in a room. You don't need to be at that house because this guy's done something bad. He may do something worse. I don't know how it could be any worse than he done.
You ain't trying to scare you. You don't need to be by yourself. You don't need to be at home right now.
And you've told us the whole truth.
You promise when he comes in that door, he doesn't say anything.
He didn't say nothing.
Did you say, what the hell are you doing? Did you say anything?
I didn't even recognize he was there until the gun went off.
What kind of gun was it?
I don't know. It was black. That's all I know.
Did it look like a semi-automatic or a revolver?
I don't even know. I don't know anything about that.
Did it kind of look like the ones we carried, or did it have the ones that had like a little round cylinder on it?
What do you mean by round cylinder? Let me see that one and I'll tell you.
Well, I can't take it out.
It's a semi-automatic.
It's got you put the magazine in like that.
I don't know.
Or did it look like, you ever seen like in a movie, people play like Russian roulette and stuff, and they take the gun and they put a bullet in and spin it around?
No.
That's how it said, it didn't look like that?
No.
So it looked like something like this, more
Smaller.
smaller, kind of like this. Have you ever seen them with it before?
No.
You've ever seen them with guns before?
She said they're asking her about the gun because she said, because right now we're still on the version of the story where Antoine came in and did this. They asked her about the gun. She's like, I don't know. It was black. I don't know anything about guns. It was her gun that was used, FYI.
Have you spoken with him by phone today? And okay, the reason I want to say this, and I promise you, we're not going to lie to you. It is pivotal, and I'm going to tell you this from the prosecution standpoint. It's pivotal that we look into your phone because that's what they consider exculpatory evidence. We would like to see if y'all are, and if you are, that's fine.
No, it was on a phone call.
Oh.
All right, so Detective Riddle, at this point in time, you're making or moving toward the decision to charge Antoine with a homicide in this case. Is that correct?
Correct. We would still like to see your phone record. And I promise you, you've got to be able to trust me. Okay, I don't care. I told you, if you sold 10 pounds of weed, I don't give a shit. It would be good if we could download your phone. We deal with this all the time. I promise you, we're not going to touch you. I don't care. We're here for your daughter, and we're here for you.
So the last thing we want to do is put you in jail.
What do you mean by that was my phone?
We like to download your phone, to look at your call log, to look if there's any messages. If you've got messages.
I don't have any messages.
Okay.
You haven't messaged me.
All that you do is verify your story. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. And defense attorneys, this is what they're going to do. They're going to attack you. They're going to attack that phone because we didn't do our job. Trust me, I know how it works. You got to trust me. I promise you.
The last thing we want to do is take a mother and just watch her daughter die and put her in jail. We don't want to do that. That's not what we're here for.
You've got a 2-year-old son that witnessed this, and it's terrible.
That's what we want. We want to get you back in and get you somewhere safe. And we want to go out there and be looking for Antoine. Because he's going to ask for this.
We're going to make a lineup. I want you to get around the lineup, okay? Make sure we got the right guy. And we're going to put a warrant on him. First-degree murder.
It's the one I showed you?
Yes, sir.
We're going to still show you a lineup, all right?
Yes, sir.
Let us go try to see if we can get somebody so we can put you up tonight and get you engaged somewhere safe.
And do you trust us? And we come across, I've been an asshole now, I apologize. I know you're having a hard time.
I'm going to tell you why he's an asshole. We take this stuff serious.
No, I'm angry.
Serious.
I'm angry.
We don't just.
That's all this is my baby, so just imagine how I feel.
Well, and you gotta understand, it's your baby, and we want the truth from you, and you want to give us the truth, so that aggravates us.
But you're scared.
But we understand, like I said, I went and I saw where y'all, you and him have had it out. Y'all had it out for a while, since about 2012, 14 or something.
It's the reason why I lost my son.
And when I saw that, I figured, I said, this is.
It's just, I can't comprehend it because I can't imagine hurting my kids. And you can't imagine hurting her. I mean, if you got a problem with your girlfriend or baby mama, move on. That's your kid. That's with you forever.
All right. We'll be back in just a second, okay? You need something to drink? Good. So.
Wow.
Okay. You want to cover anything? Okay.
All right, so at this point, when you and Detective Wardlaw leave the room, what are you all going to do?
We are, I don't know if it's me or him, but we made a photo lineup of Antoine Oliver, who's the father of Destiny Oliver. Not only that, but we're corresponding with officers on scene still.
Let me ask you, do you recognize the document that I'm handing you?
Yes, it's the black and white photo lineup that I made of Antoine Oliver.
Okay, we could make this exhibit number
17.
17.
No objection. Let it be marked and filed as 17.
And can you explain to the jury just briefly what you mean when you say photo plan?
Well, generally, in the rule of thumb is you want to make a 6-person lineup, make them very close as possible. In this case, she knew Antoine Oliver. She ID'd him, but we want to make sure we got the right Antoine Oliver. So we made 6 photos, and we put Antoine in a photo, and she was able to identify him as number 3 in the photo.
Okay, so she actually circled this is the person she's saying shot her child in this recitation of what happened.
Correct.
Publish this to the jury.
You may.
Are you and Detective Wardlow doing anything else while you're out of the room at this point?
Yeah. Not only with that, I think we continue to look at the database as the reports, getting a picture of the violence with Antoine toward her. And I believe we're also, like I said, we were corresponding with officers on scene about video.
Or if we could resume with Exhibit 15.
Sorry.
Now, keep in mind, it is very common in domestic violence situations for the victim to lie about what happened or protect the abuser. It's very common. So when they look into this and see the history of violence from the dad, I could see why they would think that that would be, like Occam's razor. Like the simplest explanation is more than likely the explanation in a lot of cases. So if you're looking at this like, she's lying, and then they see that here's this dad who has, a very, checkered past with his, aggression and violent tendencies and stuff. The reason, like, that would be a reasonable jump to say, like, okay, she's lying because she's covering for him. It's a common thing that happens. So I can see why they would think that that's what happened, and why now at this point that she's telling them this, they think, okay, now we got it. We got the guy. We can, we can get him.
Using this.
You may.
Actually, let me read again what this is.
I'm not touching
it.
yours.
I know you're not touching it.
I don't need it if you want. I can just view that up there.
I don't know how to unhook this from that, because that's how this is.
Yeah, every time YouTube does that thing where it kicks everybody out, it only shows the part of my video from where it kicked everybody out. Once it's finished, then the rest will be up. I don't know why it does that.
Can't see my phone. Okay, tell each other. Take a look at this.
And I really don't want to consent to the phone stuff either. Just for my personal protection.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
We'll keep it. We'll just have to write a search warrant. We'll still keep it. We're still going to go in. We're just going to have to do a search warrant. Just more work on our part.
Okay, Detective Riddle, so the defendant in this case has indicated that she does not want to consent to have you all look at her phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so at this point in time, do you all know about the text message that she sent to Joe Key that says that Gavin shot Destiny?
No.
Okay, Bob. Here, I'm gonna show you 6 pictures. You tell me the person. You tell me the person, and you circle the person that shot and killed your daughter. You sign right there. Initial right here for me, please. That's indicating you said photo number 3, right? You just put your initial right here. And I think signature right here.
Hey, so tell me this. You said it looked like it was like a gun like this. So that's a semi-automatic. So no shoot they shoot at was called a casing, right? So it should have been at least one of those found. You remember seeing one of those?
You know what casing is?
No, sir.
That's this part of the bullet. That's the bullet. That's the casing. That's what spits it out. So you didn't see any of those?
No, the thing is, my baby is like the messiest baby in the world, so he could have very well picked it up. I don't know. Because he was there with her and around her and without her, and he could get my phone and I was with her.
Did you want a gun? Ever had a gun?
All right, so here, when Detective Wardlow said, "Do you own a gun?" what did she do with her head?
She nodded no.
Would it surprise you if you told you that a gun was found outside the house?
That would be
That would surprise you.
So at this point, have you all received information that there is a gun that was outside the house?
We have video.
And had the officers actually found that gun outside the house?
Yes.
Yes, it was. I was scared.
So what do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying.
Like, I have nightmares of this police officer coming to kill me.
So, like, you keep talking about the incident. Like, what's the deal with that?
Because it bothers
She said, okay, so she's back again against the alleged attack from the police officer. She said that she's really scared. She has nightmares of this police officer trying to kill her. So he says, okay, you've mentioned this before, so what's the deal with that?
Like, you keep talking about the incident. Like, what's the deal with that?
Because it bothers me.
Like, did it happen here or somewhere else? Or?
It happened in Sullivan County. At Atlanta.
Up in Kingsford.
Yes.
How long ago was this?
It was March 21st, 2018.
And he was prosecuted.
He's about to be rape, assault, and inclined to a TBI agent.
So, but I asked you about if a gun outside your house, and you said I was scared. Like, I don't understand that answer.
Yeah, I'm scared that he's going to come and try to kill me.
So you have a gun?
You have a gun? What kind of gun?
You have?
I don't even know. A friend of mine gave it to me. It's not even really my gun, it's his. He just basically leaves it there, so.
Is it somewhere in the house?
I'm sorry?
Is it somewhere in your house right now?
No.
Where's it at?
Wherever he put it.
Is it the one that was found outside your house?
I guess if that's where he put it.
If that's where he put it.
Who's your friend that would put it there?
So to be clear, Detective Riddle, at this point in time, Ms. Howington says there may be a gun outside her house, but that Callie put the gun outside her house?
That's what I took it as being.
And who is Callie for the jury?
Callie is Daniel Hensley, a guy that she was dating.
That's why I was getting
Is this
confused.
the story she's going to stick with?
No.
Oh, that makes sense because he's from California. Duh.
When did you put it there?
I'm not sure. He was supposed to put it in his storage.
In the storage? Where's the storage?
I have no idea. On paper somewhere.
Oh, I thought you said your storage.
No.
Okay. So you think that maybe Gavin might have picked up the casing? What would he have did with it? Because it was.
There's no telling. I'm not 100% sure that he did.
Because it's not lined up that there's no bullet, and there should be a bullet, and there's no casing if it's a semi-automatic, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have a clue what kind of gun. I don't know.
Well, you said it wasn't one like people play Russian good, so that means you gotta be.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure now.
So when you got home, you sure nobody was at your house when you pulled up? Nobody was already there?
No.
Detective Riddle, is that consistent with what you saw in the video when she says there was nobody there when she pulled up?
What you saw on the video was a car there waiting, and then she pulls up.
At any point did you go back outside and move your car?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
After I turned the Netflix on for the kids.
Okay. Why'd you move it?
Because I always work in the same place, so that the mailman can get to the mailbox.
And that's before your baby was shot?
Correct.
And did you see another car outside when you went to move yours?
A white person.
Okay. Who was that?
Antoine.
It was Antoine. So was Antoine already there when you got there?
Yes.
He was already at your house when you got there? Inside or outside?
Outside.
Waiting on
it. And I didn't know that he was going to be there.
Wait.
So why didn't you tell us that earlier?
Because, I mean, this is his daughter, too. I know that he killed her, but I just don't feel like he did it on purpose. I feel like he was trying to kill me.
So he was already there?
Wait, so you know, like when something breaks and you ask your toddler how it happened, and as they're explaining it to you, it's hard to keep up with what the heck they're talking about, and every time you think you finally understand, then something else in the story completely changes. That's what I feel like right now. So now they're talking about seeing anybody else there, and so now it's a white Chrysler. She sees a white Chrysler there. And they say, okay, do you know who that was? It was Antoine. What? Okay, so now instead of Antoine coming in and you being surprised and him shooting, now he was there waiting on you when you pulled up? I'm going to rewind a few seconds.
Outside. White person.
Okay. Who was that?
Who is that? Antoine.
So was Antoine already there when you got there?
Yes.
He was already at your house when you got there? Inside or outside?
Outside.
He was outside.
And I didn't know that he was going to be there.
Okay, so why didn't you tell us that earlier?
Because, I mean, this is his daughter, too. I know that he killed her, but I just don't feel like he did it on purpose. I feel like he was trying to kill me.
So he was already there? What happens?
He tried to talk. He came in the house. And when he came in the house, I told him I didn't want to talk to him. And he went back outside the house.
Okay. Then what happened?
To me, came back in.
He brought a gun back in with him?
Yes.
Is this story consistent with what you see in the video of somebody coming in, going back out, and then coming back in?
No.
So this gun that Callie gave you, how long you had it?
Not very long.
And it was in the house tonight?
No.
That gun never was in the house tonight.
So, with that being said, if we told you there was a gun found outside, and we want to make sure that it's not the gun you said Callie gave you, would you mind giving us DNA so we can make sure it's not?
I don't understand what you're saying.
So there was a gun found outside.
Right.
You said Callie gave you a gun at some point.
Right.
We want to make sure that that's not the gun that Callie gave you. The way we do that is DNA. You mind giving us your DNA so we can make sure that's not the gun?
I'm saying Callie did give me that gun. Yeah.
I know that.
Okay.
And you're saying you don't know where that gun is at now.
Correct.
Right. But there was a gun outside your house.
Correct.
So to make sure that that's not the same gun that Callie gave you, we'll run your DNA against the DNA found on that gun. Do you mind if we get DNA?
No,
So we
that,
do that.
I guess it is the gun that Kelly gave me, yeah. He told me he put it outside, he was supposed to put it in storage.
So it'll be his DNA.
Okay. Okay, bleh. This woman, Letitia 2.0. Okay, so the story has now changed to this heifer. The story has now changed to, like I said, Antoine is waiting there when they get there. So Antoine talks to her while they're outside. She doesn't want to talk to him. He comes inside. She doesn't want to talk to him. So he walks outside and then he comes back in, and that's when he shoots. Okay. She didn't think that story through, because now they've got this gun outside that is obviously going to match the ballistics for the gun that was used. And now she has said that the gun that she had is one that Callie gave her. And she said, well, I don't know where it is. It's wherever he put it. Talking about the gun that Callie supposedly gave her. At first it was a friend. And then which friend? Then it was Callie. So, which is the boyfriend-ish, whatever he is. I don't know. The one with the photo. Anyway, so now she doesn't know where the gun is. It's wherever Callie put it. Callie was supposed to put it in storage. Although the story before that was that Callie gave it to her for protection because she was scared. Okay, so that didn't work, so we're going to veer over. So, okay, he gave it to you because you were scared. So where's the best place to keep it if you're scared for your life? In storage. Got it. Okay, so Callie's going to put it in storage, but she doesn't know where it's at. So now they're like, okay, so now Antoine was there waiting on you. You wouldn't talk to him, so he walked out and came back in with the gun and then shot her. And she said, yeah. And they're like, okay, so there's a gun outside in your bushes. So can we get your DNA to make sure that, that's not the gun that Callie gave you? Because if there's a gun in your bushes and he came and shot her, then the thought would be that would be the gun. So can we get your DNA to make sure that this isn't the gun Callie gave you? Then she's like, oh crap, didn't think this through. So now she says, well, it is the gun that he gave me. Okay. She says, well, yeah, I mean, it's outside. He told me he put it there. What? Because you just said that you didn't know where it was. You just said you didn't know where it was. It's wherever he put it. I don't know where it's at. Wherever he put it. It was supposed to be in storage. Okay, but now she apparently just forgot that he told her that, you know where I'm going to put it instead of storage? You know what's a better spot? Your bushes. That's probably the best, safest location for a loaded firearm is in your bushes. Got it. So that's where he's going to put it instead of storage. Totally makes sense. Obviously, they're going to call her on it.
I'm not sure, right?
Should be, yeah.
Okay,
but I've never touched it before. I'm not going to want to.
She said, I've never touched it
So
before.
do you care if we get your DNA to make sure?
Sure.
So we can have your DNA so we can run it and make sure it's not.
I mean, my DNA's going to be on there. You don't have to worry about it.
That's okay. Just prove your side of the story.
Okay.
That's all we're trying to do. Because we got to cross our T's and dot our I's, because if we don't do certain stuff, then they'll say we didn't do our job.
Right.
All right.
Look, if we end up with a cash baby, I'm ending this stream right there.
So why did he give you the gun?
Because when he slept there, he woke me up in my sleep and said that I was having nightmares, and he asked me what it was, and I told him that I had nightmares because a police officer was going to come and kill me.
So it wasn't for Antoine, because you thought that officer.
I mean, it was for Antoine too.
Tell me this. Could possibly you and Antoine got into it today, and you had a gun trying to scare him, and you shot him straight?
No.
That didn't happen?
That did not happen.
Didn't happen. So you're positive
Yes.
it was him.
So the reason that Callie is going to give her this gun is because she was having nightmares that the police officer was going to kill her. But a minute ago she said it was for protection against Antoine. So he says, okay, but what about Antoine? She says, oh, but it was also for Antoine. In the bushes. Okay.
I mean, I just can't believe that he would do this. I mean, my daughter is begging. Like, I really feel like he was trying to kill me. Because he just kept on saying, it needs to be with me anyway. She needs to live with me. She don't need to live with you, all this. And kept on trying to tell me that she always says that when she's with him, she don't want to come home. And she never spoke that to me. Like, there's been times that he's tried to get her and she doesn't want to go. He hasn't seen her. He just recently started seeing her again because in February, he questioned her for 2 hours about who I went out to eat with on Valentine's Day because he thought it was Callie. We looked at me and her and looked at Wasabi's.
So, between the time when the shooting happened and you called 911, when the police got there, like, what did you do?
I sat there and held the time on my baby.
You never, like, went outside or tried to get rid of anything? Because that's what we don't care about it. You got some weed there and you try to get rid of it. We don't care about that. All right. I let him do this and we'll finish.
What's your date of birth, Ron?
783.
And you are consenting just for us to rub a swab notes out of your cheeks.
Dang, she's my age.
Dr. Riddle, what are you doing at this point?
I'm actually taking buccal swabs, which is to rub them on her cheek and just get her DNA profile.
Okay, and so at this point in her story, she's saying that she did not put that gun outside. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'll take 2 sets, okay?
It's the trouble, like I told you, the trouble thing is not bad enough. One, there's no book. We can't find that book. 2, there's no case. You know, there's one book, one shit. Right? No, that's fine. You didn't, by any chance, pick it up.
No, I didn't touch it. No, I was trying to. I was in shock. Like, my daughter was sitting here with pouring blood out of her chest. And my baby was screaming.
So, if I told you that there's by chance their video and it's showing you and Antoine outside talking, showing you come back outside, move your car, and it shows you come back outside again, would you believe that I was telling you the truth?
Yes, sir. Why would you ask me?
Would you believe? So if I told you that this video of you coming out there dropping that gun outside, would you believe that?
Yes.
Because that happened then.
Yeah, because I didn't want it in the house.
Okay, but then remember when I said, what did you do? Is there anything you got rid of? Why couldn't you say that?
Okay. So he asked her, I'm so glad that they did it this way. He asked her, I just want to make sure, because they're taking the buccal swabs right now. I just want to make sure you didn't touch that gun, right? No, I didn't. I was worried about Destiny. And they were said, okay, well, what if we told you we have video of you dropping the gun in the bushes? Would you believe it? She was like, yeah, I put it out there. I didn't want it in the house. Why? You changed it like that. As soon as she knew that there was video, now all of a sudden she changes her story like that.
When we had that conversation in the hallway, what did I ask? I just asked you to be honest. That's all I asked you. I thought you were being honest, but apparently you're still not being honest. So you have left some stuff out. So before you call 911,
after.
So after you called 911, what did you do?
I took the gun and put it outside.
Where was the gun at?
It was in the closet in my bedroom.
Okay.
So why did you think to get the gun?
So now she's saying that the gun was in the closet in her bedroom, and she went and took it outside and put it in the bushes.
Come and put it outside.
Because I didn't want to be charged with having a gun.
Detective Riddle, you heard the defense attorney say that the reason that the defendant took the gun outside is because she wanted to be safe. Is that correct?
Correct. Something similar. I don't verbatim.
Is that what she said here? She was taking it out for the safety of her children?
No.
Nope. I need one of those big X's. Also, it's a little bit disturbing that your baby's sitting there in the condition that that baby is in, and your thought process is, I don't want to be charged with having a gun.
I didn't know that.
You got a felony?
No, sir.
It's not legal. Okay, now let's try something else. We were at the house. There were no case. What happened to the case?
I don't know. I really don't have a clue. I really do not have a clue. I swear to God, my son is living.
Don't be swearing on your other baby.
Okay. So the gun that we found outside, that Kelly gave you, we test fired that gun. It's not going to match anything with Destiny.
No.
Have you ever even shot a gun before?
No.
So you don't know how to use a gun?
No.
She's never shot a gun before.
So what's the chances that you were scared today, you had the gun, and you shot by mistake?
No.
That didn't happen?
No, sir.
You never got the gun until after you called 911 and you thought that you'd get in trouble for that.
Sorry.
So you're sticking with the fact that Antoine did this?
Yes.
Surely God, you would not blame this on somebody that can't be true. Because you've always seen him.
Right.
Never scratching your head.
Right.
Because you ain't been telling us the whole truth. That's all I've asked you for the whole time.
Right.
But do you know this thing seems like to me? You more worried about self-preservation than anything else.
What does that mean?
You worry about saving yourself more than anything else. That's all I've been
I mean, I
getting.
have a son to raise. That is also his history.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand. You got another side you got to worry about, right? But you also have one that needs justice for what happened. And if it was something you did that was a mistake, then we need to know that because mistakes happen. We understand that. I don't think for a second you were malicious to shoot your child.
No.
I would hope that they know mother would actually do that. But when you keep on giving us reasons to doubt it, it's not helping out your cause. And you continue to give us reasons to doubt it, right? Started with the phone. Then you just wouldn't, you lied about the car color. You lied about the person there. Then you lied about a gun. You weren't going to tell us any of that stuff until we figured it out and brought it up to you. Like, you understand that you're making this a really difficult case, right?
Well, it's not. I don't think we get the prosecution on
Because
that.
I don't even know who we need to prosecute now.
Because you're not reliable witness.
Because you gave us so many jumbled up stories.
Yes, you're telling the truth.
I'm just going to be straight up with you.
Is that gun the murder weapon? I'm just asking. If it is, tell us it is. If it's the weapon he used now, and you took it outside, tell me the truth. Is it the murder weapon? Because I think we've got ballistics, and we're going to be able to tell. I want you to hear it from your mouth. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Do you want this thing?
Yes, and he wiped it off.
Do you want this thing? Do you want this to go in front of a jury of people and you look like some uncaring?
No.
Because I'm telling you, but listen, I'm gonna tell you what you look like right now. You look like you're very uncaring, and the only thing that matters to you is you. That's what you look like. I would like to think if I was in your position, I don't care if it was my mama that came in there and shot my kid. I'm telling any and everything. You're not doing that. We are everything we've got from you. We've had to pull out of you. You have not freely given us anything. Somebody that wants justice and wants something done, they would be giving us all the info we need. They would be saying, yes, check my phone. I don't care if it's weed in there. I told you we don't care about weed. We're not trying to hear you up. You'd be saying, this is what happened. Guess he had a gun. He threw it over there. Or I took it over there. You would be telling us all this stuff. You would get it out. Listen, you would get it all out there. Because it's going to come up at some point and you're going to have to answer it. So get it all out there so we can work through it. So now you tell us he knew where the gun was at. So there's more to the story. So you haven't told us about that.
And he hadn't run this by you. I'm just going to run it by you and tell you the truth again. At 8:42, you are seen on video taking that gun out. 8 minutes later, you call 911. We got the transcripts. You're covering up. This is not good. What's going on here? Tell me, please, God, Lord, sweet baby Jesus, you are not lying on this young man.
Self-preservation, I mean, it's human. Nobody wants to look at it as they're a bad person. Even if they did, if something happened and it wasn't on purpose. So I understand that. But you got to own up to stuff at some point, right? And all you've done is cashed out on everything he told us. He told us, we see you outside about 8 minutes before we call 911.
That's not good.
That's not good. That's not good.
We can't sell this to jurors.
We have to pull all of this out of you. There's more to this than what you're telling us.
You see, I see a definite change in you right now. You went to crime mode to he did crime mode. Now you're thinking the wheels are turning. Oh Lord, what am I going to do? I mean, this is where I'm an emotional wreck just listening to it. Because I was thinking, yes, we're going to put some motherfucker in jail. And now we're thinking, holy shit, did she kill her child?
No, I did not kill my baby.
But how are we supposed to believe it?
Oh, what the?
Explain.
I don't know.
Can you explain why you're seeing one gun outside and then 8 minutes later call it 911?
No, I called 911 first.
I don't know.
Yes, I did.
We're gonna get the video, but I'm pretty sure it shows you outside at 9:40 or 8:42. The 911 call was placed at 8:50.
Okay, and so this information that you're relaying to Ms. Howington, where are you getting that information?
I'm getting it from officers on scene. The timeline is off. We do have an accurate account. We did get the 911 records. I was off on my time. That's my bad. So, but now we do have the accurate. There's the only thing that we've made right is the accurate time frame, chronological order.
So let's go ahead and let's talk through that right now. You were in the courtroom obviously when that video was played that had the spider web in the corner and that was of the neighbor's house. Is that correct?
I did not have access to it during this interview, but I was able to gain access of it at some point.
And have you reviewed the times when cars arrive and when people arrive?
Yes.
So I want to walk through. Can you tell this jury the first time that a vehicle arrives at that home? What time is that?
The first vehicle arrives at the home at 8 o'clock and 8:29 and 38 seconds. That's the first arrival you see the headlights coming into that driveway that's on the street.
Okay, so 8:29:38 is when that car arrives. Does that car then leave?
It leaves at 8:31:08.
At some point in time, does either the same car or another car arrive at the house in front of house?
A car arrives back in front of 502 Balsam at 8:41:04 seconds.
Is there any way for you to tell if it's the same vehicle or a different vehicle, or is that something that's unknown?
I can't tell.
And so after that, after we see the car arrive, the second event at 8:41:04, what happens next?
You'll see Miss Howington pull into her driveway at 8:42 and 23 seconds.
Okay. What happens next?
And then at 8:43 and 28 seconds, the lights turn on, and you see her, Destiny, and Gavin go into the house.
Okay. And Destiny walks in first.
Yes, correct.
And then she's followed quickly thereafter by Miss Howington, who is carrying Gavin. Is that correct?
Yes. Can I make one point in there? The person is in her driveway. She drives past. She sees the car. It's obvious to me. I mean, you'll have the video. She knows. I don't know if she knows the person that's in the car, but she observes that car. She parks right in front of it. Or behind it, one of the two.
So after Destiny goes inside and Miss Howington and Gavin go inside, is there a point in time where that door opens again?
At 8:46:05, I believe she goes back to the front door and she motions for somebody to come into the house.
Now, in that video that we've watched, is there a point in time when somebody leaves the vehicle that had been sitting in front of the car and walks into the house?
At 8:46 and 35 seconds, that individual from that car that's parked there before her arrival walks into that residence.
Okay. And then what happens next?
Then at a minute later, roughly 8:46 and 43 seconds, that same individual walks back out of the house, gets into his car, and leaves. Okay. 8:46 and 43 seconds, he's seen exiting the house.
Did he come in again?
He come in at 8:46:35.
Say that one more time.
Well, let's see. I mean, my time's here. Maybe I'll.
When the individual enters the house, I've written it wrong right here, so I just want to.
Okay. The individual enters the house at 8:46:43.
Okay. And then the individual exits the house
at 8:47:47.
Sorry. Okay, then I did that right. 8:47:47. All right. So total inside the house of that individual is 63 seconds. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. What is the next thing that happens?
Miss Howington then exits her home and goes out to her car at 8:48:23.
What do you see in the video that Miss Howington does with her car?
It looks like at 8:48 and 52 seconds, her lights turn on.
Okay.
And then at 8:48:55 seconds, she moves her car where that car is, where the person's car is parked.
Okay. And then what happens next?
At 8:50 and 15 seconds, she goes back into her home.
Okay. So she's outside the home doing the thing where she's moving her car for approximately a minute and 52 seconds. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. We heard earlier about the 911 call. You said you later got that record. What is the time of the 911 call?
It was 8:53. And there might have been a few seconds on it. Whatever the 911 chronological would have that documented.
So 8:53 is when the 911 calls happens. Is there a point in time when Miss Howington exits the home again, and this is the point in time where we believe she's moving the gun?
At 8:53 and 53 seconds, she exits that house. You can see her come off that porch into near that bush area.
Okay. And then when does she re-enter the home?
She re-enters the home at 8:54 and 17 seconds.
Okay. And then is there a point in time when the first officer arrives on the scene?
You saw on that video, Officer Cummings comes in with his lights on at 8:56 and 15 seconds.
And then is there a point in time where you can see him leave with Destiny?
He leaves with her at 8:58 and 20 seconds.
let those be filed collectively as 18.
I mean, it's no Churchwell chart, but A for effort. Thank you, little bee. Thank you, thank you.
8 minutes after the fact.
But you know what? We can't verify that. You know why? Because you pull your phone up. Because if we can pull your phone up and see what she called right here at this time,
You knew that.
helps you.
You knew that your phone was a key factor in this mess, and that's why you wanted to try to get it off. You're trying to give it to some innocent lady over at UT Hospital who don't know cat shit from apple butter. And you stuck it in the toilet. Run water, or whatever the hell you did to it.
Okay, well, let's try this. We'll go back to your story, because you said he knew where the gun was. So where were you going from there? When you said he knew where
He
the
knew
gun
where
was?
the gun was because he came in my room one day when he just showed up and he seen it in the closet when I was getting my clothes out to get dressed.
Okay, so how does that factor into tonight?
That's where he went and got it from.
So you tell.
Detective Riddle, at this point in the interview, Miss Howington is saying that Antoine got the gun out of the closet. Is that correct?
That's how I'm taking it, that he went into her closet and got the gun.
Is that the story she's going to say later?
No.
So now she has to change it. Now because they just told her, if you remember before they started going on their timeline, in this interview, they just told her, we have ballistics. So they're asking her, tell us the truth about the gun, because we have ballistics. Because she, the story about the gun keeps changing because they're giving her like little breadcrumbs of what they know. So they're doing a great job on this actually, because they're giving her the chance to lie. And then they're giving little breadcrumbs piece by piece of what they know. So it's like they ask her a question, she lies about it, and they're like, okay, well, we know this. And then she's like, oh, well, yeah, well, okay, well, now let me be honest about it. And so they're working the way through this story based on the information that they're getting from people on the scene and as they're getting information. So as stuff is coming in and they're getting it, they're calling her out on all of her stuff, and piece by piece she's having to backtrack. So now, because they've mentioned the ballistics for the gun, she's like, oh shit, well shoot, well now they're going to know that this gun is the one that shot her. So now she has to explain that. So how would this gun be the one that was used if Antoine came in, I wouldn't talk to him, he went back outside and then came back in with a gun? That no longer makes sense. So now the story is Antoine knew where I kept the gun and he went back to the closet and got the gun, and that's what happened. So we are now on story number 6 of what happened. And when I say story number 6, I don't mean all the different lies. This isn't even counting I didn't have a gun, I did have a gun, I had a gun, but it was in storage, I had a gun, but I don't know where it's at, I had a gun, I put it in the bushes. This isn't even counting all that. This is just the 6th story on what actually happened as far as who's responsible for shooting Destiny. This is now story number 6.
Got that gun, and that's the gun he used.
And he threw it down after he shot his child. And you picked it up, and you took it out to the bush, and you've done something possibly with the shell casing.
No, I touched it.
So it's probably somewhere in your house.
Yes.
And it's possible. Why would you tamper with that evidence?
I didn't want to get in trouble.
Look, 2 times you tamper with evidence. People that are innocent don't tamper with evidence. 2 different times. You're on video. Put the gun outside. Your gun that you're now telling us that your daughter was killed with. See how this thing gonna look good for you?
Yes, I do.
You see how all your lies ain't doing nothing but just making it, just building on it and building on it and making it worse?
You know why you don't want us calling your mom?
Probably scared what Mama's gonna think about this mess too.
Oh, no, my mom's got a bad heart.
Well, we're not that's on you. That's on you. You need to get Jesus in your heart. Because there's a lot of lying going on.
He told her you need Jesus. He told her you need Jesus. I mean, where's the lie? Okay, I mean, other than all the ones she just told. Okay, so now, that was, when he said, they're asking about, okay, so now the story has changed to Antoine went and got the gun and shot Destiny, and then Robin got the gun and put it outside. So he's like, okay, so now you have tampered with evidence. This gun was used allegedly by Antoine to, kill your child, and you've tampered with evidence. And you tampered with evidence with your phone at the hospital. You have now tampered with evidence twice. Innocent people don't go tampering with evidence.
You act like you're part of the devil. I mean, I don't understand you. I may cuss and carry on. I'm a God-fearing man. You're going to go to hell if you don't get your heart right.
Bam!
Does that matter to you? Do you want to be here on free and raise that 2-year-old child you've got? Because there's no way in hell that I'm going to charge him with this murder, with the way you've done it, with what you said tonight. I think what the case we've got is on you. And it's bad.
Was it a mistake?
If it's a mistake, tell us it's a mistake. If it's an accident, you don't know nothing about guns, it happens all effing time. Something's happened.
All right.
Did you accidentally shoot your child?
No.
Well, then what happened?
Gavin got over the gun.
What'd she say?
Not true.
Hold on. I got to rewind. I didn't hear what she said. Because now it sounds like she's changing up. We're about to go on story number 7, but I didn't hear it. Hold on.
Did you accidentally shoot your child?
No.
Did you accidentally shoot your child? No.
Gavin got over the gun.
Who got the gun?
So it's not true. No. All right.
Did you accidentally shoot your child?
No.
I can't hear.
Well, then what happened?
Gavin got over the gun.
Did you say Gavin got the gun?
So it's not true. But Antoine was there.
How are we supposed to believe that?
That is what she said. She said Gavin got the gun, but Antoine was there.
Why would you not say that initially?
Because it's my baby. I don't know
We don't charge 2-year-old babies, so we don't charge 2.
You think we gonna charge a 2-year-old?
No, I mean,
How would Gavin get a hold of the gun if it's in the closet?
because he's messy. He pulled a
Where?
shirt. It was in the closet because he puts on my high heels.
Do you understand? Hold on, Brandi. Have you ever heard a forensic interview with a child? You know that young man's going to be questioned. It won't be by me. It won't be by him. It's going to be by professionals. Is he going to say he shot his sister? Because kids don't lie usually. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, it's even worse. Now you're bringing your 2-year-old child in this mix.
He did it. He got the fucking gun. I said, man, I just didn't, I didn't do it. Antoine was there. We were arguing, and I feel like my son was trying to protect us.
Okay. I'm going to have to...
Lord of mercy. So she was trying to... Lord of mercy. So she's saying that she lied about it being Gavin because she's trying to protect her 2-year-old from prison. I don't know. So she don't want to tell him it was the baby. 2-year-old will end up in juvie. So she came up with this story to protect him. Seems legit. So they asked how he would have gotten it, and she said, well, he's messy. He gets in my closet and plays with my high heels. How high are these stripper shoes that are going to get a 2-year-old baby up to the top shelf of your closet?
Talk to Antoine tonight. Do you know where I can find him?
No.
Oh, Lord.
You blame any and everybody you can, but your actions have shown that the only person you're trying to protect is you.
I did not kill my baby. There's no reason.
This thing, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. This thing's going to get solved, right? Be it you had the gun, Antoine had the gun, Gavin had the gun. If it comes down to you had the gun like this is pointing to, you're going to look like the most non-caring, self-centered person that has ever come across in front of a jury.
This is,
I want to believe that, but you have not given us a reason to.
you know, if it's still, what I believe right now, I think we do enough right now, reckless homicide on everybody, except for the 2-year-old.
You and him both.
You and him both. Reckless homicide. We're not going to put anything on your 2-year-old child. Because I don't know if I can believe you or not.
I can't believe nothing to come out of that. If you tell me right now I'm a black man wearing blue pants, I'm going to question it. I can't believe nothing to come out of your mouth right now. I've given you opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to tell the truth. You can't seem to do it. Like, what is the reason? What is the reason you cannot tell the truth?
It makes me look like a bad parent that here my daughter is dead and her daddy was
Ain't nobody judging you your parenting right now. Let me explain something to you again. This is the 3rd floor. This is violent crimes. We deal with rape, robbery, murder, assaults, intimidation, stuff like that. We don't care what kind of parent you are. We don't care if you sell weed. I don't care if you smoke enough fucking weed to get the whole city high. I don't care about any of that stuff. I care about the dead little girl. And I care about why you keep lying about it. Because if you cared, you would tell us the truth.
I just told you the truth.
You told us the truth before that. How many truths are there?
You know when your life started? 911.
Why do you say that?
You go back and listen to the recording. You said it was a black Charger. Chrysler black, blue, whatever you call it. It wasn't black or blue, it was white. That's the first lie. And then it's been a spiral downhill ever since. An innocent person does not lie. They tell the truth.
Bam.
Because you know why? It's easy to remember the truth. It's hard to remember a lie.
I'm in here feeling sorry for you, thinking you're a grieving mother.
I am a grieving mother. My baby.
You ain't acting like it. You ain't acting like it. You ain't acting like it at all.
What do you want to see done about what happened tonight?
Only thing you worried about is getting the hell out of here.
You think that 2-year-old baby's going to go home with you tonight? I told you there's other agencies involved in this mess now. And I mean, my conscience will not dare allow me to let that little boy. I'd have to tell him the truth.
I'm still under the assumption that you did.
I hope not. I sure to God hope
well,
not.
If you keep talking, you're going to blame it on somebody else.
Hell, you want to blame it on my dog? She's at home in bed, I hope. This is crazy.
How about this? Okay. We'll give you one more chance to tell the complete, honest, total truth. One more chance. No. Hold on. Don't start yet. One chance.
One chance.
Start lying. We're getting up, walking out of this damn room. We're done with you. We'll go get on the phone. We're going to figure out what's going to happen with this thing. Who's going to jail, where Gabby's going, all that good stuff. But we ain't dealing with no more damn lies. You ought to be damn lied up by now.
Antoine was there when I got there. He was irate because of whatever reason. He's always irate. And he came in the house. He was screaming and hollering. My baby was in the room. He pulls chairs up and got in the closet, and he had the gun. And as me and Antoine were arguing, he had the gun, and He was shot instantly.
Where was this scenario?
Laying on the couch.
Where's the gun located in your closet?
It was like on the top shelf.
So a 2-year-old.
He got the chair. He gets the chair. He will call anything in my house.
I don't think he's tall enough to get he ain't tall enough to get a direct shot like that was put in her. That couch is that high, Robin. Do we want to do measurements? His little arms are not high enough to get up above her to shoot straight down in her. I disagree with you on that.
So you telling me he shot his sister, and now you want to put him through these forensic interviews?
I wish he would because it's the truth.
If it's the truth, why didn't you say that from the beginning?
Because, I mean, that's my baby. Like, I was in shock when this shit happened.
You think we gonna go over there to the neighbor's house and get him and put him in cuffs and take him to jail? Is that what you think we gonna do? Then so why would you lie and want to put that man in jail if he is a grieving parent also? He's not the reason to cause it. He ain't the reason to cause it. He didn't give Gavin the fucking gun.
Okay, so now the story is that she and Antoine, when she got home, when they pulled into the house, Antoine was already there. He was irate. He came in the house. Gavin pulls the chair up to her closet, climbs up to this 2-year-old baby, climbs up to the top shelf of her closet and gets this gun and comes in there as Robin and Antoine are fussing, having a scruffle, and Gavin shoots Destiny. Now, the officer points out that baby is not tall enough, not only not tall enough to not get the gun, to not be able to get the gun, but that baby's not tall enough to have been able to shoot her at the angle that she was shot on the couch. But, you know, sweet little Gavin in his high heels is apparently now the story she's going with.
If he is a grieving parent also, why would you lie on this man and try to get us to put him in jail for murdering his own child?
Because he was there acting a fool.
It's not murder. It's not what you said.
That's still not.
It's not what you said.
If he wouldn't have came, that would have been.
But that's not what you told us. You told us that he came in there and shot.
Well, you're exactly right.
I'm sorry. We pulled it out of you.
You told 911 that some black guy comes into your house and shoots and kills your daughter.
So first you put it on a random black guy, then you put it on her dad. So yeah, we're up to 3 people you put this on. A random black guy and a black 300, then her own dad. Now it's Gavin.
But if her dad wouldn't have been there, then it's bad.
But you know who it all points to? You.
Can't you do gun residue on my hands?
You already put your hand in the damn toilet. Get the phone out. So I told you wait.
Come on, Robin. Okay, you've washed your hands. You've got your hands wet.
You just put the phone in water.
It's just to destroy it.
Probably because after it happened, you probably text or talk to Antoine or Kathy. And you didn't want us to see that. So you got rid of it. Right?
Unfortunately, there's data still in that phone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it says it. It says.
Then you got rid of a gun. Innocent people don't do that. You know who all this shit's pointing to? Who's it pointing at?
You think it's me, but I know it's not.
I don't think. I'm telling you what the evidence is pointing at.
Why would I kill my own daughter?
The same. Why would he do it?
Now the little boy.
He came over here to my house acting a fool. Nothing would have happened.
I just thank God there's good video because we'd have charged some innocent black guy tonight. That's racism in my book.
I'm gonna be racist now.
I mean, you're blaming it on a black guy.
You blame it on a random black
guy. Black guy
Black
first.
guy is my baby daddy who came over acting a fucking fool for no damn reason.
You blame it
my kids.
Well, you didn't tell us it was your baby daddy at first. You said it was a black guy in a black guy in a black 300. So we're looking for a totally different black guy. Then we figure out, well, they got a pretty bad past, so maybe it's him. So maybe it's him and her. Then you blame it on him. Then we find video of you doing all other shit, and you blame it on the baby.
And you know what?
So every time we catch you in the lie, and we can back it up, hey, we got evidence it's a lie, what do? You change it. And so I feel like when we take Gavin, and he does his interview, and he says he didn't shoot his sister, you're going to back that up. You're going to come with another.
No,
so I'd much rather you just go ahead and tell us now and say something.
He did. He fucking did, man. I don't.
Not the clap.
He was scared. Antoine was fucking flipping out.
So what did Antoine do after Gavin shot himself?
He walked straight out the house.
So this dude is irate as fuck, always trying to fight you, fighting your boyfriend, sees his daughter get shot, and he don't do nothing but leave. Does that make any kind of logical sense to you?
No.
I guess he thought he was going to be blamed because of our guys.
You did blame him. I mean, you did.
I mean, it is his fucking fault in my eyes because he shouldn't have came to my house acting a fucking fool, and nothing would ever happen.
So I'm telling you what we got. So we got a gun that you said is the murder weapon. It's going to have your DNA on it, in your house.
And my son's, because my son.
Then why don't you tell us that Antoine wiped it off?
Because he did.
You are so deep in this shit right now. You don't know which way is which. I won't believe you.
Tell her, yes.
But if you had just came out and told me all this from the beginning, I probably could. But now I can't. We were getting ready to go put a first-degree murder warrant on that dude. Do you understand? Do you understand what that is?
Do you think you deserve first degree? If you think he does, do you think you deserve? Okay. No, he doesn't.
He is a grieving parent also. If what you're telling us happened this last rendition, if that actually happened, he's a grieving parent. He saw his daughter get shot. But like me, I can't understand why he just turned him walk away. From everything he told us, I don't think he turned and walked away. I don't even think he was in there when it happened.
I'm sorry,
I don't think he was there when it happened. I think he was already gone.
I think he was gone.
I think he left. I think you got that gun. You shot that baby.
No, I did
That's
not.
why your ass tried to hide.
No, I did not. Why would
That's
I
why
shoot my own daughter? What the fuck? Who does that?
Well, that's what you just said he did. Okay, how about this? So, we'll get Gavin today. We know he'll do the interview. How about...
He's smart as hell, so...
Okay, but would you be willing to do a lie detector test?
Yes.
Did I?
Yes.
Saying that you ain't the one that shot.
Yes.
And that you didn't pick up no shell case and get rid of it.
Yes, sir.
And then Gavin somehow, 2 years old, put a chair up there, got to the top of the closet, and got a gun.
Yes.
And shot.
Detective Riddle, even though Ms. Howington said she would take a lie detector about this, does that turn out to be a story that she changes as well?
It does.
With the Antoine there, yes.
And then we go get Antoine, he's going to tell us the same thing?
I don't know what he might say.
If it's the truth, he should tell us the truth, right?
I don't know what he might say.
Or is Antoine going to say, me and her argued, I had left, I don't know what happened after that, because I think that's what's going to happen.
How does that little baby know where it ends at?
I can't answer
You
that.
think it's your responsibility as an adult, as a parent of a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, to secure that weapon in a safe place?
Yes.
Okay, why would that baby, again, know where that gun's at? That's neglect on your part. This is negligent homicide.
That's if you lucky. I think it should be first-degree murder. Because I think he did. I was on the side, but now I'm not. I'm not.
Well, then give it a lie detector test.
Yeah, we're not going to
I think,
You might. What are you saying?
Thank you, Regina.
It's still, anyway you look at it, you kept a firearm in your house where your baby knew where it was, climbed up into a chair, got it out of the closet, as you say, a loaded gun. I know he didn't know how to wrap around. And I still don't know if he's tall enough.
I don't think he's strong.
I don't think he's tall enough.
He's a strong man.
Okay, that couch is this high. He's not really that tall. He would have to shoot that little girl there. And
you don't get no moral long term. So I'll give you the benefit of that.
So you tell me he got to walk out of the room, walk up to where everybody was at. If he shot from the front.
Yes.
But he tried to do anything when he saw a 2-year-old with that.
No, we were arguing.
So you didn't see him?
Right.
Did he shoot her standing up or did he shoot her on the couch?
She was on the couch.
Yeah. She was laying down on the couch.
I don't know what's going on with the audio.
Full moon out.
So y'all arguing, hear a gunshot.
Yeah, that's one. His baby girl who you tell me he's crazy over, he tries to
I
see
don't
herself.
think he's crazy over it. Like I told you, you haven't seen her from February until just recently because she didn't want to be around him. Because he questioned her for 3 hours and who all went out to eat with on Valentine's Day.
It was 2 hours before.
Okay, so let's say you don't care about his daughter. He sees her just get shot. You want me to believe this man turns and walks out and leaves and don't say nothing.
That is the truth.
Okay, so she's saying that story just changed too. So they're saying not only are they pressing her about like the probability, or not even probability, the possibility of a 2-year-old getting up on that top shelf that we saw that picture of. I mean, this ain't like, you know, this ain't like a countertop. This is the top shelf in her closet. To get up there, get the loaded gun, bring it in there without anybody seeing, and somehow get the angle up high enough to shoot Destiny. Okay, fine. So they push her on that, and she's sticking by it. So now they're talking about Antoine. So they asked her, so what did he do when you, like, or after Gavin shot Destiny? And she said that he just walked out. Because that's the normal response. If a toddler shoots your daughter, you're just going to hightail it out there. No, that is not likely. But that's her story. And now she says she's going back to how Antoine is a bad dude, because now the story is that Antoine questioned Destiny for 3 hours. Before it was 2 hours. But now it's 3 hours about who Robin spent Valentine's Day with.
And then you go and get this, if he just turned and walked out, I ain't about to do that. That makes sense, doesn't it?
He did.
You see what I'm telling you about? You just keep on throwing lines. So after Gavin shoots, he takes it, wipes it off, gives it to you, and you go throw it outside. Like, tell me something to make me believe this, because I'm not believing it.
I love my daughter with everything in me. Like, every fucking thing in me. Like, that was my baby girl. That was supposed to be my last child. Gavin was a quote-unquote accident. I spoiled her rotten. She slept with me every fucking night. Like, no matter what she did, she never did no wrong to me. In my eyes, she was perfect, and I always told her that.
So why can't you just tell the truth
I
about what
can't tell
happened
the
to her?
truth. Me and Antoine's argument,
Which truth?
and Gavin tried to protect and got the gun and accidentally shot.
Will this be an appropriate time for a brief?
Rick. All right, I see some heads nodding. Let's take about a 10-minute recess. Everybody stretch your legs. Don't discuss the case. All rise for the jury.
She's crying again.
Blame it on my son. That just...
Detective Riddle.
Your arm is going to play from where we left off. It's going to 15.
So why would you initially, when you call 911, say somebody just opened the door and shot? That's what I'm saying.
I blame it on my son. That just seems crazy.
So blame it.
I don't think nobody would believe me.
So blame it on just some random black guy. It's okay.
No, because if her daddy wasn't there, I don't feel like this.
No. Initially, you said it was just a black male with a black t-shirt and black car. So us going around, pulling over, bringing in every black guy in a black 300, that's okay. Because that's what would happen. You understand that's what happened? Right?
That's, just so you know, that's what we were talking about.
Then, you said, so us going to this guy, bringing him in here, treating him, telling him he's a piece of shit, he killed his child. You're okay with that. But you're okay with that.
No, I'm not okay with that, but if he would not have been there and showed up at my house unannounced, acting crazy, none of this would have happened.
Wow.
He was at your house when you got there, right?
Yes.
Why did you drive?
I mean, that's my house. My kids were sleepy and hungry. Like I said, my house is probably burned down right now because the crock pot's still on.
So this is what it is.
I understand that, but I'm just saying.
I don't.
This all falls under so many statutes, and I'm just looking. Not only is this neglect, as far as homicide, this is almost like child abuse and child neglect. To let this happen, are you going to verify your story, can we go back in your house and see if there's a chair where little Johnny climbed up on the chair, Gavin, and got that out of here?
It's the stool.
Okay.
The stool that was right there.
And then what closet was it? Is there only one closet in your room?
Yes.
Okay.
So did you move the stool or did you leave? So ain't no stool won't be there.
Okay, so they ask her. So they ask her, all right, so if Lil Gavin got this stool and went and took it to the closet to go climb up to the top shelf and get this gun, can we go back in the house and look to see if there's a stool by there? And she's like, well, I moved it. Who's going to be rearranging furniture when your baby's dying? Who?
Time to move stuff so we wouldn't know. So you want to tell me?
And it would have had to have been. Let's just say that this theory made any bit of sense. Any bit of sense. From the 911 call to the time the first officer arrived was only about 3 minutes. So during that 3 minutes, she would have had to go outside to dump the gun and then go rearrange furniture. The fact that she is sticking with the Gavin story, the stool takes all that away. Not that it was possible anyway, but just on a basis of pure just evidence. Lies.
But you took the gun outside, well, cleaned the gun off, took it outside, moved the stool, but you don't want me to believe that you found that you took the shell case.
I did not take a shell case. I wish you guys would give me a lie detector test, for real.
Well, I'm just at the point where we're just looking at,
I'm the one that's going to try to give you the opportunity to tell us what really happened.
That's what
I think he's done with it. He's passed. He's been done. He's been done with it. I want to believe you, but I can't.
Then give me a lie detector test. We were arguing, guys got the stool, got the drinking gun, and came in there, and me and Antoine were arguing, tussling around, and...
So you and Antoine were fighting now?
We weren't fighting, tussling, like, I was trying to get him out of my house.
So why would Gavin get the gun? Why would he do that?
I don't know. He's smart as hell, dude. He's not an average serial. I promise you. You can talk to him.
Sam, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna call the DA's office.
Can you please send me a lie detector test?
Okay, I can give you a lie detector test and you can pass it with flying colors. But in my opinion, and I'm gonna make sure it's clear with the DA's office, you are criminally responsible for the death of your 5-year-old daughter. That's my opinion. Doesn't mean my opinion matters.
By your actions, I think you did.
Like it's not true. I killed my baby.
I didn't say you did no harm.
I didn't do it at all. Gavin got the fucking gun with me and Aunt Walker fucking tussling around.
They are over it.
Detective Riddle, at this time you guys have left the room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if somebody doesn't move in the room for a certain amount of time, do the lights turn off?
The sensor.
Is that what happens in
Yes.
this case?
Turn the light off or one off by itself? Ma'am? I just asked. Do you have anything in this purse that we need to know about? Can we search it, make sure? They tell you what we're gonna do.
We're gonna go back out to your house. You're gonna go with us. You're gonna show us exactly what happened. You're gonna go to the room and show us what closet little Gavin took that gun out of. Show us what stool he got on. We're gonna probably do some measurements. And then we'll probably go on the road. Only after DCS talks to you and do what they're gonna do. Okay? I told you other agencies are involved.
You ain't got nothing against like poking or anything, right? Well, it's towards. Anything I take out, I put it back in here, okay? You live out of this thing, don't you?
Oh, that was loud.
Ooh. So he's falling asleep. You smoke? Black and mild. I didn't think people smoked them anymore. What was it, 2000? So shouldn't be anything in the system.
I don't think it's for PTSD.
Prescribe those, right?
You
know.
So
You know that this is going to have an impact on the criminal trial. The honesty.
Ow.
You know that you're considered a fibber. You're being always considered a fibber. Never really. That's like the cop. We lie. We can't give up testimony.
Oh, yeah, done for. Ain't messing none of your mind. So it's still right there, okay?
When we get out there, you go to search your car.
You sure you don't know how to get in such an phone? Because we really like to talk to So what's this one? Clover, what's that?
I have strangulation stress.
Well, that wasn't good. You got all kinds of temptations on you. You just now you let me hug on you and tell me you got shingles.
Damn! And he's got a small child.
this? Fluoxetine or whatever. That's Prozac. Cellcobix or whatever.
I have arthritis. And I do really bad cartilage.
I feel like if she were scared of police, she would have asked to have an attorney with her. What do I know?
Traffic. You what? I don't see that in here. What's it called?
Yeah, or a female officer.
So your little boy can't speak very well? I think. So he talks pretty well? Yes. So he understands everything?
Said it was contagious. How you passing that shit on other people? Because I really don't want to get stressed.
You don't get stressed. If you have chicken boxes out of your body and
I told you guys earlier. You get right with God. A lot of shit I still don't feel like you're telling me.
I'm telling you.
Well, he's smart like that. He should know not to get a damn gun.
I felt like he was trying to protect it. Because he's seen Ansel do stuff like that before. Put his hands on me.
So is that what you call yourself trying to protect him? By not telling the truth and sitting lying on that point?
Protect myself?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that's what you want to say, but this one would have never came acting a fucking fool. We never
Well, okay, I understand that, but you can't lie and put a gun in his hand and say he did it. You can't do that if he didn't do it. I understand him coming over there and being callous of the problem, but don't say he shot her if he didn't shoot her.
To be honest with you, I have a fucking vengeance towards him any fucking way because the fact he caused me to lose my son because he fucking abused me. He should have never fucking been there. Every time he fucking
That don't make it right.
I understand, but I'm just explaining myself.
I know, but that don't make it right. No matter what, I mean, I understand hurt you did something in the past, that don't make it right for you to try to get him thrown in jail.
Yeah, but if he would have had him, it would have never happened.
I understand that he was a catalyst, but he didn't pull the trigger, so you shouldn't put that on him. Do you think you could actually, if he didn't went to jail, that you could have lived with yourself knowing that he didn't do that? But seriously, think about that. You can live with yourself.
I live with my fucking son. I ain't seen him since 2017, and he fucking throws it in my face all the damn time.
That's what makes me think that you're not telling us the truth.
I am telling you the
No,
truth.
because you don't want to lose another kid. That's two you lost, right? You don't want to lose your other two. That's why I think that you're hesitant to say that, this shit was all a mistake.
It was a mistake. Kevin did it. But I feel like he was trying to protect me in destiny. And he gets one screams and talks his lines and acts like a fucking nut on a regular basis. It gets old.
And you sure that you didn't do it?
No, sir.
You didn't do it by mistake?
Hell no. I did not accidentally kill my daughter. I didn't purposely kill my daughter. And I wish that this would have never happened.
What was that big in your house? Not yet. Can you give me some shingle medicine when I get okay? I feel like that. I'm going to get you now. Let us get it situated. We'll come get you safe.
So loud.
A couple of questions, okay? Did you never try to take the gun from me again? Or you had the gun? Do you remember seeing where your baby was shot? Was she laying on her back? Was she laying on her?
She was laying like kind of on her side.
She was watching TV?
Right.
So you said laying on her side, so she was laying kind of like this, watching TV like that. Okay. This is Phyllis Tonkin. She works in the domestic violence unit. She does this for a living. She's good at this. She does great at it. She's going to talk to you a little bit about the domestic violence side of things. And this is a lady from DCS, and she's going to talk to you as well. Okay, the other agencies are involved. And they may ask you some personal issues I'll stay out of, okay?
Riddle, Phyllis Tonkin, who works with family crimes, as well as a DCS worker, come in and speak to the defendant in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you weren't present or part of the interview that Phyllis Tonkin and DCS did with Ms. Howington. Is that correct?
The last time I walked out there is what you just saw. If my memory serves me correct, a lot of protocol with DCS is they like to watch a lot of the interviews, so they may have watched this with Phyllis. I'm not sure.
Okay, but certainly whatever Ms. Howington and Detective Tonkin talked about, that's not something that you were present for that.
I don't think so.
Okay. So you had indicated in this interview that it was your intention to have Ms. Howington go back to the house and kind of walk through the latest story that she's told about what happened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so were you able to do that during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just to make sure the jury is clear about the sequence of events, after you leave this interview, Detective Tonkin and DCS talk to Ms. Howington, correct?
Correct.
And when Detective Tonkin and DCS are finished talking to Ms. Howington, is that when you all then go to the home?
Yes, I believe it's myself, forensics investigator Wardlaw, DCS, and investigator Tonkin.
Okay, and we'll hear from Detective Tonkin either later today or tomorrow, but this is after she does her interview. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Renner, we do have a transcript for this.
Same instruction as yesterday about the transcripts, ladies and gentlemen. If there's any discrepancy between what the transcript says and what you hear on the video controls. That's the evidence.
Your Honor, we'd like to make the transcript the next exhibit for identification.
Mark, the transcript is 19 Friday only.
And Detective Riddle, I'll ask you about this CD here. All right, Detective Riddle, do you recognize the image that's on this screen?
I do.
And what is this?
It looks like all of us may be in that front main living room. We're looking into that den area.
Okay, and so is this going to be the walkthrough recording that was taken on are we now into September 15th?
Yeah, we're at like 3 a.m. in the morning. This is the walkthrough at 502 Balsam.
Your Honor, if we can make this the next exhibit.
That'll be marked and filed. Is that one disc?
It is.
All right, it's number 20.
And permission to publish this to the jury, please.
With the light. Light in here. With the light.
No, she's on house arrest.
Need some light in here. Okay. You run through and tell us.
Let me pause this for a second. I don't know what's the issue with this meeting. Can you explain to the jury who the people were that were present for this walkthrough?
It looks like Investigator Tonkin, Brandon Wardlaw, myself. I believe it was forensic technician Burks, and there may have been another technician on scene. That's the only people I remember.
Okay. The lady in the very back, is that the lady from DCS?
But there's some DCS folks involved in this too. They're big on the reenactments.
If I can't get this to work, I might need a minute. Let's try this.
The Bible. We need some Bible in here. Okay. Yes, Father. You went through to tell us what happened prior to what happened.
Let's skip forward. Y'all know I ain't got no patience.
Or I know we just have a break, but can I have maybe a 5-minute break?
Scoot it forward just a second, see if it'll pick up from there.
Okay. You're stronger. You went through to tell us what happened.
All right, let me try one more thing.
You went through to tell us what happened prior to what happened when you encountered
This one's playing, but the audio is not coming on the system.
Yeah, audio track cord.
It should play from this cord.
Yeah, I know. I had one that didn't. Got a cord.
Tech problems, they need a technical goddess there. Technology goddess.
Just good. Everyone may have a seat. Wait for the call for the state.
All right.
You went through to tell us what happened prior to what happened when you encountered your birthday or Destiny's Day.
Destiny was right here. She was watching Netflix. I was sitting here, and Grandma was sitting beside me. And he was already outside. He came in, and he started screaming, yelling. We got tussling, and the baby got that stool. We went in my bedroom.
This stool right here?
Yes.
Okay, you leave the windshield.
So she's still sticking with the stool story at this point during this walkthrough.
Before we leave, we'll get a picture of this.
Yes, sir.
It's up here. Hey, can you move these stools? There's a little bar stool right there. Where you're going, bro. 339. I mean, did you put this stool back? Yeah, get out. There's a 2-year-old. Oh, that right here.
All right, they grab the stool.
What's the grid? There's no way a 2-year-old freaks off. That baby's not coming out. What's the stool?
I think.
Hey, you guys ready to take?
Yes, sir. I have it on the car. Yes, sir. I'm good.
I think Dino Kelly has the most infamous walkthrough video of all time.
See what you think. He's not that big of a kid. So she's saying, see, the baby's laying right here, so I want him to lean that way. So she's laying this way though.
There's also this window.
Okay, he's got a bullet hole, right? Okay. Now, if we can measure this right here, just, I don't know how we get from the stool right here up to the top. Yeah.
So when they see me, when the officer comes in, shot was here waiting, I guess on her back. You said 4.5 feet, right? We got this right here. So this is a drip. So this is drip from right here. You got the drip here. The pool. Oh, it's gone. It's been around my stomach. This is exactly how it works. She's laying this way. How she holding here? That means she's got to be serious here. He's got to shoot her. She's not good. Well, I don't know how that means. Yeah, you know, come over here. Come out here and shoot fire. Sometimes this was across the throat. So you got better to take this out there to, I guess, your garage. You just want to be married. Can you take the everything that can? And then over the house and the result.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a couple questions. That back room, let's orient ourselves. Hold on 1 second. So let me show you exhibit number 12. Do you recognize that up there?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, and so the couch where Destiny was shot, is that the couch right here in the front of this particular picture on exhibit 12?
Right there, where I put the little icon, is the couch we believe she was shot. Yeah.
And the footstool that the defendant's been referencing, is that the item that's right in front of the couch?
Right there, where I put that icon.
Okay. This little brown thing in the bottom left corner, what is that? In the very bottom left corner. Let me show it to you from a different angle.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the little table area.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me show you exhibit number 11 and ask, are we now looking back into the room from the
Yeah,
other
it looks like a little
direction?
breakfast nook with two stools.
Okay, and so the stool that the defendant was referencing was moved. She was indicating that it was moved from that position.
That's the little
Yes.
stool?
Through the room.
Yes.
And then going back to exhibit 12. Into that bedroom up there in the right corner.
Into that bedroom where it was placed in front of the closet is what information we were given.
Okay, and so whenever you all were in that back room, was she indicating that the gun was up in the top of the closet?
That's what I took her to see.
Okay. And can you describe where the stool would have had to be moved in order, according to this story?
The stool would have been carried by the young man from that breakfast nook all the way through the living room while a struggle is taking place, or however she describes it, into that bedroom, climbing on the stool in front of the closet, retrieving a gun, and coming back out and shooting his sister.
Okay. Do you recall during you all's time there that you all also referenced a remote?
Yes.
Is that a remote control?
I believe it might have been the remote that Destiny had.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what you were referencing, what you were talking about?
Yeah, it was looked like maybe, I don't know if it's a TV or a Netflix remote, but it had a bullet defect in it.
And is that something that was laying there on the couch whenever you all were in that home?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you recall when Detective Tonkin said to you, did she tell you what was in the bag? Now it's in a black bag?
I don't fully recall that.
Okay.
I just don't fully recall.
Did you hear that on the audio?
I did hear that on the audio, but I don't recall it at the time.
Okay, and that's fair. So let me ask you this. Prior to Detective Tonkin talking about a black bag, had the defendant said anything to you or to Investigator Wardlaw about a black bag?
It was my knowledge when I spoke to her that was retrieved from the very top of the closet. I don't believe I ever was referenced by Robin Howington to a black bag.
Okay, and so just to be clear, when she was giving her statements of what had happened, did she ever in any of the interviews with you talk about a black bag?
She clearly said the top of the closet.
You heard one of the officers reference 4 to 4.5 feet.
Yes.
Do you know what he was referencing?
I don't know if it was the height of the stool or the distance from the base of the top base of that stool to where he would have had it gotten.
Okay, and he'll be here tomorrow, so we'll let him
I'm not
cover
sure
that.
on that.
But you did hear him talk
I
about
did.
4.5 feet.
Yes.
Okay. There was also a reference to a towel. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Can you describe if you saw this towel and what it looked like?
We believe it to be the green towel right here. I'll put the little icon here. Well, it's the green towel on the floor in that picture.
That's the towel she said she kept putting
At
on
the
her.
end of the recording, there's a reference to taking something out to the garage. Can you explain to the jury what that was about?
Yes, we took the couch, and again, we're still trying to find the bullet defect in the couch. We're trying to locate that projectile that should be in that couch. So we take it to a garage where they can process that, and that's with the forensic unit, and they did take that morning.
Okay, and so we're not talking about the garage of this home.
No,
we're talking about something that the Knoxville Police Department has.
It's a forensic bay located at 917 East 5th Avenue.
Your Honor, I don't know if we want to collect the...
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would pass your copies of the transcript back down to Mr. Morgan, please.
All right, so Investigator Wardlaw, after this reenactment was done, what is the next step in your investigation?
I believe after all that concluded in the early morning hours, I just went home for maybe a couple hours of sleep till I attended the autopsy of Destiny Oliver.
Who was with you when you went to the autopsy?
I believe it was just me. I'm not sure if Brandon attended or not, but if he did, it would be documented.
Okay, and so after you attended the autopsy, what's the next thing that happened in the investigation?
We focused our attention on Antoine Oliver. We wanted to find him. That was a pivotal piece of the pie. And I believe Investigator Wardlaw did make had the phone conversation with him on the 15th, but and that was later in that afternoon. But he didn't come in until the 16th.
Okay, and obviously you can't tell the jury because it's hearsay what Antoine said. But did you speak to Antoine about this event?
Absolutely.
After the interview with Antoine Oliver, what was the next step?
Well, not only Anton, but we spoke to Callie, who's going to be Daniel Hensley. These are people that mentioned we've got to rule them out. Everybody can be a suspect at this point in time. We spoke to him as well.
Okay. What's the next step?
I believe sometime on the 17th we go back and we meet with her. We didn't want to, we met with her and brought her back to the police department to try to get another interview with her.
Okay. What was the purpose of the second interview?
The purpose is just to see what she can recollect.
Okay. Did she tell a story that's different than the one that she's told previous?
Yes, she did.
Of course.
Is the second sit-down interview with the defendant also recorded in the same way as the first?
It was.
Are you all in the same room or a different room?
I believe we're still in room 302 at the old safety building.
All right, let me show you.
Lord mercy. So I think we're on now story number 8.
This, and asked, do you recognize this?
Yeah, that's the actual same room we interviewed her in the night of the 14th into the 15th, and that's our third partner, Investigator Jeff Day.
Okay. And is this an accurate representation of the interview that you did on, did you say it's the 17th now?
17th,
The
yes.
17th of September 2019?
Yes.
Okay, is this time of 17:41:12 accurate?
It'd be actually 5:41 with 12 seconds, yes.
And is it accurate?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask to move this one as the next exhibit.
Is that 21, Lisa?
Yes, sir.
That'll be marked in files exhibit 21.
And if we could publish this to the jury, please.
You may.
List the full interview.
Cold or hot in nature? Water up.
At this point, she's probably got to get rid of Antoine because now they know that he wasn't there.
Alright, little small cups, here we go. Alright, he'll be here just a second. You're gonna pull, are you?
I'm good.
Alright. He'll be hot, he's not nature.
And that's the coldest water ever.
It is very good water. We don't have a lot of fancy stuff here, but we have no water. You happy or you good?
I'm good.
Good.
Hey, Ms. Howington. Again, I'm Investigator Wardlaw. You want me to call you Ms. Howington or Robin? Never mind.
Sure, it's kind of low.
So you say you went to funeral home today? Y'all got everything lined up?
For the most part, I still have time to do
When did you have a date for the funeral?
Thursday.
Thursday.
Well, Thursday is family friends from 5 to 7, and then, what would you call it?
Receiving friends, and they'll have, I guess, like
the
the service.
My pastor's doing at 7, and then we're taking her back to Bristol.
Okay. She will be buried in Bristol?
Yeah. With my dad, the rest of my family.
Remember we talked the other day, you came here, and we read you the rights. Anybody that comes in this room and talks to me, I read them their rights, right? I do it more for me than for you, because I don't, anybody say I violated the rights, come back and try to sue me for the couple of dollars I got in my pocket, all right? So just because I read this to you don't mean anything. But we went over the other night, just your statement of rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to consult with a lawyer and have a lawyer present for you while you're being questioned. If you want a lawyer but unable to pay for one, the lawyer will be appointed to represent you free of any cost to you. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. So it means you can start talking to me, stop with a lawyer, come back with your lawyer, right? I understand each of my rights, and I'm willing to make a statement and answer questions without a lawyer present. No promises or threats have been made to me. I haven't promised anything to break, right? You want to talk to me? Okay. Again, sorry for the whole situation. No, that'll be tough for you. Yeah. But we need to clear some things up, okay? One, we need to clear up the whole thing with Gavin, and we need to try to clear up this white car, because we haven't been able to get in touch with Antoine. And we have, so we don't really have a way of proving that he drives a white car or owns a white car. So that's going to be a small problem. How many times have you seen him in the car?
Once before.
When was this?
He has different cars almost every time I see him, except for when he drives the black truck. He goes to the auction and buys them.
So what all have you seen him drive?
The black truck, a black S10, the Chrysler, and a blue Mazda SUV.
And when you say Chrysler, is that the 300
Yes.
and it's white?
Yes.
Yeah, I know you seen him over there Thursday too.
Yes.
What was he driving Thursday?
The black SUV.
He was in the black SUV. So, but you have seen him come to your house before in the white car.
Yeah.
Right. So go over this whole thing again with me, because you were at the parking corners.
Right.
And then, why did you choose that park?
Because it's enclosed and it's more modern and kids like it.
It's kind of a far drive from your house though, right?
I don't really care for Panama City right here where it's damaged, and I feel like they're going to get hurt. The little bicycle thing when I took out there didn't work. A lot of the steps to go up to stuff at Panama City was broken. It's like the swings were broken. They're not really trying to fix it. I mean, I understand people continue to vandalize it, so that makes sense. But
And so you took them out to corners. Well, what time did y'all get out there?
I don't really know, like
7. And you just, how long did you say? And it's just you, Gavin and Destiny. Okay. And then when you head back home, remember you said something about some boys were saying something to you out there, and you thought somebody was following you.
Yeah, I felt like that.
Okay. And you still think it was what was the car following you?
It was a dark car.
It was a dark car?
Yes.
Okay. So you get back home, and what takes place?
I go in to fix the roast or whatever, or get it out because it was in for way too long. Well, I didn't actually turn it off, but it was off. It was good like that. And Antoine came to the door, and he was screaming and hollering about Callie. Yet again, like, I don't know what the hell he has against Callie, but he got to screaming and hollering about Callie, and we got to arguing, and we kind of tussled a little bit, and I asked him to please leave. And he was like, oh, I know what you're going to do. You're a police call, bitch. You're going to call the police, blah, blah, blah. So he left. And then when I went in the kitchen, Gavin went into my room, and Destiny was laying on the couch watching Netflix. And I came back and sat down, and I was getting shot. That was it.
Where were you?
Wow.
All right, so Investigator Riddle, in this statement, she's now saying that Antoine had left. Is that correct?
That's what I took that statement as.
Okay, and that's inconsistent with what she had said previously, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in this statement, Gavin goes into the bedroom and gets the gun while she's in the kitchen. Is that correct?
Correct.
At the edge of the footstool in the living room.
So the footstool, like right there by the couch where she was?
Yeah.
And where was Gavin at?
He was right there too. He just came. It happened so fast. Like if you were there, you would understand. But you weren't there, so I mean that's why you're talking to me. Obviously, it happened so fast. And then I got up and I went and got the green towel and I put it on her, and then I called 911.
And then what else took place after that?
took the gun outside.
Okay. You didn't do anything other than that? You
I
said
tried to calm my baby down, and I mean, he was flipping out after the shit happened. Like,
he's 2 years old, so I understand that. I mean, most 2-year-olds just a lap hot scare, so you know, I can understand him flipping out. You said Antoine always, he trips on Cali.
yeah, I mean, he's been from Gabby's dad and I were together for 8 years before I met Antoine.
Mm-hmm.
We broke up. I met Antoine. Our actual daughters, Gabby's dad and our daughters, are from Pensacola. And he was very, like, he was fine until I had Destiny. Then, like, after I had Destiny, he got extremely controlling, like, to the point where I still had C-section, and he punched me in my chest one day because I wanted to leave by myself and rip my C-section open. And I had to literally, I had to go into the doctor's office and they sewed it back up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He's always been very violent.
So I'm just asking, you said Destiny on the couch. You're sitting on the, I guess the footstool here.
Right, I was actually
where was Gab staying?
He came up, like, beside the footstool, behind him.
So from behind.
Right.
So you never. So how did you get the gun? How did you get the gun? Because you said the gun was in your room, was over here.
Right.
So
I was
what
talking to
point?
her whenever my mom was during he is all over the house all the time. Like, for me to try to supervise him 24/7, I would have to have him into my house. Like, he is a very obnoxious child. He's everywhere. He plays.
So you never saw him go in there and get the gun.
No.
Because if you're saying, because the gun was over here,
Right.
but you're saying he's behind you when you heard a shot.
Right.
And did you turn around and take it from him? Or?
Of course.
And then what do you do with it when you take it?
I laid it down and we got the towel. If you're on her, call 911.
And what is he doing?
Screaming and crying.
Okay. Is Destiny, is she talking? Is she doing
No, she wouldn't do anything.
And Antoine's daughter just told her.
Yes.
Well, I know you said Thursday he brought Destiny home, and you said that you had a friend over there Thursday.
Right.
Did he not?
He just pops up. Like,
Was there not any kind of like, if he got a problem shooting his dude, did he not have a problem on Thursday?
yeah, he did. They got into it on Thursday.
Him and
Callie.
Callie got into it on Thursday.
Yes.
So what happened? Because you didn't tell me that.
Yeah, they did. They got into it, and he pulled up with Destiny, and he pulled up, he got screaming, hollering, just crazy stuff. She's a whore. I got pictures of her sucking my dick on my phone, all this kind of stuff. And Callie didn't want Destiny to see that. He took Destiny in the house, got us into the door. He turned on Netflix one in the living room where she passed away. And he came back outside, and her and Antoine got into it, and he told Antoine, he's like, if she's a whore, she's my whore. And that really pissed Antoine off. And he tried to freaking her out of me. And after that, he left.
So him and Callie just had words, it wasn't physical?
No.
Did you and Antoine have words?
Of course, yeah.
Then you said he tried to run you over?
Right.
And Callie didn't do anything about it?
No. I mean, it happened fast. Like, he got in his car, we didn't think that's what he was about to do.
And then, I guess Saturday, he pops up and he's still upset about that? Had you talked to him any other time before then? Like between Thursday and Saturday? You hadn't talked to him? He hadn't said anything about it?
Okay, so now she's going back to the Thursday stuff. So she's saying that, well, first of all, let's go back. So they're wanting her to walk through what happened again. So now the story is that Antoine did come over after they got back from the park. The reason they went to the park so far away is because the other parks, the swings are broke or whatever. So whatever. Anyway, they went to the park so far away, stayed about an hour, and then came home. She still believed that dark car was following her because the whole Mexicans talking about her breasts and whatnot. And she got home. She said that Antoine did come, came to the door screaming and hollering. She had gone in to fix the roast. And he came to the door screaming and hollering. They started arguing, got into a tussle. She asked him to leave. And he said something about how she was going to call the police or something like that. So apparently now the new story is Antoine leaves. She walks to the kitchen because remember, she's making roast. And when she walks to the kitchen, that's when Gavin takes the stool all the way through both living rooms to her bedroom and gets the gun. And by the time he gets back in the living room with the gun, now she is back from the kitchen and Destiny is laying on the couch watching Netflix and she is sitting on that footstool, and somehow, even though they're positioned like that, little baby Gavin comes up and is able to shoot Destiny, and she takes the gun from him, laid it down, and then went and got the towel to put on Destiny, that little green towel we saw on the floor, and calls 911. Okay, so that's the news story for this. Now she's going back to talk about Thursday again. So, because remember, all this happened on Saturday. So now she's going back to talk about Thursday again. So this is the time where she said that that Antoine showed up because her and Callie had gone to the food truck place with Gavin, and he showed up. They got to fussing, and then there's all the she's a whore, well, she's my whore, and all that nonsense. And then when Antoine got ready to leave, he tried to hit her with the car. So that's where we're at.
There's a couple of things that aren't adding up now. And then when we talked to Gavin since this whole incident or anything?
I reported on Thursday.
Thursday. But you had a funeral on Thursday too, don't you?
Right. Thursday morning, I have the court date, and Thursday from 5 to 7, the funeral. Okay. That's when they got a baby boy.
It's giving me a headache.
I don't like the idea of her just lying there and not doing what I'm supposed to do.
Well, I had a couple of things about Gavin to clear too, because, so, you know, when we were there the other night, we measured the stool.
Right.
We measured him. Right. Because you said you saw him get the stool. Now you're saying you didn't see him get the stool. So, there's
I can make a mistake, correct?
You can make a mistake, but I would think that wouldn't be, a mistake you make right there, right? If you saw him do it, that'd be something really easy to remember, right?
I mean, he drives the thing to the house all the time.
Well,
it's not something that's uncommon.
Well, we measured the stool, we measured him. No way if that gun was in the top of the closet, he would get it.
It was in the bag.
So what bag was it?
In that black bag. It was in a black bag.
When I looked up there was no bag in that closet. Because I looked up there. When we got there, and I looked up in that closet, there were nothing behind those shoes. And I could see up higher than you. I could see behind the shoes.
Right.
There was no bag. Right?
I mean, there was a bag there. Yes, I didn't just leave the damn gun out.
So it wasn't on the nightstand, it wasn't.
No.
So you're sticking with it that he got up there.
I don't know what's 100% sure he had to. If he didn't get up there, then the gun was not out there. There's like that.
There's no way physically possible for him to have done that. Right? I'm just being real with you. No, we measured him, and he still wouldn't measure. When we went over there and changed his clothes, we measured him to see how tall he was. We measured the stool. His height, added with the stool height, he wouldn't be able to reach up there. I mean, I'm not making it up. That is the measurements we took. So there's no way that gun was up there. There's no way if the gun was up there, he could have got up there and got it. So,
okay, so he's pointing out, he's talking about things that don't add up. He said, at first you said you saw him get the stool. Then you said you didn't see him get the stool. And she said, well, she just made a mistake. He drags things through the house all the time. Now he's telling her, okay, we also measured it. There's no way with his height and the height of that stool that he would have been able to reach. Even if he were able to climb all the way up there and stand all the way up stretched out, he would not have been able to reach that top shelf in the closet to get the gun. And now she's saying that the gun wasn't just out like that. It was in a black bag. This is the first mention of a black bag. So now there's another black bag. Or now there's a black bag.
So that means the gun was either on the nightstand or you left it somewhere. But listen, if you did, like you said, you can make a mistake. Okay, you need to listen to me. Listen, I want you to listen for a second. You need to tell me and quit trying to. Let me talk. Okay, I'll tell you. When you keep saying you think stuff, you know stuff, and it's not true, you're not helping yourself. All right? You lost a child. Nobody wants to try to put any more hurt on you, but we got to get to the bottom of this thing, and you got to tell us the truth. And I know the truth is, he could not get a gun from the top of that closet. There's no way physically possible for him to have got that unless he turned into a superhero and flew up there. And we know that didn't happen. So the gun was not in the top of that closet, like you said.
It was supposed to be. But the day before, Callie got it out whenever Antoine was outside acting crazy.
What? Okay, so here she's saying that Callie got the gun out of the top of the closet because Anton was acting crazy. Is that correct?
Just like Callie through the bush.
Okay. Is that going to be consistent with what she talks about later on in this interview?
No.
They forwarded him. So Callie got it out on Thursday.
Yes.
And where did he put it when he got it out Thursday?
I assumed he was supposed to put it back in the closet. That's where it was.
So you're telling me he got it on Thursday, and then all day Friday and all day Saturday, you never saw the gun, but it was somewhere where Gavin could get to it.
Right. It has to be for telling me he couldn't physically reach up there.
Yeah, what? I'm saying you should have saw it if it was somewhere else for him to find it, right?
Right. I mean, I have a lot of stuff in my house. And normally, I don't just, I mean, I didn't see it. No, I did not see it. Like, I just found freaking drug tests when I was looking for paperwork in the nightstand that Callie had fucking left there because he's on probation. And I found that today.
Okay, so we are now on story number 9. This is now story number 9. Now the story is, because now she knows that Gavin could not have reached. Now they presented her with evidence that story number 8 doesn't make sense. So now she has to pivot again. So now we are on story number 9. Now the story is that Thursday, when Callie and Antoine were fussing, Callie went and got the gun out of the top of the closet. And she thought he put it back in the top of the closet. She never saw it. She doesn't know.
I have no reason to take drug tests.
So I don't know a thing about you.
I'm just letting you know.
So the gun wasn't in the closet. I'm just trying to make sure.
I don't know. If you're telling me it's not, then it wasn't.
But it was. I'm not.
Previous to Thursday.
You told me that you knew he went up there and got it, and I'm telling you, there's no way possible him to get up there. And I'm also telling you that when I looked up there was no bag up there. It's like you said there was, but there wasn't. Okay, so if there was a black bag with pink inside of it, and Gavin somehow pulled that bag back and got the gun out. When I got there, when we walked in there was no black bag on the floor where it would have been if he pulled it down. So you see, the whole gun being in the closet thing's not going to fly. I just want you to.
Thursday, Callie really did pull it out. He pulled it out. I mean, Antoine was very pushy. We did not expect for him to even pull up or anything to even happen like that. So I guess he felt threatened. I don't know.
So for 2 days, you didn't check to see where your gun was, and you didn't see your gun?
No.
For 2 whole days?
No.
Don't you think that's probably a little careless? If you knew he had it out, don't you think that's a little careless on your behalf?
I have to get back.
Do you not think that's a little careless? If you had 2 small children, right? You probably should have made sure. Because Gavin is not as big as you say he is. I saw him. Ain't too many places he could have reached and got it unless it was somewhere really low. And you probably would have saw it if it was on the nightstand or if it was on the table. So it's leading me to believe that this whole Gavin got the gun thing. I mean,
did you not test the gun?
We see it all, but this whole Gavin got the gun thing is not fun, okay? Because we took Gavin and we took him over and we did an interview with him. And they do, those people professionals, and they do all these different kinds of tests. So besides from him not being able to reach it, he was having problems barely holding up stuffed animals. But you want me to believe that he can.
He's strong as hell.
You want me to believe he can hold a gun?
He did. I swear to God, there was nobody else in the house. It's us. And Antoine had left.
All right. Well, tell me this. So nobody else in the house. Gavin shoots, like you're claiming, but you never saw him get the gun, even though you claim he got the gun first. You take the gun from him. Do you know what you did with it at that point?
I laid it on the floor.
So you put the gun right back into an area that he could
No, it wasn't like it was just there on the floor. He was just running crazy at that time. He was just sitting there crying and screaming, like watching me.
What?
And I got the green towel and brought it back to put it on desk and called 911.
So you left the gun on the floor.
It was underneath the couch. Like he was with me. Like he was following right behind me. It wasn't like he just left unattended while she was there while I went to the towel in the kitchen.
It's really difficult to believe that a 2-year-old can pick up and pull the trigger. And this is the thing. Have you ever shot a gun? So when you shoot a gun, it has a thing called recoil, right? And you watch movies how they shoot guns and they kick like this, right? So for a 2-year-old whose hand is tiny, his hand's tiny, right? You want me to believe that he wrapped his little hand around the handle of the gun and was able to pull the trigger at the same time, right? Which isn't physically possible. 2, the recoil on that gun would have either had so much force, his little arm wouldn't have been able to hold it, and it would have probably cracked him in the face. He'd have hit himself with it or something, and he'd be hurt. And when I tell you they take him and do all these tests and they check on him and stuff, he wasn't hurt. So these are things that we can physically prove, right? We can physically prove these things that there's no way that happened.
I swear to God. I wish you could test it. Like I'm telling you, he
can hold up stuffed animals. He has no problem holding up stuffed animals. He's strong as hell.
So you're gonna stick with that. He did this stuff. But I'm telling you, there's no way physically possible for him to have done it. No way.
Okay, so now she's saying, he asks her, okay, so tell me again, what did you do with the gun after Gavin shot Destiny? And she said, I grabbed it from him and I put it on the floor. Okay, if he just supposedly had a loaded gun that he shot, why would you put it on the floor where he can reach it again? And she said, oh, well, I put it under the couch. Okay, so now we're under the couch. And he's telling her, okay, even if that part were true, Gavin was a small 2-year-old. And he says, even if he had trouble holding on to stuffed animals when they were talking to him. So to be able to hold that gun and get his little bitty fingers around there and pull the trigger would have been like physically impossible. Even if he was able to do it, he said the recoil of that would have like made it come back and like, you know, because keep in mind, like a 2-year-old's arm is like itty bitty. So even if he was able to do it, the recoil would have like come back, you know, popped him in the face or something. So he's telling her now, this is how we know you're lying yet again. And he said, so you're going to stick with this story now?
And I'm just being straight up with you, okay? At some point, you're going to have to own it. It's not physically possible for them to do that.
Thank you, Silver Fox.
There was more going on, and somebody else was there when it happened, and you're worried about you're going to get in some trouble, you're worried about the wrong thing right now. You're going to get yourself in more trouble by continually not telling the truth. That's what's going to get you in trouble, man. Like you said, you're allowed to make a mistake. We're humans. We make mistakes. Sometimes mistakes lead to something really bad. And when it happens, you got to own it. Because when you're upfront and you're truthful with people about mistakes, guess what? They can handle that. But when you continually lie and lie and lie and compound it, people don't want to deal with it. They don't want anything to do with it. And I'm telling you, the whole thing about Gavin did it is not going to fly. It's not. Because there's no way physically possible. I believe this was an accident. I do. But this is the thing. You got to actually tell me what happened during the accident. And you won't do that. You keep saying this Gavin can't be Gavin. It can't be. But you got to tell me the truth.
Here's the thing. When I asked yesterday, when we were talking before this really got started, we were talking about if it was possible for him to have pulled the trigger. And we talked about how there have been situations where kids have accidentally shot. Now, if the gun were like sitting on the edge of the couch or on a table or something like that, and like he's messing with it, then it would be possible for it to go off. But that would still, you know, there would still be recoil. But she's not saying that it was sitting somewhere. She's saying that he held it up and shot her. That's not. That makes the plausibility of Gavin being the accidental shooter go out the window and down the same toilet she stuck her phone in that hospital bathroom.
Do you want everybody to look at you as a mom that came up here and kept making up BS stories to the police? No. Or do you want them to see you as somebody that's actually remorseful and lost their daughter and they need to have some sympathy for it? Because that's what you need. But you're not giving us the opportunity to do that. You need to tell me the truth of what happened. Quit worrying about how much trouble I'm being in. It's a mistake. We can fix it. We can't fix this mistake. And we can go forward and we can try to do some damage control. We're here on your side. We're just trying to figure out what happened. Like I said, I don't think it's going to happen.
We're arguing, and I got the gun, he got it from me, and he tried to, I don't know what the hell he was doing. I think he was trying to take the damn, whatever it is, out. And
so, listen to me, okay?
I'm so mad, man. And I don't know why, because we haven't had no type of relationship, no sex, no nothing. I've never let him on ever since I had him, nothing.
So, okay, but now you gotta tell me the truth. You gotta give me the whole story, all right? You gotta tell me everything from when you pulled up.
He came in and he was screaming about Kylie yet again.
Just hold on, before you talk, I want you to understand. I know a whole lot more than you think, right? So I need you to be, you gotta be straight up, baby. You gotta tell me every single thing that happened up until it happened. That's the only way I'm gonna believe you. You gotta tell me things that you haven't told me yet that I already know, right? Because I don't want to fill the story in for you, right? We want you to be the one to tell us what happens. So you got back from the park. Tell me what happened.
I went and tried to fix the food and cut it down because I had it on high and went back and asked.
Let's go back. Was Antoine already there when you got home?
The neighbor said he had been there.
Remember when I said I want you to tell me stuff that you hadn't told me before?
Yes, he was.
You need to tell me that.
And he got out of the car already.
Okay.
So he's telling her, I know more than you think I do. So let's start over. I want you to tell me everything. Keep in mind, I know more than you think I do. So let's start over. So now she's starting over. So she says she pulled in. Look at Cece. Cece's struggling on this. She says she pulled in from that park. And he said, okay, let's go back. Was he there? And she said, so right now we're still sticking with Antoine was there and he got out of the car irate.
And I asked Destiny what she wanted to eat and he kept trying to interfere. And
I asked Destiny what she wanted to eat and he kept trying to interfere.
So, and he don't want her to eat meat. So that was a problem right there. Anything that I do that he could find a problem with, it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't want her to eat meat first off, so he started on that shit too. And he just continued to scream and holler and raise his voice. And he went, I thought he was leaving. He went to the living room, so I was like, please leave. And he didn't leave. And I don't know why I felt threatened because I didn't know what the hell he was capable of. I mean, he's beat me to the point where I was unconscious.
So she's still sticking, right now, she's still sticking with the story about they got to fussing and he was screaming. And she said then she thought he was leaving.
And I wake up again when I got it. He got it from me.
So in this version, she's the person that goes and gets the gun. Is that correct?
That's what she's saying.
So now, hold on. I want to go back because now this is now, let me rewind a few seconds. This is now story number 10. We are now story number 10.
Problem right there. Anything that I do that he could find a problem with, it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't want her to eat meat first off, so he started on that shit too. And he just continued to scream and holler and raise his voice. And he went, I thought he was leaving. He went to the living room, so I was like, please leave. And he didn't leave. And I don't know why I felt threatened because I didn't know what the hell he was capable of. I mean, he's beat me to the point where I was unconscious. And I wake up again when I got it. He got it from me.
She just said right there she went and got the gun.
Version, she's the person that goes and gets the gun. Is that correct?
That's what she's saying.
She didn't know what he was capable of, so she went and got the
It was
gun.
in the black bag on the back of the door.
It's in the black bag on the back door and you got it out.
On the back of my bedroom door, yes.
But you got the gun out of the black bag on the back of the door. The black bag that you took and moved up into the top of the house, okay? And so you got the gun.
And he got it away. He got it from me. He strung his hand.
Where are y'all at? So you go.
I was in the bedroom.
You in the bedroom with the gun.
Mm-hmm. He went out and he was trying to.
Are y'all fighting over the gun in the bedroom?
No, I wasn't gonna fight over a damn gun. The hell with that. No.
And so
He tried to take whatever the hell.
your magazine out, all the bullets, right?
Exactly. He was in the second living room.
When you say second living room, which one
Where
is it?
Destiny has the room.
Okay. And what happens?
And he dropped the damn thing.
He said he dropped the thing.
It went off one time and he dropped it and he left. And then I
Did
see her.
he say anything?
He didn't say shit.
Did he know she was shot?
I don't know. I can't say what he knew.
So what did he do with the gun after it went off? What did he do with it?
What do you mean?
So now the story is after she went and got the gun because she was scared of him because she didn't know what he was capable of, he goes to try to grab the gun from her and there's a scruffle, as Dominique would say, and at this point the gun was in the black bag again. Now we're back to the black bag in the bedroom. So the only thing that has been consistent about this damn story is that pot roast. That is the only thing. The only thing that has been consistent is the pot roast. And I don't even know for sure if there was one, but that's the only thing that that's the only thing she's stuck to. So All right, let me go back a few seconds. So they were scruffling over the gun.
Did he say anything? Did he know she was shot?
I don't know. I can't.
So she's saying when they were scruffling for the gun, that's when it went off. And he said, did he know that she was shot? And she says, I don't know. And apparently he dropped the gun and left.
I can't say what he knew.
So what did he do with the gun after it went off? What did he do with it?
What do you mean what did he do with it?
So he got the gun. He took it from you. You said he took the magazine out.
Right.
And then the gun, boom, shots fired.
Right.
What does Antoine do with the gun at this point?
I don't know. I guess he's the one who took it outside. Oh my gosh.
Okay. So you think he took the gun outside? Listen, remember, I told you. I know more stuff you think I know. Listen to me. I told you. Okay. But do you remember what he did with it?
He was in the floor.
So he just put it in the floor.
He just dropped it.
Just dropped it.
I don't think he 100% knew what the hell he was doing.
Mm-hmm. So he drops the gun. What happens now?
I went over, got to start screaming. I went up to my baby. I seen that she was shocked, and I got the towel, and he went on there and called 911. I had to find my damn phone.
Remember I told you, I know more than you think I know. Right? So Antoine left, you went back outside. Right?
Yes.
What did you do when you went back outside?
Took the damn gun and put it inside the house.
Okay, let me tell you what, I see you want to tell me the truth, but you had problems with it, okay? You understand that I know this stuff because there's a video, right? And I know he was there. And I know that's not when you want to put the gun up there. All right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get that video, and we're going to look at it, and we're going to break it down. You're going to tell me what's happening. Can you do that for me? You positive that he shot that girl and you did?
Yes.
So why did you feel like you needed to take it outside?
I didn't realize that she was shot till after the fact.
When you say after the fact?
After I took it outside.
Is her statement that she didn't realize that Destiny was shot until after she took the gun outside, is that consistent with the 911 call and the recording?
Well, just based on what I heard here, and this has been 4.5 years. Okay, Antoine leaves the house at 8:40, or whoever that individual is. We don't know who it is. At 8:46:43, an individual leaves that house. We go through. We're actually 8:47:47. He leaves. The defendant then exits the home at 8:48:23. So, if what she's saying there, that the shots had been fired, so then there's a time lapse in there. It's not, her story's not adding up with this timeline.
Consistent with what you know from the timeline of the video.
Very consistent.
So you didn't call 911 after you took the phone outside, is what you told me?
I was on the phone. It was all like a big fucking blur. I don't think you understand how much pressure he puts me under when he is around, and anxiety that I have and experience when I'm around him.
Okay. Let me get this video, and what we're going to do, we're going to look at this video, and we're going to finish getting the truth out in a second. Okay. So tell me this though: if Antoine was the one shot, why would you say it was Gabby? Why would you put your 2-year-old in there? And I'm asking you this out of sheer curiosity. Do you not want your kids? Do you want
How do I want my kids?
So why would you say he did it if he didn't do it? Why would you say that? Why wouldn't you just, if he did that, why wouldn't you just tell the truth from him again? Why would you go and give us all these other stories?
Fair. I mean, this is my kid.
Your daughter died, right? You should want some justice. You should forget being scared. You should want some justice. You should have been here that night screaming, saying, "This is what happened. I'll take you to him. Let's go to Virginia if we have to. I'll take you to him." That's what you should have been saying. You shouldn't have been blaming on your 2-year-old, who there's no way physically possible he could do it. Okay, sit here. Let me go get this video, and we're gonna go over this, and we're gonna get the whole truth out there. All right? All right.
Ow! Stop. If you scratch me again.
Hey, you remember Investigator Riddle, right? You okay?
Investigator Riddle, you have a laptop in your hand at this point?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you're getting ready to do?
I think we're going to show her a surveillance video of that around the house.
Okay, is that the one that we've watched here in the courtroom a couple times?
I believe so.
sometimes it's, I'm not so smart.
That's what you said you did.
This is the video footage from your neighbor next door.
She wants attention.
I'll show you how this thing works. Well, we're going to need a password. We're going to need a password. We're going to need a password. Let's see. We want to get a password. Well, I'm trying to get this set up, right? I know you said that you went into the bedroom and got the gun. Did you ever make it back out to the living room? Let's say if you did, that's fine. I just need to know this stuff. Right? And so he walks out and unloads the gun in the living room. Why wouldn't he do it in the bedroom?
Just I was screaming and hollering.
Okay. I'm going to tell you something else I know, okay? So I don't know how much you know about guns, but there are different types of, like, what they call malfunctions. When you shoot a gun and the casing, right? That's I told you about the casing, the nice little fine casings. The casing comes out. There's different type of malfunctions. You know, what called stovepipe, where it just kind of looks like one of those old black stoves with the line. Yeah, it looks like that. Then you have one that's like condition 2, where it kind of gets stuck in there. And a lot of times that's caused by, so you shoot that slide on the top, it comes back and goes like that. This way, it kicks out the old one, puts a new one in, right? But if the slide doesn't go all the way back, you can't kick it out and get stuck. So when you have a gun, that's what it looked like. And a lot of times when slides don't go all the way back, it's because you're going against something, like I've had against it, and it won't be able to go, or somebody's fighting over it, right? And so with that type of malfunction, it probably wasn't a struggle going on with that gun. If it was, like I said, which that malfunction proves that it was a struggle, you need to kill him. If you had a gun and was trying to take it from you and it went off, you need to kill him, because that's definitely not your fault. That's his fault. But you need to kill him, right? Because this is stuff, that I told you, everything I'm telling you is able to prove. And we won't get the truth out there right now. We don't want this coming up late. So if y'all were fighting over the gun and it went off, you need to tell me. Okay? Is that what happened? You're actually in the living room, y'all fighting over it. You still had it. He's trying to get it from you, and it goes off. Is that why when you were telling us that the guy's eyes got really big? Is that why his eyes got really big? Because y'all fighting over the gun and it went off.
For the record, what is she doing?
She's nodding her head, yes.
If you walked out. So you wanted to tell us the truth from the beginning. You just wouldn't. Why wouldn't you?
He's scared. I told you, he scares the shit out of me. You just don't know the shit that he's put me through. He actually brought me and left me in his house with locks that have keys on them, inside and outside, and nailed the fucking windows shut.
Okay.
What are you shooting there? Yeah. Go to play it. Not play it.
I don't think it's going to play.
You
might have to take you in here and let you see it.
And what we do, if we're going to take you in there, we're going to record, okay?
Let me try.
We record audio.
Let me try it this way. Open with. There we go. Let's open with. See if I can media player. See if that works. So, after y'all was fighting on the gun and it goes off, what do? Because you said you dropped it.
I took it outside.
You took it outside that point?
I didn't realize what happened.
So you never knew, you didn't know she was shot.
Detective Riddle, again, her statement that when she took the gun outside, she didn't realize Destiny was shot. Is that consistent with the timeline?
That's what I just heard her say.
Is that consistent with the timeline?
No.
I hope that's it. Okay. You know where the face. I want you to watch this face, okay? So we're gonna get this figured out.
We don't believe this is you right here. We believe that's him pulling in for your house. Your porch light. Do you normally leave your porch light off?
No, they normally got a sensor that come on.
So you got that it's motion sensor.
Right.
Okay. So this is your porch is over here. And this is in front of your house.
Okay.
I said, we don't think this is you right here.
See, this is at 8:30. This is 8:30. It popped up as a good thing.
Okay.
Yeah, 8:30.
What time think you
Yeah. I said it was for about an hour and a half, so I was on my way home at that time.
You didn't see him at the park or anywhere like that?
There actually cameras at the park.
Oh, they're off?
Yeah.
I said, I don't even know where that park's at. I know you've been there.
We can verify you short. Okay.
This one right beside the corner school.
See, whoever it is, they haven't walked your porch.
There's a light that's on.
It looks like his lights are still on.
Mm-hmm. Like they're sitting on the lights.
So yeah, it's blowing off. See if you recognize it. What color car this is? That looks enough like a white car.
Right.
So this car's pulling off from your house.
If it evens, you may have to go to a different screen.
To the other one.
Yeah, that's still on there for a little bit. Look at this. You guys have to probably go much lower.
You got the time to I haven't really looked at this. Our other partner really went through and dissected it this morning. So it's probably, like I said, a little better idea on the times with it. When you come home, do you have a way you usually come? Do you usually go a certain way?
But that park, I normally come, no, it just depends.
Do you usually come on, what's that? Kingwood and then turn down to Boston? Yeah. So you usually come on Kingwood, turn down Boston?
There's the alley. I do that one.
Behind the house and that?
Right.
Why would you go in the alley?
Because I like to park the car towards.
A certain way,
Yeah.
where it's going out towards
Right.
Kingwood. Okay, that's understandable. That's not you, right?
I don't think
I
so.
don't think that's you. I'm going to go home.
My neighbors are smoking weed. I smell it.
See, it's good video right there.
Just 8:33. So about the time there.
How long do you think he was at your house?
Not very long.
5, 10, 15 minutes?
I would say, I don't know, like my anxiety's through the roof, like I told you when he was on that. Like, he's always, like my mom even said it herself, it's always been something with him every single time he comes, he's got a problem with something.
Oh, so that dress you had on Saturday, that what you had on when I was there?
So, were you telling Brandon that y'all were fighting over it? Did you discharge it?
No, I didn't.
So it went off?
Yes. He's way stronger than me.
So she says that when the gun went off during the scruffle, it wasn't her that fired it.
Let's see. It's 8:34 now. So you got the time.
Yeah, he's easy. Yeah, he's going to get it. Do you know, when you get home, is he already there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was he parking when you get home? Can you
Facing, not Kingwood,
go and facing the West Bank? Almost that way.
whatever, yeah.
He's facing opposite of the way he usually park. Because you said he usually park towards Kingwood, so you're saying he's facing opposite of the way he usually park.
So that's where he was his light still on when you were pulled up?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
When you pull up, you realize he's there.
Right.
What was the conversation?
He was still going crazy about how he the day before. And then he was just talking shit like always. That's basically what he does.
In front of kids? Like he's just talking to. What are they doing now? Like, are they just used to it?
Like, I have to say it, but Destiny somewhat was. I mean, he just constantly brings freaking out. Like I'm talking about anything, like I said, anything that I did, that he could decipher and something bad.
So what is Gavin doing? Is he just running around playing during this time? Or?
Destiny was laying on the couch watching Netflix. And Gavin was, yeah, he was in the second room really hard.
And so were y'all in the, what you call second living room argument or the first living room argument?
The second.
So y'all all in the second living room?
Right.
And did you see to the point where, like, he put his hands on you, or you just tired of him? Is that why you went to the
I
door?
told you, like, baby, he put his hands on me, and I thought he was walking through the door, and he was like, I was like, please leave. And he was like, I know you're going to call the police, your police calling that bitch. And I went to the bedroom, and he followed me, and we took the other down, and he was
When you said he put his hands on you, what do you mean?
He had like his hands on like right here, like trying to.
Like, holding hands?
We're at 8:30. Can you skip forward to about 8:39?
Let's see. I don't know how you can go with so time up there.
8:37.
So right now they're going over the timelines and stuff. So right now, none of this stuff is, she hasn't gotten to having to explain how none of it works. So right now she's still at the part where they're watching the video for her to get home. And she said that Antoine was talking crap and hollering and all that. So she's still kind of going over other stuff. So now they're about to start watching all of the video evidence that's going to show that she's a big fat liar.
Who was the first person that you told about what happened?
Mom.
So you called your mom, told
No,
her?
I didn't call her. I didn't see her.
So you didn't tell anybody the knowledge what happened, you just went straight up and went across the street straight up?
Man, you told your mom you saw exactly what happened. So she doesn't know what you just told us.
If you told anybody what you told us, you didn't tell everybody what you did.
I didn't really start from that same time.
So,
Except for one of my friends, and that's it.
who was that? You told that? You told her that it was Gavin. So was it your mom that talked to the news? You know, it's your grandparents talked to the news.
I think so. I wasn't there. I was at UT trying to see if the line was just being released.
Okay, that's 8:39 truck passage. You can see it doesn't stop at your house. And then, okay, then we're going to go to the next frame. So I'm going to go
To the next. Let me check this out.
8:41. Should get some more action.
So 8. Let's see. I don't know this was. There we go. Maybe at the time. So we're at 8:39.
8:41 forward to get some more action. There we go.
41.
Okay, you see this car right here pulling up?
All right, so they see the car pulling up.
It's coming off Keywood, back in front of your house. One car in the driveway.
Lights still on.
So now they're finally to the part where that first car pulls up. He says, okay, so you see this car pull up. The first car pulls up. So now there's one car in the driveway and the lights are still on. So that I'm giving you one here. God, you're needy. So now we're finally at that part.
Maybe they just ring the lights into the parking lot. I don't know.
We'll go to 8:42. Car still there.
8:42. Car still there.
He's got his running lights on. Looks like there's another car approaching.
There's another car approaching. See the lights.
You think that's you?
They said, is that you?
I go back way to that.
Okay, so you pull in that way, you back up to his car.
Right, that's how I normally park.
But you park where he's at, right?
Right.
So these lights here are his headlights, and these are your tail lights. Okay.
So they said these are your headlights and his taillights.
Remember what he was wearing for sure?
He had on a black hat and a black shirt.
He's wearing shorts or pants?
I'm not here for sure.
Does he have a backpack on or anything like that? Or
Not really, no.
in a second, you'll see your motion lights come on.
Hi, Jennifer. Welcome.
See that? It's your porch light.
See that right there? That's Destiny, I think.
Is that her?
I'm pretty sure.
Did you carry your other son?
Yes, he was so
That's Destiny on the porch right for
So she walked up there. And
Okay, so now they're pointing. They're now at the part where the porch light comes on, and the first figure walks through, and they said, "We think this is Destiny." She said, "Yeah, that's right." Now remember, her other story was that she walked up there with Destiny and unlocked the door before she went back and got Gavin. So now, of course, she's a big fat liar. So now they're showing her, and she's like, "Okay, yes, that is Destiny."
did you?
So she walks in.
So I'll go to the pool.
Is he still in his car at this point?
I believe so, yes.
And that's a spider web or wire or what? So how long was it before when you got in the house? When you came in the house?
I think exactly. I mean, long enough for me to pick out now, and he woke up and turned Netflix on for Desi. And he accepted what she wanted. I can't really put a time frame on that.
So I never saw him walk in. He could be in the house by now.
Because I haven't seen it.
At some point, you'll see a young man come in out of the front door and get into the front porch.
This is right when they got home. So Destiny had just walked in the house.
Go to 8:46.
I was about to get there.
And Robin walks in. And now that was at 8:43.
So you see somebody right here.
You think he's that Antoine?
Yes.
Okay, at 8:46.
We don't argue about.
Now remember, at 8:46 there was that movement at the door that we could see. So she says that that's Antoine.
Yes.
So y'all at some point made it back to the porch apartment.
Right.
So he's at the porch, now he's gone.
This guy passing right here is not witness that saw the white car. He's going to go into the alley back there.
Down here?
Across the street.
Is this him?
That's him on the front porch.
Him right there.
Kind of pacing. Do you know if the little girl had been shot already?
I don't think so.
So y'all was still going back and forth at this point.
Right.
You think y'all started?
I think I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, my anxiety was on $1,000. I understand this man is putting me through hell. The only reason why that was here is because I didn't have no issues. My mom and dad was my father, and I knew how much I loved my father, and I didn't want to take her from her daddy.
So the best you can remember, he leaves immediately after that.
Right.
Okay, so he's still in the house right now.
So she says he's still in the house right now.
He doesn't run away or did he think he
I don't know. I can't say anything true. I wasn't just watching.
Do you immediately start getting her aid or do you don't know she's been
I
shot?
didn't know.
Here he is.
So he's coming out.
He's actually leaving now.
So he walked down. This is nice. Right there. So at this point, we know she's been shot at this point. And he leaves.
Look at this car. Does it look like the same car that left the first time from here? It's white to me. Okay.
So Detective Riddle, if Destiny was shot at this point, does that mean Miss Howington moves the vehicle after Destiny's been shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Go to 848. 848.
So we're
It's open right here for me.
So this one, he's gone.
Here you go.
He's gone out. Right? And go
lights flash on the car.
You just unlocked your car. Now the lights come on. You're in your car.
I think it's wise for it to unlock properly.
Okay, so what are you doing?
I think I went to the guardian black and white, to be honest with you. I did not realize that she was fucking shot. I'm telling you.
Okay, you start the car again.
Oh yeah, I backed it up. Yes, I sure did. You're right.
You still ain't calling 911 at this point.
So she's saying that at this point, according to her new story, the newest version, according to this, she says that the gun went off and she didn't check her children. The gun went off when her and Antoine were having this scruffle. The gun dropped. She's sitting right there but does not check her children. And Antoine leaves and she goes out there and moves her car. And she said that she did not know when she was moving her car that Destiny had been shot. So that's the story we're going with right now.
I was on the phone with him. You don't have to say this shit. I'm so
We're just trying to get about the same time, right? But you still in the car.
You stayed in the car for a little bit.
And so you know she shot at this point.
No, I can't say that. I never said no.
Okay.
So where's the together?
They were both inside.
And
Ryan's good.
Is the gun still in the floor at this point? So you go back outside, and you know the gun's been fired already. So where is the gun at that point?
I'm not exactly sure. I believe it was in the floor, yeah.
You left it in the floor.
After it was shot.
With both of the kids?
I'm not 100% sure. No, my anxiety is on 1,000. Nobody understands this. This man has put me through hell. I'm going to continue to say that.
Mm-hmm. So you're still in the car. Backing it up. You back it up to the spot where you use it for, right?
8:50:14, the fucking go back. You off the car. So you're there for over a minute in the car. You never call anybody.
So at this point, 8:50.
Yeah, so you just lock your car.
Just lock it and go back in.
The cat was walking in. At what point do you feel like she's been shot?
And the gun's still possibly in the floor at this point.
And he was on like a fucking roll.
Okay. Destiny and Gavin are still in here.
Right.
In the second living room, the gun's in there on the floor.
You're still right at the front door at that point. Okay. 8:53.
So they show her going back into the house at 8:50, and she says at this point she had just moved the car, so she still doesn't know that Destiny had been shot, according to her, at this time. So 8:50, she goes back in the house.
Right now there's no activity outside, but they'll go for activity.
8:53, she calls 911.
8:53, 65, what you said? It's 8:53:46.
What's this right now?
I'll put the gun inside the house.
Have you called 911 at this point? And you brought the gun out here to by that bush all the time?
So at 8:53, she calls 911. Less than a minute later, she walks outside while she's on the phone with 911 to put the gun in the bushes. Now, again, this goes against, I don't know if it was the last story, or the story before that, or the one before that, but it goes against her previous stories where she said that she put the gun outside before she called 911. She was on the phone with 911 hiding evidence while Destiny was on the couch.
Any particular reason why you did that?
I was just scared. She was going to die.
And you just go back in the house here.
Did you know she had been shot in the chest, or did you think it was a hand?
I thought it was a hand wound. Then when I seen it, I grabbed the towel, I put it on there, I called 911.
So did you know it was a hand wound before you went to move the car?
No.
So you didn't know it was a hand wound until you came back in?
Right.
When you all fighting with the gun, those are your hands on the gun.
I knew what happened. He got away from me. That he's farm bred. He's strong as shit.
So, when she told you you were fighting with the gun, did you pull the gun out initially for your protection?
Yes.
Had you pulled the gun on you before?
No.
Did you pull the gun on you before?
Does he grab the muzzle? I mean, what does he grab?
He just grabs it, like,
And he physically pulled it out of you? And then you're fighting back with him now with a gun?
I can't say we were fighting, no, we had a gun, I was in shock, I was like,
I told you, the way that the gun's found, you both had to have your hands on it, when it's fired.
Because that's the reason you don't still show this, you know. It's called out how you slide and go back and forth. You won't put in that other video, make sure we got a better video tomorrow. Don't you lie to us. I think you're on the right path not telling us. If you want me to take your stories and use us, better be straight up and bring them along.
So we're passing, you spent that whole Saturday night, Sunday morning leading us on a lot of group checks, all right? You're laying this in the rest on Thursday. You need to get this thing laid out, okay? But you will make that request, let her be at peace, okay?
Let me ask you about one more thing. On Thursday, I know you've already told me there was a domestic dispute at your home, correct? Okay. Did you, and if you did, just tell the truth, did you pull a gun on him Thursday night?
Thursday night?
Thursday evening in the front yard.
That's it.
So here, Ms. Howington's admitting that she pulled a gun on Antoine on Thursday night. Is that correct?
I think a few minutes prior to that, she was asked if she had ever pulled out a gun on him before, and she denied it. Now with this, I did some background work and learned that there was an incident 2 days prior, and that's why I'm following up with her there, and she does admit at that particular time that she has pulled a gun on him 2 days prior.
You pulled a gun? What happened then?
He took it.
Okay, what did he do with it?
He took the
vaccine,
right.
He disarmed it?
Right.
Okay. And then, so Callie never pulled a gun on him, did you?
Right.
Okay. You should understand that. We told you, a person can have a gun at their home to protect themselves. You're not convicted of, so you're good.
Now remember, because y'all know she's just throwing everybody under the bus. Well, she originally said that Callie, not originally, somewhere in that mix of all the stories, said that Callie pulled a gun on Antoine Thursday. Now they busted her lying. So surprised. And she admits, okay, well, yeah, actually, I pulled a gun on Antoine Thursday.
Have you told Callie about any of this situation right here?
Yes.
Yeah, have you made any remarks to him via text or via phone calls? Okay. Did you text him after the incident or anything like that?
Yeah, I tried to get it together.
Okay, you tried to get it together.
Yes.
At any time have you attempted to get him or any of your other friends to come and alter evidence or come together?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, you told him to come to the law?
No.
Okay. Was that via text or via phone call?
I think phone call.
Okay. Did you ask anybody else to do that?
Yeah.
If I were Callie, I'd be pissed.
Investigator Riddle, so here it sounds like she's admitting that she texted Callie to come get the gun. Is that correct?
Not only did she text Callie, but she texted Joe Key as well.
Okay, and so when she says no, she didn't text anybody else, is that true or is that not true?
I guess that's that way. It's probably not true.
You can't find it. It's not legal sound thing. I don't know how to work it, one or two.
Who talked to you? Just different streets. So he gave it to you from protection. You talked to Callie. When's the last time you talked to him?
This morning?
Okay. He told you anything about anything happened?
Yes. He said that the police came and why did I tell y'all that he gave to me the gun?
And basically, what the reason we let him go, that's what we did. So everybody, your story, everybody telling the truth. You know, that's all we have done in the house is keep the secure location of the kids. I mean, we're victim of domestic assault out there. I understand. Sure won't.
I can't do this one, but
We take it in that picture. Have you haven't spoken to me? Have you called? Have you called him?
Antoine?
Yeah.
Several times.
He won't answer it.
My mom's called him, my pastor's called him, my brother's called him.
If he was in Knoxville, do you know where he lives here?
So, Investigator Riddle, just to be clear, have you talked to Antoine at this point?
I believe we talked to him on September the 16th, I believe, at the Knoxville Police Department.
I don't know the address, but I know his house is.
If he would leave Knoxville, where would he go?
He has another house. Destiny told me either in North Carolina or Virginia. But she always said North Carolina, but I felt like he told her North Carolina because when we would go to Bristol to see my mom, she'd always say that they stopped off the interstate at the flea market, like 407. But she did speak on one time that they stopped in Bristol at the Pinnacle and ate. So I don't know. I think he was telling her that it was North Carolina, but it was really Virginia.
Okay. What part of Virginia?
I don't know.
So do you know what part of Virginia he's from?
Farmville.
He's from Farmville. Does he have any other family anywhere in Virginia?
No, I don't know. I've only been up there like probably 5 times.
So Farmville?
Yes.
So you don't have any other dating going on?
Oh, we broke up. Officially broke up like after he put his hands on me and I was like,
Or are you going to still seeing each other periodically, just so I can get a grasp
No.
of the jealousy?
He's always been jealous. Like I told him, ever since I had Destiny, he felt like he's had control over me. And he's always been an angry person. His dad is the same way. That's something I've noticed about his father. And he puts a lot of pressure on Antoine because he was his oldest son. He don't really make him, he made him do it. I seen that he did a lot more stuff than his dad made his younger brothers do. Like I have a wood stove, like when we were there, Antoine was always the one that put the stuff in it to start it. Antoine paid for their floor to get fixed. He put in central air unit in their house. But his dad took all the credit for this.
And I know you got your phone in here, a working phone now.
Right.
But you try to destroy your phone. I think your phone will help with these matters. I'm going to ask you for consent to search that phone.
That's fine.
Well, I'm going to leave my consent on here. We're going to try to get it knocked out very quickly and I'll get it back to you. Okay, we'll get back to that. Just to be honest with you, we have spoken to his dad. He was here yesterday. We thought his actions were very out there.
He was like deceitful. He was like you were on Saturday. What was the word? The phrase self-preservation? Trying to save yourself and stuff. Think about that, baby.
He denies he has a like. Well, he acknowledged he has a right through another until we got further into it. Then he wants to change the story. So he does have a right through another. Nice guy.
Yeah. That never been started.
Not right.
No, I don't know.
Any windows? Was it the two women? Do you remember? Sunroof?
I don't know.
We're going to show you a card in here. We've seen it working here. But we're not going to get into the story about him because we think he's also been. We kind of knew right when we were doing something. We know that you're not okay. Do we think it's a bad situation? Yeah. But I think it helps you to be honest. Yeah. And obviously now you've come clean. But you know what? You get out of the word. That's what you said.
And like I said, she can be at peace now. She knows. She knows that now that we know the truth, what happened, she can be at peace when they make her arrest.
I appreciate what you said. It's hard. Like I swear to God, like.
We're not going to put your business out there. Where do you want to take your friends, your friends? I wouldn't talk about this. I would.
Right.
You know, even if you want to talk to your mom.
Yes, I'll probably tell them to stop talking to the news too.
Right. I didn't ask them to. They're just
I'm gonna go try to get this out and start working. He's gonna get the consent form.
How about we hold up on here and print a picture of it?
Right? Put the other print picture. All right. What else? You want me to bring in person or just get it? I got 9 messages, so I know which one it was, so I just brought the person. I have to take it back with me. 9 messages.
The amount of times that she changed her story.
Oh, yeah. You got our threats already?
You know, I was in a really bad car. And this right here, one time I get on the floor and this came apart.
Option, show that place.
Well, I mean, they had surgery, so I had to put it back, and then he hit me one time.
And pop it out again.
I fell on the floor out, so it's bad.
When you said you had a wreck, didn't make sense a lot of times. You have injured stuff. You have arthritis. Because I'm probably going to have the money. I don't get it. I feel the car.
That kills my ears.
this real quick, okay? This is just like your house. This is a consent form to search your phone, okay? I, Robin Howington, have been informed of my constitutional right not to have a search made of my phone, herein mentioned without a search warrant or my right to refuse to consent to such a search, hereby authorized Terry Payton, he's an officer who does the forensic examinations of the phone, or other phone examiners. And the reason I put that in there, if he's not available right now, we're going to get somebody else. Officers of the Knoxville Police Department conduct a complete search of my phone located at the Knoxville Police Department. These officers are authorized by me to take from my phone any text, phone calls, both incoming and outgoing, missed calls, and contact information, as well as any images which they may desire. The written permission is being given by the above named officers voluntarily, without threats or promises of any kind of this time.
Oh, dang.
Yes, this is the actual consent form of the cell phone that I just read her.
Okay, and so did she sign this form?
She did.
This is her signature?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the one you read out loud just
Yes,
now?
ma'am.
We can make that the next exhibit.
Mark it and file, it's number 22.
I'll show you this picture and you tell me these cards, okay? Is that his car?
Was that the one that was in front of your house?
Okay. Do me a favor. Just sign your name right there and put this car was driven by, what's his name, Antoine Oliver.
Mm-hmm.
While you're signing that fingernail, did that break off during the domestic?
I don't think so. I noticed that myself.
Yeah, I noticed it the other night.
I'm not gonna get a picture of that. I'll get it on my phone though.
So having her.
That's the car that he was in the night that he came into your house on the 14th of September.
We're having her sign saying that's the car Antoine was driving
Like I said, every time he comes here,
on Thursday.
Couple things that he's follow up questions on with you. You kept emphasizing
You can listen to him, put the date on it too.
when you call. Today's the 17th. So
17, 19.
just put time in there as 7.
9, 17, 19.
And put 17. When you kept on to test the gun with Gavin, or Gavin's DNA or forensic, but that you knew we were going to find anything on that. You didn't take his hand and place it on that gun. Did he have the gun in his hand when you left his weapon before you went out?
Not that I know of, no.
So when you came in,
Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the photo I showed her of the Chrysler 300.
Okay, and did she write on the black Sharpie on there? Is that what she wrote?
Yeah.
We could make this the next exhibit.
Mark and file, it's number 23.
And Detective Riddle, can you explain to the jury, is this still shot of...
What happened? What happened?
Just to be clear, have you talked to Anton at this point? And did she write on the black Sharpie on there? Is that what she wrote?
Yeah.
We could make this the next exhibit.
Mark and file, it's number 23.
And Detective Riddle, can you explain to the jury, is this still shot of this car? Is this from the video that we've been watching so far?
I believe that was from maybe an adjacent video on Midlake, which runs behind her home. We had video of the car driving real slowly in that area, actually pulling on one of the back streets, and we think two and two together that whoever's in that car is the ones that pull in front of her home.
But obviously you're not 100%.
I'm not 100%.
We got like
because
10
it's a
minutes
video
left.
from behind her house, not in
Correct.
front of her house. Is that correct?
Correct.
A little less.
same spot.
Is it or is it true or not true that you did lock the gun down before you threw the bush?
No, I didn't.
But you told us the other day you did. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. You never locked it down. So whose DNA is going to be on that gun?
Antoine's and mine.
Yours, okay. So we all it's DNA from Antoine.
And maybe Callie's on there.
Callie was there.
Right, no, he
We're
was
not
on
worried
there.
about Callie. Well, I've got issues with Callie for him not being honest on certain things. He's not involved in this. Anything else you remember? Do you don't have any bruises or marks on you pertaining to that, other than a broken nail?
Right.
And you had nails. Were all your nails intact at the
I
time?
mean, that's me just went by enough time previous day. Friday or something.
Thank you.
So she said that she did not wipe the gun. She said she did not wipe the gun down, and it will be her and Antoine's DNA on there.
What's Captain's last name? Disney? You know how old she is?
I'll say about
33. Is her number start 740? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember what her number started with? Does she live at the area too?
Yes.
Is she the one you was going to take away to that night?
Yes.
Okay. And you were at fencing, just right on the road?
Right from me.
Out the range. So the mobile home up there?
Yes.
I got you. Don't find her in the system. You sure it's Tabitha Disney?
That's her name. I mean, she's making it. Dale Disney and Tabitha Disney.
Dale and Tabitha Disney?
Yes.
Okay.
And is the reason explain to the jury why you want to identify who this Tabitha Disney is.
I think it was a lady that she was wanting to take Avon to, so we wanted to kind of follow up at some point with her.
Is that them?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've got you in here. I'll take a picture of your hand. Just stick your hands up there. And you're thinking that was from your struggle the other night, right? You just got your nails done. What day did you get your nails done?
On Friday.
So they were good and fresh on Friday, and then Saturday got one broke off. Okay.
Sun is setting.
Did I give you that?
Or I guess it just set.
Is this a good time? Do we want to keep
Are
going?
you through with your direct? Approach the bench.
Approach the bench. How embarrassed do you think that would be to...
Were you in the courtroom whenever the defense attorney talked about Gavin being the person that shot Destiny?
Yes, I believe in his opening statement.
And the last story that the defendant gave to you in this case, is that the story that you heard in opening statement?
No, ma'am.
That's all. Pass witness.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 6 o'clock. You have had a long day. I think the prudent thing to do at this point in time is to call it a day and let Mr. Whalen begin his cross-examination tomorrow morning when we resume. Tomorrow I have a little bit lengthier docket than what I had this morning, so I'm going to ask that you report directly to the jury room as you did this morning, except be there not later than 10:15, and our goal is going to be to start back around 10:30 tomorrow morning. Same instructions that I gave you last night. Don't look at any media reports about this case. Don't attempt to learn anything at all about this case from any independent source, and do not discuss this case with any other person. Keep your mind focused to decide this case only on what you've heard in this courtroom and no place else. Have a very good evening, and we will see you tomorrow. All rise for the jury. Please be in the jury room not later than 10:15 tomorrow morning.
Well, what do y'all think? Did anybody's mind sway one way or the other on what you think happened or could have happened by hearing everything today? It is wild how many times she changed her story.
All right. Everyone may have a seat. Is there anything we need to take up before we break for the evening? All right. Be back in your chairs, ready to go to work in case there's any last-minute issues before we start back. The jury be here not later than 10:15. Ms. Howington be certain to be here in the courtroom by 10 o'clock so that your attorney can speak with you before we start back if he needs to, and we will reconvene this case in the morning.
I'm going to ask the state for a copy of number 15, that redacted shortened CD, because I took notes with some of those times on here, and it would be different on the original one.
Which one's 15?
15 is the CD, her statement at KPD.
Yes.
All right, y'all work it out. All right, court will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everyone have a good evening.
Wow, that was exhausting. Trying to keep up with all of her BS and all of the lies was exhausting. So it actually changed more times than I even realized. I had no idea how many times she actually changed her story. It's crazy. Marie Moss, our official statistician with our stats for the day: 5 witnesses, 3 sidebars, 3 objections, 11 different stories. And she also spoke about the sexual assault 3 times more than her daughter's name, and a burnt pot roast. And a burnt pot roast. How you gonna burn a pot roast? Pot roast you can cook for approximately 12 business days and it don't get burnt. But somehow, this lady done burn a pot roast. The only thing that was consistent in all the stories was the pot roast. The only thing. How you gonna burn a pot roast? So, isn't that pretty outside? The clouds, it's been raining all day and the clouds have cleared up just enough to be able to see a little bit of pink. I can see the pink outside my window. So pretty. What a day. What a day. I appreciate y'all hanging out and watching. Oh yeah, I don't actually recommend. Look, for the record, that is not a personal recipe. I don't actually recommend cooking a pot roast for 12 business days. I mean, you do you, boo, but I don't actually, that's not, you won't find that on a recipe anywhere. But, you know, whatever. I'm curious. I'm going to see if I can pull the witness list. I am, there's no way they would not call Antoine, right? Like, they would have to bring him. I have all of the times and all of the times of all the video stuff of who's where and all of that. So the other person that we see is allegedly Antoine. I'm so curious to see what he has to say about this. I'm going to do some digging and see what I can find, because y'all know I'm a nosy one. So I want to look and see what I can find. I'll see if I can find the witness list, and I'm curious to see what he has to say about this. So very, very interesting. This has been a wild one, y'all. This has been a wild one. Much wilder than I originally knew it was going to be, which is, you know, it's always interesting. All right, I'm craving pot roast, so I'm going to go make me a pot roast. Maybe not. I'll probably make me a bowl of cereal. But I appreciate y'all hanging out. We will be here tomorrow about the same time. I'll start about 11 Central, 12 Eastern, and we'll do the same thing tomorrow that we did today, like skip through breaks and lunch and all that stuff, and get caught up by the end of the day. So it works out good that way. And tomorrow we might not have as many of the... Today took us a little bit longer. Normally we're caught up to live time by the time we finish, but today I can't watch on 1.25 when it's the interviews and stuff, because it's so hard to hear if you do that. So, is RA still live? Is he? I can redirect us. We can go crash his party. Let's see. Oh, my computer's freezing, so maybe I can't. For those of y'all who joined late, for whatever reason, oh, no, he's not live. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. For those who joined late, the first half of the stream, probably more than that, disappeared when it kicked everybody out at once. We lost like a couple hundred people at once, and for whatever reason, every time it does that, it gets rid of the first part of the stream. But it will be back once we end here and the video processes, it does come back. So at least there's that. So if you missed it, check back a couple minutes after we're done and it should show back up. So I saw a few of you saying you got here late because of work or whatever out there in these YouTube streets, whatever you were doing. So if you got here late, it will show back up. And I recommend watching today all day long. This is not one of those where it's like, this part was boring, you should skip this. All day long was kind of wild. So I recommend watching today. All right, y'all, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow on Hump Day. Enjoy your Taco Tuesday or your Pot Roast Tuesday, whatever you got going on, and I will see y'all tomorrow.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel. And
Goodbye. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?